I took my ice pick and struck the ice on the frozen lake. A crucian carp was frozen 1 meter below the ice. I looked at it and drooled unconsciously, thinking that this fish would be my and Zhao Zhao's dinner tonight. Zhao Xiao, I had known him for 14 years and had supported him for 8 years. I thought he was the person I trusted the most. This time it was my turn to find food, and he was on guard. Suddenly, a barely perceptible gunshot was heard in the cold wind. Puff! My pupils suddenly shrank, and then a sharp pain came from my back. I fell to the ground, and the ice pick flew out of my hand 3 meters away. What happened? Why didn't Zhao Xiao remind me that there was someone nearby? I turned my head with difficulty and saw Zhao Xiao standing next to my mortal enemy Shen Jinbin, saying something flatteringly. The words space, I don't deserve it, shelter, and so on were faintly heard in the wind. In an instant, my mind raced. Zhao Xiao, he actually betrayed me. Blood continued to flow out, and my body became colder and colder, but the pain in my body was far less than the chill of being betrayed by someone I trusted. The two men walked towards me, and Shen Jinbin looked down at me with contempt in his eyes. Lin Shi, you've fallen into my hands. I gritted my teeth and stared at Zhao Xiao. I had no feeling below the waist. All this was caused by him. Zhao Xiao didn't dare look into my bloodshot eyes, dodging and saying, Lin Shi, don't blame me. I also contributed to opening the space, but you always treat it as your own and refuse to give it to us to go to the shelter together. We will join Master Shen, and your space will serve him in the future, so you don't have to work hard to find supplies. I'm doing this for your own good. The end of the world is too dangerous. I have a broken bowl passed down from my ancestors, which is a relic of my father. I have been carrying it with me throughout the end of the world. Once when Zhao Xiao and I were looking for supplies, we dug up an ancient coin. I picked up the coin and activated the bowl, gaining a portable space. Since then, Zhao Zhao's attitude has changed, but I was still thinking about how to make the two of us eat more, and I didn't notice his change at all. 8 years, a full 8 years. I suddenly found it ridiculous. You actually you actually betrayed me because of this. Ha 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 ha. My mouth was full of blood, and I laughed like crazy. Zhao Xiao knew that I hated Shen Jinbin, but our 8 years of loyalty were shattered because of a space that had been awakened for less than half a year. So this is what it means to be innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. After laughing, I closed my eyes and opened them again, and said to Shen Jinbin affirmatively, I can do things for you, but Zhao Xiao is useless, right? Zhao Xiao opened his mouth wide, as if he realized something, and looked at Shen Jinbin in horror. Young Master Shen, you won't. I added, he will tell you, and he will tell others. My space has nothing to do with him. One more person who knows the truth means another risk of leakage. At this time, my eyes were red, and the bottom of my eyes were terrifyingly deep. Although I was embarrassed, I still had a smile on my face, which made people shudder. Zhao Xiao looked at me, his eyes flashing with fear and resentment, and he forced an ugly smile and said to Shen Jinbin, Mr. Shen, I gave you the space information. I can keep an eye on Lin Shi to prevent him from harming you. Yes, you have made a contribution. Shen Jinbin nodded. Zhao Zhao's smile became sincere. I will remember your contribution in my heart. But as soon as Shen Jinbin finished speaking, he pointed a gun at Zhao Zhao's head. He didn't intend to let Zhao Xiao live. Puff. Red and white burst out from the back of Zhao Zhao's head. It happened in a flash. While Shen Jinbin turned his head to blow Zhao Xiao up, I exerted force on my arms, propped myself up with one hand, and threw the sharp ice cube at him with the other hand. Maybe it was God's blessing that the ice cube hit his head directly. Shen Jinbin fell down, and the gun slipped out of his hand, falling 1 meter in front of me. I crawled towards the pistol desperately, closer and closer. The previous blow was not enough to be fatal. I wanted to kill him, and hatred flashed in my eyes. Finally, I touched the pistol, and a flash of joy appeared in my eyes. Puff. However, I felt a pain in the back of my head and my consciousness fell into darkness. Ding ding ding. I sat up suddenly, gasping for air. Didn't I just die? Was there a fourth person at the time? What happened? I found that my injuries were gone. The warm temperature and soft bed around me were not what the apocalypse should be like. At this time, the phone on the bedside table rang. Phone. How could a phone that was scrapped at the beginning of the apocalypse ring? It took me a long time to calm down and confirm that I was reborn. Back to before the extreme cold apocalypse began, March 1, 2024, 7:30 in the morning, I was 19 years old, a freshman, and lived at home. I stood on the balcony of my bedroom and blew the morning breeze. The morning sun in March was warm, but the busy scene downstairs would soon be replaced by snow. All this came from the sun. I stretched out my hand to cover my eyes and looked at the sun with my peripheral vision. Humans have never thought about what would happen if the sun had problems, but I knew it would be a disaster, the end of the world. 3 months later, on June 1st, an SSS-class solar flare erupted. Because the eruption was sudden and not predicted in advance, the anomaly was not discovered until June 3rd by scientists in the Bear Country, giving humans only 1 day to react. Governments of all countries failed to reach a consensus. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, an electromagnetic pulse destroyed all satellites, electronic equipment failed, a geomagnetic storm hit, and electricity was destroyed, and humans returned to a dark primitive society. Even more terrifying is that the sun fell into a weak period and dimmed. The world fell into extreme cold within 3 days, with an average temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero. The blue planet was frozen and entered an extreme cold apocalypse. More than 90 of species became extinct. Humans faced an unprecedented racial disaster and it was difficult to survive. I returned to my room, thought for a moment, opened the safe, and took out the plain-looking bowl. The bowl was uneven, gray, and had a gap on the edge, like a begging bowl. But my father made a will for it, and I knew it was a treasure bowl, which required something specific to open or repair. In the 8th year of the apocalypse in my previous life, I repaired it by chance to gain space, but at that time, there was a shortage of supplies and I couldn't make full use of it. When the apocalypse comes, supplies are the most important, supplies that can be carried with you and not stolen. So the first thing I have to do now is to open the treasure bowl. The thing that opened the treasure bowl was found in the South City antique market in my previous life. I decided to leave immediately. I found my backpack, put away the treasure bowl, and went out. I went downstairs and saw the breakfast shop. I remembered that I had not eaten breakfast. I was used to being hungry in the end times. I often couldn't find food for 2 or 3 days and had to eat snow. I walked into the breakfast shop and wolfed down a meal, then drove to the South City antique market according to my memory and navigation. Early in the morning, the antique market was bustling with hundreds of stalls. In my previous life, Zhao Xiao and I found the key to repairing the cornucopia here, an ancient coin with a special pattern. But I found it under the snow in my previous life. I am only sure that this market is the place where I can't remember the exact location, so I can only look for it one by one. There are the most ancient coins here, and almost every stall has a pile of hundreds of them. I have been looking for 2 hours and still can't find it, my eyes are solemn. I heard that this market only has stalls on weekend mornings, and the stall owners are not fixed. This is bad news. If the stall owner who has the ancient coins only sets up the stall on the day of the end of the world, I will have to wait for 3 months, and the advantage of rebirth will be small. The stall will be closed in an hour or 2. If I can't find it, I can only try my luck next week. I exhaled and continued to look patiently. Lin Shi. A familiar voice came from the side and behind. I raised my eyelids, and murderous intent flashed in my clear eyes. I will never forget this voice. It was Zhao Xiao, my classmate and friend from junior high school to high school, who betrayed me during the 8 years of hardship in the last days. I suppressed my murderous intent, turned my head and asked in surprise, Zhao Xiao. Why are you here? Zhao Xiao, who was wearing an urban management uniform, walked up and patted my shoulder. I was just about to ask you, why does the academic bully want to play with antiques? He said jokingly, looking at my handsome and well-dressed appearance. Jealousy flashed in his eyes. I have lived one more life than him, and I can see all this jealousy. A cold light flashed in my eyes. It turned out that he was dissatisfied with me at this time in my previous life. It is not strange for Zhao Xiao to appear here. I calmly brushed away his hand on my shoulder and said casually, I have nothing to do on the weekend. I heard there are antiques, so I came to take a look. Zhao Xiao smiled secretly. He knew that there were many fakes and few genuine goods on this street, so it was hard to find a bargain. Last time, someone was cheated out of hundreds of thousands and came to make trouble, but he wouldn't tell me. He hoped that I would be fooled. Anyway, I was not short of money, and I had to maintain the superficial relationship. He smiled and said, "There are many fakes here, but there are also genuine goods." Half a year ago, an old man spent 200 to find a genuine Han Dynasty item at a bargain, and sold it for 500,000. Normal young people would definitely be tempted to hear this, and those who were just looking around would want to buy two to try. I didn't show it on my face, but I sneered in my heart. Why didn't I realize that he was so insidious before? I nodded to him, "Then I have to take a good look." At this time, there was a commotion not far away, and many people gathered around. I walked over curiously, and there were so many people that Zhao Xiao shouted, "Make way! Make way! Urban management is doing business." The crowd really made way, and I walked to the front. A young man in his 20s was excited, holding an ancient coin and spitting, saying, "Old man. I identified it yesterday. This is a modern craft. It's fake. You sold it for 100,000 yuan. Give me back. I must give it back today." The stall owner was an old man in his 70s, wearing a coarse cloth shirt, and his weather-beaten face was wrinkled together. "This is really an heirloom. What a broken treasure. Are you going to give it back? If not, I will call the police." Everyone around seemed to be watching a good show, and Zhao Xiao also leaned close to my ear and said, "This kind of thing happens every few months. In the past, this kid would have been beaten up. The rule in the antique industry is that you cannot return a fake if you buy one. If you make a mistake, you are not well trained and you have to pay for the lesson." But I don't know if this young man really doesn't understand or pretends not to understand, and he insists on returning the goods. When I saw the ancient coin in the young man's hand, my pupils shrank suddenly. It was the ancient coin that opened the treasure bowl. The old man shook his hands and said with a bitter face, "This is really an ancestral heirloom. It has been there since my grandfather's grandfather's generation." "Young man, I didn't lie to you." Many people in the crowd looked at the young man unkindly, thinking that he didn't know the rules, and some people thought that the old man was pretending. People have identified it, how can the real one be identified as fake? I took a deep breath, walked up to the young man, and asked curiously, "Can you show me the ancient coin in your hand?" Qin Tai saw that I was a student a few years younger than him, and waved his hands impatiently. "Go away. Go play somewhere else." I didn't get annoyed, and said, "I like to collect coins. I am interested in yours. You can sell it to me." As soon as I said this, people around me were whispering, "Is this guy stupid? He knows it's fake but he still accepts it. He's still a student, how can he have so much money?" Zhao Xiao was also stunned, not understanding why I accepted fake things. He knew I had money. He worked as an urban management officer for 3 years without eating or drinking to save up 100,000 yuan. He thought it would be great to give him this money, to buy this broken copper coin. He was standing behind me, and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Why are we the same age, but my life is so much better than his? When Qin Tai heard that I was willing to take over, his eyes lit up and he immediately gave me the ancient coin. This ancient coin looked like gold but not gold. One side was engraved with a gold ingot and the other side was engraved with strange characters and pictures. It was brand new and the pattern did not look like the currency of known dynasties, but more like a copper plate in an arcade. Everyone looked at me as if I were a fool. An old man kindly reminded me, "Young man, look carefully when buying things." I felt the warmth of the treasure bowl in my backpack and was sure that this was what I was looking for. Regardless of whether this ancient coin is valuable or not, it can open up space and is a priceless treasure to me. I casually asked, "How much are you willing to transfer it for?" Qin Tai rolled his eyes, looked at my clothes and said, "Take it for 150,000. I was just arguing about returning the goods, but now I want to raise the price." People around me looked at me with contempt. 50,000, I said. Qin Tai snatched the ancient coin back and shouted, "I took it for 100,000. What are you thinking?" I smiled and turned to leave. I counted to 3 in my heart, he would definitely ask me to go back. Sure enough, I took only 2 steps and someone stopped me. It was not Qin Tai, but the old stall owner. "Young man, if you want this kind of ancient coin, I have another one here, I will sell it to you for 80,000. I turned around suddenly. You still have it. The old man trembled as he took out the cloth bag from his arms, took out another ancient coin, and handed it to me hopefully. He was really short of money. His son had leukemia, and if he didn't sell the ancient coins, his son's surgery fee would be gone. His ancestors told him that the 2 ancient coins must not be lost, but now he had to sell them for his son. I took the ancient coins and lowered my eyes to hide my shock and surprise. Sure enough, they were exactly the same, and the cornucopia also reacted. I didn't expect there were 2 of these ancient coins. I asked, "Old man, how many of these ancient coins do you have?" The old man sighed, "There are only these 2, handed down from my ancestors. I won't sell them if I don't need the money urgently." This answer was expected. There wouldn't be many of these special ancient coins. The one in my hand should have been found in my previous life, and Chin Tai didn't find the one in his previous life. "Okay, I'll take this one." I nodded and took out my mobile phone to transfer the money. Seeing that I paid quickly, Chin Tai looked at the ancient coin in his hand carefully, thinking to himself, "Is there a mystery?" The old man sold the ancient coin and happily packed up his stall to leave. I saw Chin Tai's expression and knew that he was suspicious. I was determined to get the second ancient coin, but from the previous communication, I knew that he was greedy. If I found any clues, he would definitely raise the price or even not sell it. So I turned around and left after transferring the money, as if I had no interest in the ancient coin in his hand. This made Chin Tai, who was waiting for me to show my hand, panic. In the end, he stopped me and said, "Handsome boy, look, you also take the one in my hand." I said unhappily, "Now I have one, your one is not very meaningful." Chin Tai glanced at the old man who was about to leave and stopped pestering him. He knew that there was little chance of returning the money, and he wanted to cheat at first. He hurriedly said, "Now I sell it to you for 100,000, and I will also take it for 100,000. I won't make any profit from you, okay?" I glanced at him indifferently, 50,000. After bargaining, I also spent 80,000 to buy the second ancient coin from him. I looked at the 2 ancient coins in my palm, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. If I hadn't come today, I would have missed these ancient coins. I couldn't wait to see the changes of this life's cornucopia. I sent away the sour Zhao Xiao and hurried home. Zhao Xiao had to be dealt with sooner or later, but not now. When I got home, I locked the door and walked into the windowless storage room, then closed the door. The cornucopia started to turn on and turned very quiet, so as not to be detected. I took out the slightly warm cornucopia and put an ancient coin in it. The cornucopia floated, emitting a dazzling light, and the dirt and patina fell off, revealing its true appearance, and then turned into golden light and flew into my brow. My eyes blurred, and a game-like interface appeared. Treasure bowl. Function, storage space 333. Money points required for upgrade, 1000. Spatial unit is meter. The space appeared. This was also the digital interface when I opened it in my previous life. I didn't figure out anything last time, so I won't waste time this time. Existence has its reason. After getting the space, I clenched my fists, unable to hide my joy. The space is like a small room. Except for living things, everything that can be put in can be accessed by mind. Time in the space is still, and the items remain in the state when they are put in. The most important thing is that you can upgrade with gold, silver and jewelry. I tried to upgrade with gold and silver in my previous life, but unfortunately, these were buried under the snow in the 8th year of the apocalypse, and I didn't even finish upgrading to the first level. I wonder what changes will happen to the cornucopia with one more ancient coin. I picked up the second ancient coin and placed it between my eyebrows. My eyebrows felt hot and the ancient coin disappeared. The interface of the treasure bowl in front of me was garbled and blurred, but it became clear after a while. It really had a huge change. Treasure bowl. Function, storage space 333. Money points required for upgrade, 1000. Function, item copy *3. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. There is an item copy. My eyes lit up. Is this the kind of copy I was thinking of? I immediately prepared to test it. There are only 3 copies, so I can't waste them. I thought about it, went back to the bedroom, opened the safe, and took out the most valuable thing in the house, 5 500G gold bars left by my father, and held them in my hand. I whispered, "Item copy." A golden light flashed in front of my eyes, and the next second 5 gold bars appeared out of thin air, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. I squatted down to pick up the gold bar and compared it with the one in my hand. The size and weight of the copied gold bar are exactly the same, including the small flaws on one of them are perfectly reproduced. I looked at the cornucopia interface, and the item copy column became item copy *2. The current international gold price is 430 yuan per G, and the pawnshop recycling price is 10 yuan lower than the market price. The gold bars in my hand were left behind by my father. 5 of them could be sold for 1.05 million. After copying, the cornucopia instantly increased my assets by 1.05 million. Cornucopia, this is a real cornucopia, I murmured. This incredible ability to amass wealth is definitely a legendary cornucopia. According to the legend of the Xia Kingdom, Shen Jinbin once had a cornucopia that could be filled with whatever he put in it. As a result, he became a rich man in the Ming dynasty, and he was as rich as the country. If there is no limit to the number of times my cornucopia of items can be copied, it will only be a matter of time before I become rich. Isn't this the complete form? I stared at the 10 gold bars quietly to calm my burning heart. Although I know that activating the copy again can increase the number of gold bars to 20, there are only 2 copies left. I don't know if it can only be used 3 times or if it can be replenished. If you can only do it 3 times, you must save it for more critical times. Moreover, it was rumored that Shen Jinbin died because his wealth aroused the suspicion of the emperor. The common man was not guilty, but he was guilty of possessing the jade. If I suddenly have so much wealth, I may be targeted by the country. Thinking of this, I plan to use the 5 copied gold bars to upgrade the cornucopia. I picked up one and said silently, "Upgrade space." Red letters flashed on the cornucopia interface. Copied items cannot be used for upgrades. Unable to upgrade. I carefully inspected this gold bar, which was no different from an ordinary gold bar. After confirming that there were no holes, I was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. I picked up the gold bars in the safe again and muttered silently, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface in front of me jumped and turned into treasure bowl. Function, storage space 333. Money points required for upgrade, 500. Function, item copy *2. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. A 500G gold bar can be exchanged for 500 money points, 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 1 money point, and 100G of silver can be exchanged for 1 money point. I knew this in my previous life. I consumed another gold bar, and the interface was opened, and the space was upgraded. Treasure bowl. Function, storage space 666. Money points required for upgrade, 2,000. Function, item copy *2. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. The space has become larger. Although the number has only doubled, the volume has increased by 8 times. The money points required for upgrading have also doubled. 2 gold bars are worth 420,000 yuan, and they are gone in an instant. 3 years ago, I was not qualified to upgrade the cornucopia. 3 years ago, my father died in an accident, leaving behind an inheritance and 10 million yuan in death compensation. The cornucopia is what my father left me. Now, in addition to the house and these gold bars, I still have 14.52 million yuan in cash. This amount of money is nothing in Haishi, where rich people gather, but it is a huge sum for a 19-year-old young man. This amount of money is far from enough for Lin Shi. Upgrading to the next level of space requires 4 gold bars, which is equivalent to 860,000 in cash, while upgrading item duplication requires 4.24 million. He also needs to stockpile a lot of supplies and build shelters, which also requires a lot of money. Lin Shi thought for a while and came up with some ideas. He took out his cell phone, looked up the phone numbers of several real estate agents, and called them one by one. First, Lin Shi had to sell his house close to the city. Lin Shi's experience in his previous life told him that in the extremely cold end of the world, these high-rise buildings in the community were not suitable for living. Shi has a flat terrain, a prosperous economy and densely populated high-rise buildings. However, this did not allow the tens of millions of people in the city to survive. Most buildings in the south have good heat dissipation and average cold resistance. So much so that when the end of the world came, 8 out of 10 people in southern cities froze to death. The extreme cold apocalypse came in June. The average temperature in Hai City suddenly dropped from 20 degrees Celsius - 27 degrees Celsius to -50 degrees Celsius, -80 degrees Celsius. The reinforced concrete of those high-rise buildings will deform and crack under extreme cold, and the beautiful glass windows with good lighting will be damaged by blizzards. In just 1 or 2 years, most of these tall buildings collapsed. Some people did not die from hypothermia, but died in collapsed buildings and houses. In Lin's previous life, this building did not collapse, but the building next to it collapsed, and it brought down this building as well. Fortunately, Lin Shi discovered it in advance and escaped the disaster. It is naturally impossible to live here in this life. This house is in a great location, close to the city center. Over the past decade, housing prices in Xiaogua have skyrocketed, and housing prices in Haishi have also remained high. Even Lin Shi's old house of 128 square meters has risen to a high price of 80,000 yuan per square meter. That is worth tens of millions. There are only 2 requirements when selling a house. Act quickly. Full payment is required. These 2 requirements seem difficult, but there is no shortage of rich people in Hai City. Lin Shi's bottom line price was 9 million. He also said clearly that he contacted many real estate agencies and he didn't care how much the house sold for, he only took 9 million. Whoever is more capable of selling earlier will get the excess commission. In order to get high commissions, these real estate agents will do everything they can to help Lin Shi buy a house. Although time is tight, they can still get 100,000 even if it is only sold for 9.1 million. The real estate agents who got the house information were already wondering in their hearts whether Lin Shi was the kind of rich second-generation prodigal son. No matter how cheap the house is, it takes time to sell it, so this is the first thing Lin Shi has to do. His next plan requires as much money as possible. The next plan is to use all the assets to buy gold bars from the bank, use the copying skill to double the gold bars, and then sell the copied gold bars to the bank to get back the principal. The remaining gold bars can all be used to upgrade the cornucopia. After putting your house up for sale, Lin Shi called his counselor and said he had an emergency at home and asked for leave. The end of the world is coming, and continuing to go to school is just a waste of time. But if you don't go directly, you will be bombarded with calls from the counselor. Therefore, it is more convenient to just ask for leave. After all, you are alone and no one will find out whether you take leave or not. Lin Shi wondered whether he should notify the country in advance that an SSS-class solar flare would occur in 3 months. In this way, human casualties and national losses may be minimized. But he immediately rejected this idea. Not to mention how a civilian like him could have contact with top leaders of the country, even if he called the police, there was no way the security guard would believe what he said. He had no way to prove that what he said was true, and the police would only think he was a lunatic. There is no point in posting apocalyptic news online. The climate environment on Blue Planet has been getting worse and worse in recent years, and many people have speculated that there will be various doomsday scenarios. Even if he speaks with certainty, he will only be regarded as one of those people who is worrying too much. It will also leave hidden dangers and dangers for yourself. After all, he is just a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars in his family's safe were all bought by his father at a gold shop more than 10 years ago, and can only be sold to gold shops and pawn shops. After selling the 5 copied gold bars, 1.05 million was deposited into the card. After finishing all this, it was already dark. After having a grilled fish meal outside, Lin Shi returned home satisfied. In the evening, Lin Shi also made a training plan for himself for the next 3 months. When the extreme cold apocalypse comes, the majority of casualties are the elderly and children, while young people with strong bodies have the highest survival rate. A strong physique can resist the cold, increase the chance of survival, protect yourself, and cope with the changes that occur after the end of the world. Just as I finished writing the schedule, my cell phone message rang. Lin Shi opened his phone and saw that it was a message from his high school classmates' chat group. This is a small group chat with only 6 people. Lin Shi also pinned the group message to the top, which shows that this group was very important to him in the past. The one on the top is obviously Zhao Xiaofa's. Zhao Xiao, guys, are you free tomorrow night? Let's get together. At everyone. Huang Miao, I'm free, where are we going this time? Brother Lin will take us flying. Manual funny face. Zhao Xiao, let's go to Huachao Club. I'll spend all my salary of the past few months and treat you guys to a good meal. After all, you are my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong, brother Zhao is so domineering, but I'm not in Haishi these days. Crying. Su Feifei, cute expression. Zhao Xiao, Feifei, girls are not suitable for this kind of place. Su Qin, well, I'm studying in another city, please eat and drink well. See you in the summer vacation. Lin Shi looked at the message and recalled many details that he had not noticed in his previous life. Although Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao were junior high school classmates in their previous life, Zhao Xiao always had his own small group and was just an acquaintance with Lin Shi. Now that I think about it, Zhao Xiao's attitude changed exactly when Lin Shi's father passed away. At that time, my father's sky-high death compensation was reported in the news in Haishi City. Afterwards, Zhao Xiao and a few of his friends started to become brothers with Lin Shi. Several of them would often ask Lin Shi to go out for food, drinks, and fun together for various reasons. Lin Shi took into consideration that everyone was a student and didn't have much money, so he rushed to pay the bill when he went out. Looking back now, during the more than 3 years we spent together, we made hundreds of expenses, big and small, but these people never paid once. Especially Zhao Xiao, who openly and secretly cried poor and pretended to be pitiful to Lin Shi. Lin Shi was instilled with the idea that brothers should share happiness and hardships. He said that he was treating us, but when the time comes he will definitely find a way to make me pay. The expenses at Huachao Club are beyond Zhao Xiao's reach with his monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. After rebirth, Lin Shi is no longer the simple Lin Shi of his previous life. He understands these things as soon as he thinks about them. It seems that Zhao Xiao was stimulated by the purchase of ancient coins today, and he couldn't wait to make a killing. Seeing that Lin Shi did not reply to the message, several people in the group started at ing him. Lin Shi curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. In that case, I'll just collect some interest first. Lin Shi, okay, but I'm only free after 8 p.m. The next day, Lin Shi, who was used to getting up early, woke up naturally at 5 o'clock. The cornucopia interface has not changed, and the used item copies have not been restored. Lin Shi was not panicked at all. If it can only be used 3 times, then the new ability brought by this ancient coin is far less practical than space. Moreover, the number of money points required to upgrade the item copying ability is 10 times the space. This proves that this ability must be more precious and more powerful than space. He didn't think about it anymore. When you use gold to upgrade, everything will be clear. After washing up, Lin Shi first went downstairs for a morning run to warm up, and then began to exercise his muscles all over his body in an orderly manner. Instead of continuous strenuous exercise, he exercised in a relaxed and measured manner, stretching, exercising, and stretching. While increasing muscle strength, it can also make muscles and joints more flexible. In the end times, he has summed up a set of training methods that are most suitable for him, and now he just needs to proceed step by step. The training intensity on the first day should not be too high, so Lin Shi returned home at 8 o'clock. After taking a shower and having breakfast, Lin Shi began to make a list of supplies. There are many things needed in the extremely cold end of the world. Based on his experience in the previous life, Lin Shi listed all the things he would need. In the afternoon, Lin Shi called the agent and rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse for a period of 1 month, with a deposit of 1 month's rent and 1 month's payment for a total of 60,000 yuan. After agreeing to sign the contract the next day, Lin Shi hung up the phone. The warehouse is used to conceal his tracks. The materials he purchases will be transported to the warehouse first and then stored in the space. There is also a small night watch cubicle in the warehouse. Lin Shi has decided to live in the warehouse in a few days until the supplies are prepared. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and Zhao Xiao and others in the mobile phone group started calling to go out early. Lin Shi was not in a hurry. He changed his clothes around 8 o'clock and drove to Huaqiao Club. When Lin Shi arrived, Zhao Xiao, Wang Miao and Su Feifei had already drunk a lot in the box. When Su Feifei saw Lin Shi pushing the door open, her eyes lit up. She blushed and took Lin Shi's arm and said coquettishly, "Lin Shi, why are you so late? Did you miss me after not seeing me for a long time?" Su Feifei has a sweet face, fair skin and big, twinkling eyes. When she looks at people, people feel that she is only looking at herself, and they have the illusion that Su Feifei is interested in themselves. In fact, she does this to everyone in her pond. In the last life at the end of the world, Su Feifei lived a much better life than himself. Lin Shi waved to others and pulled out his arm. Su Feifei was stunned. Before he could think deeply about how different Lin Shi was today, Wang Miao had already called Lin Shi over. "Brother Lin, come here quickly, we are not going to leave until we are drunk today." Zhao Zhao's eyes swept over Lin Shi's arm, which was held by Su Feifei, and the smile on his face faded visibly. "Lin Shi, Miao, I have prepared a great show for you today." Zhao Xiao smiled mysteriously. Huang Miao asked curiously, "What good program is there?" After a while, 4 hot girls walked into the box. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. He actually called someone to drink with him. She was ugly but had a lot of fun. Lin Shi glanced at the drinks on the table. It will cost at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. He wanted to see if Zhao Xiao could come up with so much money today. Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi and smiled. "Lin Shi, I ordered this for you and a Miao. Thank you for being my brothers, Zhao Xiao. Come on, let's drink this." Lin Shi did not take the cup, but said, "I have a slight cold today. I took some cefuroxime. I can't drink it. You guys drink it." The 3 of them didn't care when they heard this. Next, the 3 of them sang and drank in the box. It was 1 a.m. in the morning and the table was full of wine bottles. Except for Lin Shi, everyone was a little drunk. Su Feifei said drunkenly that she wanted to go home. Zhao Xiao immediately offered to send her home. Huang Miao's eyes moved, and he followed suit. "Brother Zhao and I are on the same way, let's go together. Then pay the bill and go together," Lin Shi said with a smile. The waiter went to get the bill. Zhao Xiao walked up to Lin Shi and hooked his shoulder, his eyes blurry but with a hint of shrewdness. "Lin Shi, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. My parents miss you very much. Last time my mom wanted to adopt you as her godson, how do you think about it?" It took Lin Shi a few seconds to recall what Zhao Xiao said. When he went to Zhao Zhao's home last month, Zhao Zhao's parents expressed their strong love for Lin Shi and proposed to adopt Lin Shi as their godson and become a family with Zhao Xiao in the future. Lin Shi's father came from another place to settle down in High City. Lin Shi had never had any contact with his father's relatives since he was a child. "My mother remarried after my father died, and I no longer had any contact with my mother's relatives." The appearance of Zhao Xiao and these people filled the void in Lin Shi's heart in time, which made Lin Shi trust them so much. Although Lin Shi did not agree to be the Zhao family's godson in his previous life, he became closer to Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiaojia even lent them 1 million yuan to buy a new house. Later, the end of the world came, and Zhao Zhao's parents died at the beginning of the end of the world, and the money was never recovered. Calculating the time, it's almost time for Zhao Xiao to borrow money from me. No. I'm not used to being someone else's son. Lin Shi smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Zhao Xiao approached him with a purpose from the beginning to the end. "In my previous life, I treated Zhao Xiao as my best friend and ignored many things. After putting aside the filter of good friends, Lin Shi discovered that Zhao Zhao's tricks were actually not that clever, and he could see through them at a glance. This is also related to the fact that Lin Shi has seen too many evil hearts in the last days." Zhao Xiao was slightly stunned when he was rejected by Lin Shi. At this time, the waiter came in with the bill. The total consumption was more than 38,000 yuan, and after rounding off the remainder it was 38,000 yuan. The waiter handed the bill to everyone. Zhao Xiao, Wang Miao, and Su Feifei turned their gazes towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. why are you looking at me? Zhao Xiao said he would treat us. Zhao Xiao seemed to have just reacted, and he touched his pocket with sudden realization, took out his phone and said awkwardly, "Oh no, my phone is out of battery." Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi for help. If it was Lin Shi from his previous life, he would have stood up and paid the bill without saying a word. But at this moment, Lin Shi seemed to be smiling, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, and said to the waiter, "Get him a charger." The waiter's face darkened, he looked at Zhao Xiao with contempt, and left the box to get the charger. He walked out of the box and said to the person outside, "Watch out." The people outside immediately understood. The atmosphere in the box was somewhat tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei looked at each other. They were used to Lin Shi rushing to pay the bill, and they had never expected something like this to happen today. Although Zhao Xiao always said that he would treat them, they all knew who would pay in the end. Could it be that Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao are having a quarrel? Huang Miao gave Zhao Xiao a look, "What's going on?" Zhao Xiao was also full of confusion, and a look of anger flashed across his face. Lin Shi's behavior made him feel very embarrassed. His phone had battery, but he had just turned it off to give Lin Shi a reasonable reason to pay him. Did Lin Shi want me to beg him? Zhao Xiao already hated Lin Shi in his heart, but he still forced a smile on his face and said, "Lin Shi, you can finish today's meal first, and I'll treat you to the next one." Lin Shi naturally would not give Zhao Xiao any face, and said with a puzzled look, "Zhao Xiao, you said you were going to treat everyone today and called everyone out, right? Don't tell me you don't even bring money when you treat us." The smile on Zhao Xiao's face froze. Huang Miao and Su Feifei both looked at Lin Shi with incredible eyes. They have seen how good Lin Shi has been to Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years. They have never seen Lin Shi act like this. There were still 4 hostesses in the box at that time. They didn't even get a tip and now they were trying to run away from the bill. They all heard Zhao Xiao swearing at the beginning that he would treat them, and immediately all kinds of contemptuous, disdainful, and surprised looks were cast at Zhao Xiao. At this time, the waiter came in with a charger, put it in front of Zhao Xiao, and made a gesture to him to come in. Zhao Xiao looked at the charger and was in a dilemma. The waiter urged coldly, "Charge your batteries, sir. We will be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's face was like an overturned color palette, sometimes red, sometimes white, and sometimes black. No matter how scheming he is just a 19-year-old young man who has just started out in the world. At this moment, Zhao Xiao could no longer control his anger. "That's enough." Zhao Xiao gritted his teeth and said a few words to Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, I beg you to settle the bill first. Can we talk about it later if there's anything else?" He still thought that he had done something unintentionally to make Lin Shi unhappy. As long as he followed Lin Shi's instructions like before, Lin Shi would still do what he said. However, how could Lin Shi, who had experienced Zhao Xiao's betrayal, still be the victim in his previous life? Lin Shi's expression also turned cold. "So, you really didn't bring any money when you treated me to a meal?" Zhao Xiao felt that his self-esteem was being rubbed to the ground, and his eyes turned red with anger. "Yes." Lin Shi chuckled and glanced at the few people. "In that case, let's go Dutch." "What?" Huang Miao and Su Feifei were no longer calm. Su Feifei frowned and said, "You guys aren't going to ask a girl like me to pay for a trip, are you?" Huang Miao's eyes flickered, and he said awkwardly, "I didn't know we had to split the bill today. I didn't bring any money." Huang Miao pushed Zhao Xiao, whose face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Brother Zhao, how did you offend Brother Lin? Apologize to Brother Lin." Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi's half-smile on his face and wished he could beat Lin Shi to death. He couldn't remember how he had angered Lin Shi. Lin Shi ignored the 3 of them and paid for his own 30 yuan lemonade. Zhao Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. "Didn't we say AA?" At this point his mind was no longer functioning. Lin Shi curled his lips, and he was delighted from the bottom of his heart when he saw Zhao Xiao like this. "Well, it's AA, each person pays for their own portion. I just drank a glass of juice tonight. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance." When things got to this point, the club had no choice but to check the surveillance cameras and found that what Lin Shi said was true. After Lin Shi paid 30 yuan, they let him go. Lin Shi opened the door and left under the angry stares of Zhao Xiao and the other two. Only 3 people were left, facing the waiter's cold face and urging. We still need 37,970 yuan. Please pay the bill. Lin Shizhen just left like that. The 3 couldn't believe that Lin Shi, who was so easy to talk to on weekdays, had become so cold-blooded. By the time the 3 of them reacted, Lin Shi had already walked away. Lin Shi, wait for me. Su Feifei wanted to follow Lin Shi, but was stopped by the waiter. Why are you stopping me? The one in front is my boyfriend. Su Feifei looked at the waiter angrily and said in a bad tone. The waiter sneered, then you can call your boyfriend and ask him to pay your share as well. Su Feifei's chest was heaving with anger, but she didn't dare to be rude to the waiter who looked like he was not easy to mess with. She turned around and glared at Zhao Xiao fiercely. What are you doing? Pay up. I don't have that much money. Zhao Xiao lost all face in front of the girl he liked and hated Lin Shi to death. He had been working for less than a year and his savings hadn't even broken 4 figures. How could he possibly afford 38,000? Lin Shi's guess was correct. Zhao Xiao was jealous after seeing Lin Shi spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in just a few minutes yesterday, so he thought of asking Lin Shi to come out and give him a big meal today. Zhao Xiao knew that Lin Shi would definitely pay, but he couldn't do without them, his only good friends, so he would compromise even if it hurt. He was always like this before, why does he seem like a different person today? Zhao Xiao didn't believe it and called Lin Shi. Lin Shi walked out of the club refreshed, hung up the phone with Zhao Xiao, blocked all these people, and went home. The call Zhao Xiao made was hung up, so he called again but the call didn't go through. Now he was really sure that Lin Shi would no longer care about them. Facing the waiter and several club security guards staring at him, Zhao Xiao whispered. Let's split the bill. Huang Miao and Su Feifei naturally refused. One of them had just started working and the other was still a student, and they had no money. It was Zhao Xiao who proposed the idea of coming to the club, and it was Zhao Xiao who said he would treat us all, and even asked us to drink with him. The 3 of them had a fight, and finally the club called the police. After the police came, the 3 of them called their families to ask for money to settle the bill. Because Zhao Xiao wanted to cheat Lin Shi, he drank the most and the most expensively, so he had to pay 18,000 yuan. Huang Miao drank quite a bit, so he had to pay 13,000. Su Feifei paid 7,000 reluctantly. The 3 people walked out of Huaqiao Club on bad terms. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao had a big fight, blaming each other and almost breaking up. Su Feifei didn't give Zhao Xiao a good look either, and blocked Zhao Xiao as soon as she returned. It was just a party, and not only did my good brother break up with me, but my beloved girl also kicked me out of the fish pond. Zhao Xiao hated Lin Shi in his heart. However, when Zhao Xiao returned home, he not only did not receive any comfort, but was scolded and slapped by his father. He angrily scolded Zhao Xiao for being ignorant, saying that his family was preparing to buy a house and asked Lin Shi to borrow money but he still did this, and ordered him to apologize to Lin Shi immediately. Father Zhao felt that Zhao Xiao's motive to kill Lin Shi this time must be too obvious, which offended Lin Shi and made him angry. Lin Shi didn't know any of this, and even if he did he wouldn't care. The next day, Lin Shi got up early to exercise as usual. Not long after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. The intermediary was a young woman named Chen Qingqing. Mr. Lin, I have a client who wants to see the house. When are you free? So fast. Lin Shi was slightly surprised. I have time now, just bring someone over. 10 minutes later, Lin Shi heard the doorbell ringing. After opening the door, a middle-aged man in a jacket followed the young and beautiful Chen Qingqing in. Chen Qingqing began to introduce the advantages of this house in detail. Lin Shi stepped aside. The real estate agents who sold houses were professionals, so all he had to do was wait. After looking at the house, the middle-aged man readily said that he could buy it in full. The price negotiated was 9.45 million. Lin Shi was a little surprised. This was much faster than he had imagined. When the 2 of them left, Lin Shi suddenly understood something when he saw the middle-aged man reaching out his dirty hands to Chen Qingqing. Not long after the 2 left, Chen Qingqing came back. Mr. Lin, I have already negotiated with the client. We will go through the transfer formalities tomorrow. Mr. Lin, please prepare the things in advance. This big order was bound to cause many troubles, so Chen Qingqing tried her best. Good. Although he was surprised by the woman's methods, Lin Shi was very satisfied with the result. The faster you sell your house, the quicker you can move on to the next step. Chen Qingqing then began to explain in detail what needed to be prepared for the transfer. As she spoke, Chen Qingqing slowly leaned over. Lin Shi took a few steps back and cast a cold gaze towards Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing was 25 or 26 years old, at the prime of her life, and she had a good figure. But he had no feelings for such an unscrupulous woman. Chen Qingqing felt her heart sink when Lin Shi's eyes swept over her. She had never seen a little boy with such cold eyes. But thinking of the huge commission, Chen Qingqing still forced herself to show her most beautiful smile. Mr. Lin, you said before that the amount exceeding 9 million will be counted as commission. I'm a man of my words. I'll transfer it to you once the transaction is completed. I have to go out soon, so I won't keep Miss Chen here. It's his ability that he can get 450,000 for one order, so Lin Shi naturally won't regret it. With this money, he can start his next plan. Hearing this, Chen Qingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said goodbye and left. Lin Shi was also getting ready to go out. They had agreed yesterday to sign the warehouse rental contract today. Lin Shi took a look around the warehouse and was very satisfied. He raised a few requirements before renting it. There should be few people around, the warehouse should be well confidential, outsiders should not be able to see what is going on inside, etc. This agent was also very attentive. He found the warehouse according to Lin Shi's requirements and came to check it out in advance. The contract was signed smoothly. Tomorrow, when the houses in his community are delivered, Lin Shi can move into the warehouse. When leaving, Lin Shi stopped the agent. The intermediary was a man in his late 20s named Liao Peng. Lin Shi felt that this person was very careful and steady in his work. There are less than 3 months left in the countdown to the end of the world. He needs to collect a huge amount of supplies and upgrade the cornucopia, which will not be completed in a few days. Building a shelter is time-consuming and laborious, and he needs help. Mr. Liao, are you interested in working for me? I can give you an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Lin Shi made a big promise. Liao Peng was stunned. An annual salary of 500,000. That was 200,000 or 300,000 higher than his salary at a real estate agency. But he was confused and wondered if Lin Shi was joking with him. He asked carefully, "What do you need from me?" He can't do anything that is illegal. Lin Shi organized his words and said, "It's like this. I'm a doomsday survival enthusiast and I want to build an independent safe house in Shushi, but I'm in Haishi and can't get away. I hope someone can help me." Doomsday survival enthusiast. Safe house. Even someone as calm as Liao Peng's face trembled when he heard Lin Shi's words. As a real estate agent, he has rented and sold all kinds of houses. Of course, we know that some rich people have strange ideas. Because there are rumors online that there might be a third world war or natural disasters, some rich but fearful bosses will build an extreme environment survival system in the basement under their villas. But those are big bosses over 40 years old. This was the first time he was asked to help build a safe house alone. If the young men in front of him had not just completed a deal with him, Liao Peng might have thought he was a liar and turned away. Lin Shi also knew that words were not enough, so he signaled Liao Peng to take out the payment code on his mobile phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to him. That's more than 2 months' salary. Now Liao Peng believed Lin Shi's words. Who would joke about so much money for no reason? However, he was cautious and still asked to sign a contract with Lin Shi. Lin Shi also had the same idea. The shelter was closely related to his future survival. He couldn't expect to make Liao Peng work for him wholeheartedly just by saying a few words. After the two discussed the details of the contract, they signed a contract. The content of the contract was roughly that Lin Shi hired Liao Peng as his personal butler with an annual salary of 500,000. Responsible for the construction, supervision, and acceptance of the new house in Shushi, and also helping Lin Shi with some chores. Lin Shi must guarantee Liao Peng's salary and other rights and interests. Lin Shi's time requirement was tight, so Liao Peng immediately resigned and took up the position. With this job, he can buy a house in the suburbs of High City after working for a few years, which is much better than working as a real estate agent. I secretly made up my mind to work hard and let boss Lin see my abilities. Little did he know that this job would end in 3 months. Lin Shi didn't even think about hiring him for long. Once the shelter was built, Liao Peng's job was over. Lin Shi directly ordered, "Liao Peng, go to Shushi first and find a piece of residential land that is willing to sell according to my requirements." Lin Shi's requirements were that the terrain must be high and flat, with no tall buildings around, a remote location, and a large area of land where construction could begin directly. This is Liao Peng's specialty, and it should not be difficult for him. "Okay, boss." Liao Peng quickly got into the role and immediately went to book the earliest flight. Shushi City in southern province is a famous tourist destination and the city closest to the equator, with no winter all year round. After the extreme cold apocalypse, human living space has shrunk dramatically, and the temperature in the north is extremely low, no longer suitable for human habitation. Even though buildings in the north are more cold-resistant than those in the south, natural gas pipelines in the north were quickly frozen and cracked. Without heating, the outdoor temperature reached an average of -70 degrees Celsius, almost cutting off the food source and forcing people in the north to migrate to the south. And this is just in the summer. Only a few areas with national granaries were able to survive and set up shelters for survivors. Although the equator is not immune to extreme cold, it is at least 30 to 40 degrees higher than the north, with an average temperature of only -30 degrees Celsius to -50 degrees Celsius. Moreover, Shushi is close to the sea, and the government occasionally breaks the ice to salvage frozen sea fish, so food is not as scarce as in the north. Lin Shi made preparations in this life not because he coveted official supplies. With the space to carry a large amount of supplies, safety became Lin Shi's most important concern. The most terrifying thing in the end times is not the extremely bad weather, but human beings themselves. In the extreme cold with no food, the starving people would do anything they could, and killing people and stealing supplies were common occurrences. No city has a stable order. Shushi has the largest official shelter of the Xia Kingdom, where most of the Xia Kingdom's top officials, scientific researchers, and military are gathered. The order is naturally much better than other places. And in my previous life, I heard that Shushi had developed food that could be grown in extreme cold. In this life, he naturally wanted to do his best and build his own shelter directly in Shushi. Lin Shi reminded Liao Peng of the relevant precautions for building a shelter before returning home. The next morning, after finishing his daily morning exercises, Lin Shi put all the things he could take away from home into the space. Take some useless things downstairs and throw them away. Before leaving, Lin Shi took one last look at the empty house and turned away without any reluctance. It's just a house. He is alone and anywhere is his home. Lin Shi didn't know that not long after he left home, Zhao Xiao went to his house to find him. However, because he couldn't find Lin Shi, he was scolded by Zhao's father and mother in the next few days. Lin Shi went to handle the house transfer procedures at the agreed time. After the money arrived, he transferred 450,000 yuan to Chen Qingqing. Then head straight to the bank. Xiaogua Bank, the largest head office in High City, is located in the city center. Because the amount of gold required was large and he was afraid that the bank might not have that much at once, Lin Shi called the account manager to make an appointment yesterday after confirming that the house could be transferred today. It was already afternoon when he arrived at the bank. On the way, I bought a suitcase to store the gold. Lin Shi's savings now have reached 25.4 million. His original savings plus the money from the sale of the 3 gold bars, minus the money spent on renting the warehouse and giving it to Liao Peng and miscellaneous expenses, still left him with 15.4 million. The house was sold for 9 million. I borrowed 1 million through various online loan apps. If it weren't for the rule that a person cannot borrow more than 1 million yuan from different formal platforms, Lin Shi would have borrowed more. Lin Shi now has a total of 25.4 million in funds, enough to buy 60 kilograms of gold. It is calculated according to the rule that the money points will double every time the treasure bowl is upgraded to a higher level. 60 kilograms of gold can upgrade the space 4 times, and then upgrade the item copy twice. Upgrading the space 5 times or upgrading the item replication 3 times alone is not enough. The volume of the space is now 6 by 6 by 6, 216 cubic meters, which is almost enough after 4 upgrades. What Lin Shi wanted to know was what changes would happen after the item copying ability was upgraded. There were quite a few people in the bank. Lin Shi walked in with a suitcase and stood out. Immediately, a bank employee came up to him and asked, "What business do you need?" Lin Shi said, "I am here to buy gold. I made an appointment yesterday." "Which manager are you contacting?" "Surname Chu." Soon Lin Shi was brought to the door of an office. Chu Xiaodie is the account manager of Xiaogua Bank's head office in High City. Yesterday, a customer with a deposit of tens of millions called her and said he wanted to buy 60 kilograms of gold in the bank. Chu Xiaodie was very surprised. What does 60 kilograms of gold mean? Although the international gold price has dropped a few yuan in the past 2 days, each gram of gold still costs 413 yuan. Adding the bank's minimum labor fee of 5 yuan, 60 kilograms of gold will cost 25.08 million yuan. Generally, wealthy people invest by buying gold stocks or gold futures, and few people would buy so much physical gold. Moreover, the situation has been unstable in recent years and the price of gold has remained high. It is very easy to lose money by buying so much physical gold. Chu Xiaodie curiously checked the customer information. The information shows that this person's name is Lin Shi and he is only 19 years old. Chu Xiaodie had a deep impression of this boy. 3 years ago, an electronic power engineer from Tianqi New Energy Company, Limited, the largest new energy company in High City, unfortunately died in an accident at work. Apocalypse New Energy Company, Limited paid a compensation of 10 million yuan with a wave of its hand. It was well received at the time. Not long after, the son of the electronic and electrical engineer received the compensation, and it was Chu Xiaodie who handled the business for him. Chu Xiaodie remembered that the boy's name was Lin Shi. Chu Xiaodie checked the physical gold inventory stored in the bank, and after confirming that there was inventory, she replied to Lin Shi that he could come at any time to go through the purchase procedures. She waited all morning, looking toward the door from time to time. I waited for a long time but no one came. She was about to take a short rest at noon when there was a knock on the door. "Manager, a customer who wants to buy gold has arrived." Lin Shi waited in the hall for a while, and a charming woman in uniform came out. He glanced at the tag on the woman's chest, "Account Manager, Chu Xiaodie." "Are you Mr. Lin?" Chu Xiaodie smiled politely and said, "Please follow me." Lin Shi nodded and followed Chu Xiaodie to the VIP room. Chu Xiaodie first explained to Lin Shi the process of purchasing physical gold bars. If you buy physical gold, you will lose money if the price of gold does not increase by more than $10. Because processing fees, service fees, etc. must be added when purchasing. But Lin Shi didn't buy gold for investment, so losing $12 was not a big problem for him. "I have understood it. Now let's go through the formalities. Select specifications, open an account, and fill in documents." Except for the look from the account manager which was a little overwhelming for Lin Shi, the rest of the steps went smoothly. Lin Shi's deposit of 25.4 million can be used to buy 61,000 G gold bars at today's real-time international gold price of 412/G, after deducting labor and service fees. The 1,000 G was chosen by Lin Shi himself. He was going to sell it back anyway, so there was no need to pick a specific style. It is also more convenient to upgrade with one 1,000 G stick, and only 2 sticks are needed to upgrade to the next level of space. After purchasing gold bars, you can choose to deposit them in a bank or withdraw them and take them home. Lin Shi's request was naturally to take it home. Chu Xiaodie counted out 60 gold bars from the safe. They were placed one by one on the counter. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Shi became more and more eager. Being able to invest so much gold, Lin Shi is definitely his big client. Thinking that she would get a commission of 2 months' salary for completing this order, Chu Xiaodie felt that this little brother in front of her liked her more and more. Lin Shi looked away. When he gets the copied gold bar back tomorrow, this woman will probably want to eat her. The VIP room and the lobby are separated by a huge piece of frosted glass, with some striped gaps through which one can see what's going on inside the lobby. Lin Shi glanced around the bank lobby out of boredom, and his eyes suddenly fixed. He saw something was wrong with one person in the crowd. Lin Shi looked carefully and found that there were not just one person, but 4 people. The 4 people were dressed casually and seemed to be sitting leisurely in different locations of the bank waiting in line. Even the bank security guards couldn't see anything unusual. But Lin Shi survived the pile of dead bodies in the apocalypse. In the past 8 years, he had seen many villains and killed no one knew how many people he had. You can tell at a glance that these 4 people have murderous intent. It is still a peaceful era, how could ordinary people have murderous intent? Really? It would be fine if you didn't come, but what if you came and encountered a bank robber? Lin Shi secretly recalled whether there was any news of bank robbery in High City before the end of his previous life, but he couldn't think of anything after thinking for a while. Did some butterfly effect occur after he came back? As if sensing Lin Shi's gaze, one of them turned his head, and Lin Shi quickly turned his gaze back. High City is one of the safest cities in Xia country. As the largest bank in High City, someone actually dared to come here to rob the bank. Isn't this just seeking death? It is well known that robbing a bank definitely does not reward or risk anything proportional to the benefits. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Because of the obstruction, other people can't see what's going on here. But Lin Shi still felt a little uneasy. It's better to be safe than sorry. This is all my life and property. If it were really robbed, I would have no place to cry. He turned around and whispered to Chu Xiaodia, who was still counting the gold, "Wait, I won't buy it today." No one knew when these 4 people came in. He was very conspicuous because he was carrying a suitcase, and he came to the VIP room. If this group of people have other intentions, I might have been targeted. What? Chu Xiaodia thought she had heard it wrong. I said, I won't buy it for now. I'll come back another day. Lin Shi lowered his voice. However, when Chu Xiaodia heard that Lin Shi was not going to buy it, she immediately felt that Lin Shi was playing a trick on her. After all the trouble and even taking out the gold bars, now he tells me that he is not going to buy it. Her commission is gone. Chu Xiaodia was very angry and her voice became louder. Sir, your transaction has been successful and the transaction amount has been deducted. If you want to return it. Return. Lin Shi interrupted Chu Xiaodia's next words. He now hoped that the account manager would put the gold bars away quickly. Chu Xiaodia was so angry that her face turned blue, but she still had to force a smile. She did not take the gold bars back, but wanted to continue arguing with Lin Shi. Mr. Lin, these gold bars are already yours. If you want to return them, it means that the gold bars will go through the repurchase process, and you will lose the processing fee and service fee. Lin Shi glanced and saw that one of the 4 people was approaching the VIP room. The man was about 30 years old, wearing black casual clothes, with a crew cut, and an ordinary appearance, but if you look closely at his eyes, you can see that there is a fierce look in them, as if he has killed people and seen blood. Although this person is of the yellow race, his appearance gave Lin Shi the feeling that he was not a native of the country. Seeing this, Lin Shi felt that his guess might come true. Chu Xiaodia was still chattering away and reasoning with Lin Shi. Lin Shi secretly cursed, "What a brainless woman." Lin Shi lowered his voice and said, "Put the gold bars away quickly. Otherwise, if they are robbed, you will have to bear the consequences yourself." Seeing Lin Shi's stubbornness, Chu Xiaodia was so angry that her chest heaved. Mr. Lin, these gold bars are still on my counter. Even if they were stolen, it is my bank's responsibility. Please don't be so cautious. Lin Shi's focus changed. You mean, now that it's been robbed, it doesn't belong to me? At this time, the security guard also noticed something and came over. The VIP room usually houses large transactions, and when the security guard saw someone suddenly approaching there, he subconsciously became alert. The security guard walked up to the man with the buzz cut and blocked his way. Hello, please queue up in the lobby for normal transactions. Oh sorry, I don't know. The man with the crew cut showed an apologetic expression, as if he was about to bend down to apologize. However, Lin Shi's pupils suddenly shrank. A black pistol was quickly taken out of the pocket of the man with a crew cut and pointed at the security guard's abdomen. There was a loud bang sound of a gunshot. The security guard fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing out from his abdomen, staining his uniform, which should have been clean and tidy. The next second, the other 3 gangsters also pulled out their pistols. The security guards who pulled out electric batons were shot each. Gunshots and screams echoed throughout the lobby. This was followed by a piercing alarm. A bank employee sitting at the counter pressed the alarm immediately. The men with the crew cut had already shot open the door of the VIP room. Lin Shi's eyes met the men with the crew cut. Seeing the greed and murderous intent in the eyes of the men with the crew cut, Lin Shi squatted on the ground. He put his head in his hands and moved himself into a corner. If you ask him what to do when encountering danger, Lin Shi will tell you with certainty that if you can beat the opponent, then fight. If you can't beat the opponent, then run. If you can't run, then give in. The other man had 4 guns and he was unarmed. Stand up. Come on, isn't it good to be alive? Lin Shi squatted quietly in the corner. Other people in the hall have been controlled by the robbers. The 4 robbers were obviously well prepared and had a clear division of labor. One person is responsible for observing the situation outside, and the other is responsible for guarding the hostages. There was another person walking towards the men with a crew cut, holding a handbag. Chu Xiaodia at the counter was terrified. Someone actually dared to come to the Xiaogua Bank headquarters to rob the bank. The man with a crew cut walked straight to the counter, pointed his gun at Chu Xiaodia behind the bulletproof glass, and threatened. Take out the gold bars. Quick. Chu Xiaodia did not listen, but instead packed up the gold bars and prepared to lock them back in the safe. Although they were very scared, they were also trained and the bulletproof glass of the head office could not be penetrated by ordinary pistols. This is the city center. The bank alarm is connected to the nearest police station. The security guards will arrive within 10 minutes or so. However, there were other bank staff outside the counter. One robber put a gun directly to a staff member's head and took the person to the door of the VIP room. The staff was so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. Take out the gold bars as quickly as possible. If you are 10 seconds late, I will kill someone. Chu Xiaodia had no choice but to do as she was told. Lin Shi hid in the corner and watched this scene quietly. He found that no robbers went to the other counters to steal cash. The goal of these 4 people is clear, they just want the gold in the VIP room. Well, any robber with a bit of brains wouldn't go to a bank to rob cash. You know, the bank records the serial numbers of every banknote, so even if you steal it, you can't spend it. After the gold is stolen, it can be melted and circulated on the market. But there is a doubt here. The gold inventory over the counter is limited, and the bank's large gold bars are kept in the vault. If you don't steal a huge amount of gold, the risks and benefits of robbing a bank are not proportional. How can these robbers be sure that there will be a huge amount of gold at the bank counter today? There are definitely not many people like me who spend 25 million to buy physical gold. Lin Shi looked at Chu Xiaodia, who was trembling as she handed the gold bars to the robber. Suddenly a flash of inspiration came to my mind. Someone may have leaked the information that he would come to the bank to buy a huge amount of gold bars today. Thinking this way, everything becomes clear. They have been waiting for this batch of gold bars to appear. Lin Shi felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes were terribly cold. Fortunately, I did not take the gold bars away, and the security personnel noticed the abnormality, so I escaped. Otherwise, wait until you pack the gold bars in your suitcase. Then it would be absolutely difficult for me to escape alive without any preparation. Chu Xiaodia quickly handed the 60 gold bars out of the window and the robber put them into his handbag. The gold bar may not look big, but it weighs 120 kilograms, and it is quite difficult for a robber to carry it. At this time, the men with a crew cut saw the suitcase next to the counter. Lin Shi secretly cried out in dismay. Sure enough, the men with a crew cut noticed Lin Shi. Because he wanted to carry the gold bars, Lin Shi bought a small black suitcase with a combination lock. I only heard the crew-haired man say to Lin Shi fiercely, "Come here. Open this suitcase." Lin Shi showed a frightened expression, walked over and obediently opened the suitcase. The robbers put the bag containing the gold bars into the suitcase. During this process, Lin Shi kept a close eye on the robbers' movements. 25 million gold, all in a small suitcase. If I use the space to put these gold bars into the space at this time. No. Lin Shi immediately rejected his idea. The bank's surveillance equipment is still working normally. This box suddenly disappeared right under the eyes of a group of people. It was too conspicuous. The disappearance of 25 million worth of gold out of thin air will definitely be traced to the end. If the cornucopia is exposed, the loss will outweigh the gain. The sound of sirens could be faintly heard in the distance. The robbers were not slow, but the Xia police were even faster. Hearing the sirens, the robber was obviously panicked. Leaving immediately. Before leaving, the men with a crew cut glanced at Lin Shi again. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Lin Shi. Lin Shi instinctively wanted to dodge and counterattack. But suddenly he thought of something, and Lin Shi forced himself to restrain his instinct and did not move. The men with the crew cut grabbed Lin Shi and pointed the gun at his back, saying in a low voice, "Walk." Lin Shi obediently followed the robber out of the bank. There was already a waiting car outside the bank. Lin Shi was pushed into the car. It turned out that there were 5 robbers in total. It was an SUV, and 4 big men were cramped in the back, but none of the robbers complained. Everyone agreed that the men with the crew cut took Lin Shi into the car. Just as Lin Shi was being taken hostage into the car, a reporter who was working nearby came over and took a video of Lin Shi being kidnapped. The head office of Xiaogua Bank in High City was robbed by robbers, and a young man was unfortunately held hostage. Through short videos, this news was quickly pushed to the hot list. Countless netizens saw the scene of Lin Shi being taken into the car in the short video. I'm actually going to see some idiot robbing a bank in my lifetime. There are people who dare to rob the head office. They are very brave. I bet these robbers can't escape for a day. These robbers actually have guns. I'll bet for a long time. I believe in the strength of my country's security guards. The man who was held hostage is probably in danger, right? The person being held hostage seems to be my high school classmate. Isn't the person being held hostage my college classmate Lin Shi? My high school classmate is also called Lin Shi. Soon someone discovered that the Lin Shi they knew was the same Lin Shi. Thus, another short video was born. A top student from a 985 university was held hostage by bank robbers, and his life or death is uncertain. A short video was produced and became popular. There is also a clear photo of Lin Shi's face in the video. Looking at Lin Shijun's handsome and slightly immature face in the photo, countless old aunts and sisters prayed for him with concern. And officials must rescue the hostages successfully. Lin Shi's college classmate who posted this video also gained countless followers. Lin Shi didn't know yet that he had become famous. Not long after the vehicle started, the sound of police cars behind him was getting closer and closer. The 5 people in the car were obviously breathing much heavier. One of them talked a lot. Only then did Lin Shi realize that these 5 people might not be from Xia. At this time, the golden suitcase was placed under the feet of a gangster. Lin Shi could touch it just by stretching his legs. As long as his hands can touch the suitcase, he can transfer the contents into space. That's right, Lin Shi came here just for this box of gold. When the gold was robbed, it was still inside the counter and had never touched him, so naturally the bank should be held responsible for its loss. I can still get 60 kilograms of gold bars as compensation from the bank. If he put the gold stolen by the robbers into the space, no matter whether the robbers escaped or not, the blame for the loss of the gold would be theirs. You will own 120 kilograms of gold. After doubling the number, it is exactly 240 kilograms. 120 kilograms of gold to upgrade the cornucopia, twice as much as the original plan. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. I will be safe until these 5 robbers are safe. At this time, Lin Shi was sitting with the 3 robbers in the back row, very close to the suitcase. But bending down to touch the suitcase would have been too deliberate, he was waiting for an opportunity. The gangster driving the off-road vehicle was an excellent driver, weaving in and out of traffic at a speed of around 80 miles per hour. He narrowly avoided other vehicles several times and left the police cars far behind. But soon the gangsters discovered that there were 2 helicopters following them overhead. Lin Shi heard the crew-haired man swear an international swear word. Not long after, a roadblock appeared on the road ahead. Even an off-road vehicle would not be able to break through that row of sharp barbs. A group of special police were standing by behind the roadblock. There was a sharp sound of sudden brakes, and everyone in the SUV leaned forward. Lin Shi's eyes flashed. Good opportunity. Just when everyone was unsteady and focused their attention on the roadblocks and special police in front of the vehicle, Lin Shi bent down, quickly touched the suitcase with his hand, and stood up immediately. None of the robbers noticed anything unusual. These robbers had no idea that the gold they had snatched with so much difficulty had disappeared. It was all collected by Lin Shi into the space. Next he had to find a way to get out. The off-road vehicle backed up frantically, turned around and fled towards a small road. The helicopter followed. On a helicopter, a camera was facing the robber's SUV. The SUV seemed to have made a circle, and after more than 10 minutes an overpass appeared ahead. Cars were coming and going under the overpass, but Lin Shi's body tensed up. An ordinary black car was parked under the overpass. But Lin Shi could tell something was wrong at a glance. Most people will park on the roadside outside the overpass even if they are in an emergency, not under the bridge. The area below the overpass happens to be a blind spot for helicopter monitoring. This is most likely a vehicle that the robbers prepared in advance to escape from pursuit. If the robbers got off the car, they would find that the gold bars in the suitcase were missing, and they would be in a passive position. It turned out that Lin Shi's guess was correct. The off-road vehicle braked suddenly as it entered under the overpass. If you are not changing vehicles and there are no vehicles ahead, there is no need to brake suddenly. Just as the SUV braked suddenly, Lin Shi, who was sitting between the 2 robbers, suddenly reached out and touched the hands of the 2 robbers holding guns. The 2 robbers were about to react, but their hands were empty, the pistols were gone. I was stunned for a moment. In just a moment, the robber's pistol appeared in Lin Shi's hand. He aimed at the 3rd armed robber in the back row and shot him in the head. Then he shot 2 unarmed robbers in the back row in the head with 2 shots. The distance was so close that Lin Shi didn't even need to aim. Hearing the gunshots from the back row, the man with a crew cut in front turned around subconsciously, and his body leaned forward due to inertia. Before he could make any move, Lin Shi's gun was already pointed at his head. The man with the crew cut's pupils dilated. He didn't expect that the rich second-generation hostage, who he thought was powerless, could actually snatch the gun from his companion. Skilled movements, quick, accurate and ruthless shooting, and a coldness that is completely inconsistent with his appearance and age. The man with the crew cut opened his mouth as if to say something, but Lin Shi had already pulled the trigger. It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. The robber sitting in the driver's seat kept his hands on the steering wheel. As soon as he realized something was wrong, he pulled out the gun from his waist, but before he could turn off the safety, his head had already exploded. At this point, all 5 robbers were caught. This off-road vehicle actually uses bulletproof glass, which is quite soundproof. In addition, there were no vehicles passing by, so it did not alarm other vehicles. After Lin Shi shot the robber in the driver's seat, he jumped out of the car as quickly as possible, avoiding the sight of passing cars, put his hands on the car body, and put the car and the body into the space. Then he walked quickly towards the black car. He opened the car door and got in. The car was indeed unlocked and the keys were still in it. Lin Shi stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. 10 minutes later, after confirming that no helicopter had locked onto his position, Lin Shi drove the car into a remote forest. Because the car changing process was so quick, the helicopter did not react to the criminals changing cars. In addition, there were wheels passing under the bridge, so Lin Shi quickly drove away from official surveillance. Confirm again that there is no one around and no surveillance. Lin Shi put the black car into the space and took out the SUV. Start collecting loot. The 5 robbers had 5 pistols and 10 magazines in total. Lin Shi picked up a gun and quickly replaced the empty magazine. He had touched a gun in his previous life, but the Xia Kingdom had strict gun control and it was very difficult to get a pistol. Guns are extremely precious materials whether before or after the apocalypse. He took such a big risk this time, not only for the gold bars, but also for the pistol. With a pistol, his ability to survive in the early days of the apocalypse would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Lin Shi searched the carriage for a while. A small amount of cash and 2 daggers were found. Collect all these items and the gold bars. Although there were unexpected events when the bank purchased the gold bars this time, the gains were far beyond his expectations. After confirming that nothing was left out, Lin Shi put the SUV back into the space. After the end of the world, these people will be thrown into the sea and frozen under the thick ice, and they will never be found. After handling everything, Lin Shi walked for a while, took a taxi, and went to the sheriff's bureau. On the other side, the police car rushed to the overpass where the SUV was lost and found no one there. The robbers and the SUV seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The cameras under the overpass had already been destroyed by the robbers who had made preparations in advance. All the security guards returned empty-handed. Half an hour later, at the police station in the city center. You mean, after the group drove the car into the mountains, they let you go? And then they drove away. Do you remember the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went? The security guard asked questions one after another. The head office of Xiaogua Bank was robbed of gold bars worth 25 million and a hostage was taken. This incident has attracted widespread attention in Haishi and even across the country. Although the hostages are safe now, the robbers and the gold bars are missing, which causes a headache for the leaders of the city center security bureau. Faced with the security guards' questions, Lin Shi answered all of them truthfully. Those who couldn't answer said innocently that they didn't know, were not clear, or hadn't noticed. The robbers and the car have disappeared, and the more lies you make up, the more loopholes there are. Lin Shi just needs to play dumb. Although he was also a suspect, the security guards knew after investigation that he had never had any contact with the robbers before today. You know, he was still a serious college student a few days ago. There is no need for such a perfect lie. Lin Shi's suspicion can be ruled out after an official investigation. Officer, can the gold bars be recovered? If not, the bank will compensate me, right? After finishing the questioning, Lin Shi became concerned about his gold bars. Just as the security guard was about to speak, Chu Xiaodia and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie hurried into the police station. The middle-aged deputy asked as soon as he entered the door. Have the hostages been found? Where are they? Where are the gold bars? The security guard said to Lin Shi. Someone from the bank is here. The older one is the vice president of the bank. You can communicate with him directly. Soon, Liao Peng, the vice president of Xiaogua Bank, sat opposite Lin Shi. The security guard had left, and only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodia, and Liao Peng were left in the room. Are you the hostage? Are you back? Are the gold bars missing? Liao Peng's tone was questioning, which made Lin Shi feel a little unhappy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. You can ask the security guard these questions. I want to ask, when will you give me my gold bars? Liao Peng frowned and glanced at Chu Xiaodia. Chu Xiaodia took out a document and handed it to Lin Shi, saying, Mr. Lin, your gold bars were taken away by robbers. If the gold bars are not recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50% of your losses. No problem, just sign this document. At present, the incident of gold bar robbery has been widely circulated on the internet. If we do not want this incident to cause reputational damage to the bank, we must resolve this matter as soon as possible. 50%. Lin Shi turned his head and looked at Chu Xiaodia with a smile. Didn't you say that if someone gets robbed, it's your bank's responsibility? Chu Xiaodia's eyes dodged, but thinking of the instructions given by the vice president before she came out, she still said with a righteous expression. The loss of gold bars was caused by a third party. 4 of our bank's security personnel died and 2 were seriously injured in this incident. We have fulfilled our obligations. We are very sorry that this happened. If the gold bars can be recovered, we will definitely give you the full amount. Lin Shi glanced at the documents handed over by Chu Xiaodia. A dense array of professional terms. The general meaning is that if the gold bars cannot be recovered, the bank will compensate Lin Shi for half of the gold bars, and Lin Shi can no longer hold the bank responsible. Lin Shi almost laughed. She sounds so self-centered, but does she treat him like a 3-year-old child? Lin Shi glanced at the vice president. They looked calm and composed, as if paying half compensation was already a sign of kindness on their part. I remember that the gold bars were taken away by robbers inside the counter. The gold bars were not given to me, and the transaction between the bank and me was not completed. I have nothing to do with the loss of the gold bars at your bank. Li Chongbin was somewhat surprised that Lin Shi, a 19-year-old young man, could remain so calm after being held hostage by gangsters. He said earnestly, Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely our bank's fault. Let's put it this way, we will compensate you 60%. In addition, I have a good personal relationship with a professor at your university, so I can apply for a guaranteed place for you to study at your university. How about that? Not very good. Lin Shi refused flatly. Seeing that Lin Shi refused to listen, Li Chongbin's face turned ugly and he said in a bad tone, Young man, don't be too greedy. I heard that there is no one in your family except you. You are still young and have not yet entered society. You don't know that young people nowadays have to learn to compromise. Otherwise, they will offend people they shouldn't offend, which will affect their future. Hee, are you threatening me? A cold light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Xiaodia tried to smooth things over by saying, Mr. Lin, we are communicating with you about compensation with sincerity. But we want to know, how did you know these people were going to rob a bank? These robbers did all kinds of evil, but they let you go. Mr. Lin, do you really not know these robbers? Are you trying to say that I'm in cahoots with the robbers? Lin Shi laughed angrily. The two of them didn't say anything, obviously agreeing. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, Lin Shi didn't want to waste any more time. He stood up and walked straight out. Then you two can help the police find evidence. I will not accompany you anymore. I will take legal action to get my things back. If you sue the bank yourself, your chances of winning are very high. But it will take a long time. But the gold bars were already in his hands, so he wouldn't lose anything. As for the threat made by the vice president of the bank, haha, I hope he can still stand and talk to me in 3 months. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Thinking it was an advertisement, Lin Shi turned on the speakerphone directly. The call was connected, and a female voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Shi? I am a reporter from XX News in this city. I would like to do a special interview with you. Do you have time? Lin Shi was stunned. A local reporter. Why would a reporter interview him? Just as I was about to refuse, another call came in. It's still an unfamiliar number. Sorry, I have to take a call first. After saying that, Lin Shi hung up the phone and answered the second call. Hello Mr. Lin Shi, we are from XX New Media, we would like to. Before I could finish my sentence, another phone number called. Lin Shi hung up the call suspiciously and continued. Excuse me, is this Lin Shi? I am a reporter from Xiaogua Central News Agency. All the reporters from Xiaogua Central News called me. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, but did not hang up the phone. Instead, he started chatting with the CCTV reporter. I'm Lin Shi, what do you want from me? Mr. Lin, do you have time to accept an interview? Netizens are eager to know how you escaped from the robbers. Lin Shi was a little hesitant because he didn't want to be famous. Netizens in the 21st century are so scary. If your little tricks are dug out, you're done for. Although killing the robber was self-defense, the fact is that he swallowed the gold bars. With a glance, he found that Chu Xiaodia and the vice president were staring at him. Seems a little nervous. The refusal on the tip of my tongue turned into a promise, okay. After agreeing on the time and place, Lin Shi hung up the phone and continued walking out. Li Chongbin's eyes flashed with regret. He wanted to take preemptive action before the reporters showed up. Who knew that Lin Shi would be so stubborn? Wait. Let's talk more. Chu Xiaodia tried to grab Lin Shi's arm, but he dodged her. Lin Shi turned to look at Chu Xiaodia, raised his eyebrows, and seemed to remember something, and said, That's right. I gave the police a clue about the robber's motive for the robbery. What clue? Chu Xiaodia asked subconsciously. When I was hijacked, I heard the robbers say that a bank employee leaked the information about my gold purchase, so they targeted this batch of gold bars to rob the bank. This sentence was actually made up by Lin Shi, as he couldn't understand the robber's conversation at all. But that didn't stop him from wanting to cheat this woman. If someone had leaked his information, the woman in front of him was the most likely person. Chu Xiaodia's heart skipped a beat, and she seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. Seeing Chu Xiaodia's increasingly panicked expression, Lin Shi, who was originally only 50% sure, now felt 100%. Tisk, TSK, TSK. 4 security guards were killed and the bank lost more than 20 million. I don't know how many years the leaker will be sentenced to. Looking at Chu Xiaodia's dazed and dejected look, Lin Shi smiled maliciously and turned away. No wonder the bank robbery that didn't happen in the previous life happened in this life. It was indeed the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth and going to the bank to buy gold bars. Li Chongbin's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted at Lin Shi's back. Stop. Seeing Lin Shi walking away without stopping, Li Chongbin grabbed Chu Xiaodia's arm tightly. What's going on? He only came to negotiate with Lin Shi when the bank was not fully responsible. I never expected that even the robbers were brought by our own people. What's the point of negotiating then? It's not me. Chu Xiaodia screamed. Seeing Chu Xiaodia's guilty look, Li Chongbin knew that the leaker Lin Shi was talking about was Chu Xiaodia. Now that Lin Shi has contacted the people from the TV station, he must finish this matter before it is exposed. Li Chongbin didn't even look at Chu Xiaodia again and walked away. Chu Xiaodia was left sitting on the ground, muttering. Not me, not me. Chu Xiaodia was very happy when she received a call from Lin Shi yesterday saying that he wanted to buy a batch of gold worth 25 million. While having dinner with her boyfriend in a restaurant in the evening, Chu Xiaodia proudly told him that a customer wanted to buy 25 million gold. In the past, when a client made a large deposit, she would show off to her boyfriend, but she never mentioned the client's name. This is not considered leaking customer information at all. How could it be targeted by robbers? However, sometimes things are just so coincidental. 2 of the robbers were sitting behind the booth where Chu Xiaodia was eating in the restaurant. If you walk on the road too much at night, you will encounter a ghost sooner or later. It was already evening when Lin Shi left the security bureau. He found his car and drove to the warehouse he rented. After a while, Lin Shi received several more calls. This time it was an advertising partner that called. After opening his phone and taking a look, Lin Shi realized that he had become famous. There are many messages in my phone from college classmates, high school classmates, and even elementary school classmates who I don't keep in touch with very often. Lin Shi cleared all messages. He doesn't want to be famous. If you didn't know that the world would end in 3 months, maybe you could take advantage of this wave of popularity and make some short videos with advertisements to earn some money. But the end of the world is coming soon, and he doesn't have the energy to do these things. Today's netizens are so scary. If any clues are found out about you, you're done for. After tidying up the compartment in the warehouse and eating some bread that was stored in the space, Lin Shi fell asleep. After a day of fighting wits and courage, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When Lin Shi woke up in the morning, he felt refreshed. After finishing his morning exercise and going out for breakfast, Lin Shi received a call from the bank. Hello, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction with our bank yesterday has not been completed yet. When will you be able to withdraw the gold? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. So fast. Originally, he wanted to use Chu Xiaodia's case and his current online fame to create a wave of public opinion and force the bank to complete the interrupted transaction with him as soon as possible. I didn't expect the bank to respond faster. Lin Shi responded. 30 minutes. After breakfast, Lin Shi came to the bank. He thought he would need to negotiate with the bank, but everything went smoothly afterwards. The bank president received him personally, apologized to him sincerely, and handed the gold bars to him personally. A number of gifts were also given as gifts, under the pretext of compensation for mental damage. Lin Shi also returned the favor and took a photo with the bank staff while taking the gold bars at the request of the bank manager. When Lin Shi left, bank staff and security personnel took the initiative to help Lin Shi carry his things and escorted him to the car. She kept smiling and waving until Lin Shi's car disappeared. This scene was naturally captured by reporters who had been paying attention to the bank's movements. The photos quickly appeared on news websites. Netizens applauded the bank's service attitude. But these have nothing to do with Lin Shi anymore. Originally, Lin Shi was planning to accept an interview and expose the vice president's recording in Chu Xiaodia's affairs. Now we have achieved our goal in the shortest possible time. These little time-wasting things can also be saved. It is unknown whether they can survive in 3 months, so why waste time on these people who are bound to die? Lin Shi's attention was on the gold bars at this time. 2 piles of dazzling gold bars were neatly stacked on the bed in a compartment of only a dozen square meters. One pile was just withdrawn from the bank today, and the other pile was stolen from robbers yesterday. There are 3 smaller ones that I have left over. A full 50 million gold. Think about the possibility that these gold bars could double into 100 million. Lin Shi's heart was beating faster. It was naturally impossible for Lin Shi to hold 120 kilograms of gold in his hands like he did the first time. He placed each hand on the gold bar. Item duplication. As the words fell, a dazzling golden light lit up in the small compartment. Gold bars appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Shi, and the sound of heavy objects falling on the bed continued to be heard. The entire iron bed made a creaking sound, obviously unable to bear the weight. But Lin Shi no longer cared whether he would sleep on the floor at night. He counted and copied out 123 gold bars, 120 of which were 1,000 grams each and 3 were 500 grams each, not one less. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. 25 million turned into 100 million in 2 days. Anyone would be thrilled. At first he wasn't sure he would succeed. In case the cornucopia has a copy limit, in case it can only copy the gold bars that the body touches, or there are other limiting factors, your own copying may fail. But fortunately, he was worrying too much. This item replica was more powerful than he thought. At this time, the cornucopia interface also changed. Treasure bowl. Function, storage space 6*6*6*6. Money points required for upgrade, 2,000. Function, item copy *1. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. You only have one chance to copy the item. I wonder if this number will change after the upgrade. Lin Shi first sorted the gold bars. Each gold bar in the bank is numbered. He sorted out the replicas of the 60 gold bars brought out today and put them aside. These are prepared to be sold back to the bank. Then place another 63 copies on the other side. We can find ways to melt these down and find channels to sell them. Lin Shi picked up 2 1000G original gold bars and said silently in his heart. Space upgrade. Keeping his temper, Lin Shi upgraded the space according to the original plan. As soon as your palms are empty, the cornucopia interface begins to change. In just a blink of an eye, the length, width, and height of the space in the consciousness doubled, and the volume increased 8 times. Treasure bowl. Function, storage space 12*12*12. Money points required for upgrade, 4,000. Function, item copy *1. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. The money points required to upgrade to the next level have doubled. Without stopping, Lin Shi picked up 4 gold bars and continued to upgrade the space. Then there are 8. 16. After using up 31,000 G gold bars and upgrading 4 times in a row, the storage space has become. Treasure bowl. Storage space, 96*96*96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item copy *1. Money points required for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space has increased to more than 9,000 square meters, and the volume is nearly 900,000 cubic meters. It's about the size of a museum. If converted into ordinary containers, it is equivalent to the size of more than 29,000 containers stacked together. This much space is enough for now. There are currently 91 kilogram gold bars and 3 500-gram gold bars left that can be upgraded. Lin Shi picked up the 10 gold bars this time, feeling excited. Upgrade item copy. As soon as he finished speaking, the gold bar in his hand disappeared. The numbers on the interface jumped rapidly until they stopped. Treasure bowl. Storage space, 96*96*96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item copy *4. Money points required for upgrade, 20,000. It really increased the frequency. And it increased 3 times at once. This means that as long as you continue to upgrade, you can gain more copies. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. If he could go to the bank to buy gold a few more times, he would be able to upgrade the treasure pot infinitely. But he soon calmed down. Going to the bank to buy gold bars and then selling them back is something that young people don't know much about, and if they lose money, they lose money. To do it again would inevitably arouse suspicion. Secondly, the copied gold bars cannot be used for upgrades and are difficult to sell. Nowadays, every citizen account in Xia country is under state surveillance, and the influx of large amounts of funds from unknown sources will quickly lead to investigations by relevant authorities. Apart from the original 25 million, no more money could be made public. Not to mention consumption. I upgraded my cornucopia to prepare for the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. If you waste precious time accumulating supplies in order to upgrade the cornucopia, that would completely go against the original intention. Moreover, after the end of the world, it is the best time to collect gold. Within a month of the end of the world, large areas of animals and plants died. Human food became drastically scarce, and by then only a few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a 1-kilogram piece of gold. No one cares about the gold, silver, and jewelry that cannot feed or clothe people anymore. After figuring it out, Lin Shi directly placed his hands on all the remaining gold bars and continued to upgrade the item copying. As the gold bars under his command disappeared quickly, the numbers on the cornucopia interface kept jumping. After the gold bars completely disappeared, the cornucopia interface became treasure bowl. Storage space, 96*96*96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item copy *22. Money points required for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his face. Each upgrade gives you twice as many points as the previous level, plus 1 remaining point. Equals 1 plus 3 plus 6 plus 12. A total of 22 copies. According to the current upgrade rules, the next time the item is copied and upgraded, he will get 24 item copies. But that's all after the end of the world. The most important thing now is to stock up on supplies. At this time, Lin Shi still had 320,000 yuan left. He needed to sell the gold bars and withdraw replicas of the gold bars from the bank in order to recover the funds. Considering that he had just received the gold bars today, Lin Shi decided to go to the bank to sell them 2 days later, which would be safer. In that case, let's get rid of another batch of gold bars that have not been seen by the public. Lin Shi found a person in Haishi on the internet. He's the kind of otaku who just hangs out on the internet all day long and does nothing. With the bait of 20,000 yuan as a reward, he was lured to go to a manufacturer of high-frequency heating equipment in the suburbs of Hai City to buy a small gold melting machine. Then he found another person to go to another factory to buy a few crucibles. I found a third person to buy the mold. Let these 3 people put the things in 3 remote places with less surveillance, and then disguise themselves and go to get them. He knew that the authorities were still paying attention to him, but so what? Even if someone found out that I bought these things, there would be no evidence to prove that I was related to the robbers. And now Chu Xiaodia's affairs should have started to ferment. I believe that the authorities should be able to follow this clue to find out the robbers' origins and motives. Plus, Lin Shi was so careful that he wouldn't be discovered for a while. After taking the things back to the warehouse, Lin Shi started to work. Melting, molding and forming. It was not until 3 in the morning that Lin Shi finally processed all 61-kilogram gold bars into 180 gold bars of various sizes. Lin Shi had already figured out what to do with these gold bars. There is a pawn shop in the eastern suburbs of High City. On the surface it is a pawn shop, but in reality there is a gang inside this pawn shop that resells all kinds of contraband. They buy and sell everything. Lin Shi knew this because the pawn shop still existed after the end of the world. It is said that someone once exchanged several hundred kilograms of rice for a Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi decided to take 5 kilograms of gold bars to investigate tomorrow. If it was just a rumor, he could also exchange the gold bars for cash. After putting all the gold bars and tools into the space, Lin Shi finished his work for the day and fell into a deep sleep. Hoo. With rhythmic breathing, Lin Shi slowly stretched his body, and the next second he suddenly slapped out with his palm. Then gently retracted. Sometimes as quiet as a virgin, sometimes as fast as a rabbit. The movements are as smooth as flowing water, and are somewhat similar to Tai Chi, but also somewhat different. This is an exercise method designed by scientists from the Xia Kingdom in the previous life to help humans survive better in extreme cold. You need to have a certain level of physical fitness before you can start practicing. After a few days of basic training, Lin Shi clearly felt that his body flexibility had improved a lot, and his strength and endurance had also increased a lot. Then he began to try to practice this set of exercises called resonance. In the past, some scientists speculated that after a geomagnetic storm broke out, a magical substance appeared in the air due to the change in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance can greatly improve the biological constitution after being absorbed by organisms. The evidence is that any animals and plants that survive the first 3 years of the apocalypse begin to mutate, and this mysterious substance is found in their blood and muscles. The surviving animals became larger and larger, and a small number of plants were able to grow in the snow at temperatures dozens of degrees below zero. However, this substance has minimal impact on humans. Apart from making humans more resistant to cold and extreme cold, there seems to be no other obvious changes. So in the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists jointly developed this training method. And it became popular among the survivors in the 7th year of the apocalypse. This set of actions can accelerate the absorption of this substance by humans. After practicing for more than a year in his previous life, Lin Shi could stay outside for 2 or 3 hours in extreme cold even without a down jacket. At that time, I heard that there were people in the army who were able to open the genetic lock. I don't know if it's true. After completing a set of movements, Lin Shi felt his body warm. He took a shower, went out for a hearty breakfast, and then drove to the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi drove to the eastern suburbs and searched for more than an hour before he found the pawn shop next to an old apartment building. Sincerely Pawn Shop. The sign was obviously faded, the door was very small and not light transmitting. Lin Shi thought for a moment, took out the pistol from the space, checked the bullets, put the pistol into the lining pocket of his clothes, and then got out of the car. It's better to be careful. Wearing a backpack filled with 5 kilograms of gold in advance, we walked into the store. When you walk into the store, you will see a huge screen with the Chinese character Dang written on it. Across the screen, a man was tinkering with something behind the counter, so focused that he didn't even know Lin Shi had walked in. Boom. Lin Shi walked over and knocked on the counter. The man looked up and saw an unfamiliar face, and immediately showed a vigilant look. Only then did Lin see that the man was holding a crossbow. The whole body is pitch black, the smooth lines are full of tension, and there is an unmounted sight and some spare parts on the table. Judging from the general appearance, this is an interceptor crossbow produced by Lighthouse Country. This is a compound crossbow that is much more powerful than a pistol. It is said that it can penetrate an elephant's skull within 150 meters. The firing rate is comparable to that of a pistol, the accuracy is high, the operation is easy, and it can be disassembled and assembled at will according to needs. The sound is quieter than a pistol, and the arrows are recyclable. If he had such a crossbow in his previous life, he could almost walk sideways in the wilderness of the apocalypse. I really didn't come to the wrong place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Xie Jinqin pulled a piece of cloth to cover the crossbow that had not yet been assembled. Although he didn't think the young boy in front of him could see it, Xie Jinqin still explained. The kids at home love to play with these toys. What's up, young man? Lin Shi didn't expose him and took off the backpack behind him and put it on the cabinet. Unzip it to reveal the gold inside. Xie Jinqin's eyes lit up and he picked up a gold bar and took a look at it. Sell or pawn? Cash or transfer? I want to change something. Lin Shi said. Hearing this, Xie Jinqin put away his carelessness and looked at Lin Shi seriously. Most people don't know that they can exchange things here. The only people who know how to come to him to exchange things are acquaintances or people introduced by acquaintances. Now that the end of the world has not yet come, Xie Jinqin naturally has not opened the door to do business. Who introduced you? What do you want in exchange? Xie Jinqin asked. Lin Shi avoids the light and goes for the heavy. Can you replace that crossbow you just had? Xie Jinqin glanced up and down at Lin Shi, as if trying to judge his age, and said. Do you know what that is? Lin Shi was about to say something when the door behind him was suddenly pushed open again. Before seeing the person, I heard his voice first. Old Xie, has my goods arrived? A tall and strong man walked in around the screen. Only then did he notice that there was another person inside. He immediately glanced at Lin Shi vigilantly. Xie Jinqin said to the burly man. The stuff has arrived, but it's not assembled yet. Please go inside and wait. I have a business deal to do first. At this time, the burly man noticed a bag of gold on the cabinet. Suddenly there was a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Seeing the burly man walk into the small door behind the counter, Xie Jinqin continued to speak. What do you want to change? Tell me quickly. I have guests here. I'll take the interceptor crossbow on your cabinet, or the elite crossbow, or the invisible crossbow. It's all fine, but it needs matching arrows. I also need 54 pistol bullets. The more the better. Xie Jinqin's pupils shrank and he looked at Lin Shi carefully again. The most important thing for people in their line of work is good eyesight. Xie Jinqin can basically determine who can be traded and who cannot be traded just by looking at a person a few times. He would never give his things to desperate criminals, lest he get into trouble and get involved. Nor will they exchange their things with ordinary people because ordinary people cannot use their things. It will only be exchanged with people who often travel on the border or mercenaries. These people often put their lives at risk and will only be grateful to themselves after getting the equipment they want. Xie Jinqin has been doing business for so many years, all relying on his good eyesight. But when he looked at Lin Shi, he was a little unsure. When I first saw Lin, I thought he was a student and was here to pawn something. When I looked again, I found that Lin Shi's eyes were calm and restrained, yet very sharp. The body is tense, and the limbs appear relaxed but are actually in a state where they can attack at any time. Xie Jinqin had only seen this kind of vigilance in old guys who often walked on the brink of life and death. However, the skin and hands of the young men in front of him were not too white and tender, unlike those of people walking on the brink of life and death. There were no calluses on his hands, and he did not have the aggressive aura of a desperado. But he could tell at a glance that what he had not yet assembled was an interception crossbow. Xie Jinqin was a little undecided for a moment. In the end, Xie Jinqin decided to trust his intuition. Boy, these gold bars are not enough for what you want. As long as you have what I want, money is not a problem. Xie Jinqin nodded. Come with me. Xie Jinqin turned around and pushed open the door behind the counter. The burly men from before seemed to have not gone far. When I pushed the door open, I saw the burly man standing by the door. Old Xie, why did you bring this kid in? Old Jin, wait a minute for your things. I'll let this little brother choose first. It turned out that the sturdy man was called Lao Jin, and Lin Shi could feel the fierceness from this sturdy man. Old Jin glanced at Lin Shi and said with contempt. Old Xie, are you so short of money that you're taking on anyone's business? If you sell the goods to a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair, aren't you afraid that your nest will be destroyed in 2 days? Xie Jinqin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his smile faded a little. I know my own business. I won't bother you to talk nonsense. Lin Shi added the second half of Xie Jinqin's words in his heart. Humph. I'm just worried that this kid will ruin the business we've been doing for so many years. Old Jean snorted unhappily and looked at Lin Shi with a fierce look in his eyes. Lin Shi looked at him calmly. When facing a ferocious beast, you must remain calm and composed so as not to be treated as prey. Xie Jinqin didn't want to say anything more, so he waved his hand, signaling Lin Shi to follow. Following Xie Jinqin through a dark corridor, we came to another thick aluminum alloy door. Xie Jinqin took out the key and opened the door. He reached out and felt around the wall inside the door for 2 seconds, and the light inside the door came on. Lin Shi saw rows of wooden racks through the crack in the door. Come in. Xie Jinqin walked towards the door first. Inside the door were indeed rows of wooden shelves from high to low, with wooden boxes of different sizes placed on them. All of them were sealed, and you couldn't see what was inside. Lin Shi followed him to a row of wooden racks, and Xie Jinqin took down a wooden box from the rack and used a screwdriver to pull out the iron bolts on it. Open the wooden box and take out the straw on the top layer, and inside is an interception crossbow that has not yet been assembled. This is the interceptor crossbow. The price is 200,000. Xie Jinqin stared at Lin Shi, not missing any expression on Lin Shi's face. The offer was high, but if the young man in front of him didn't know what was going on, he could make a fortune. Lin Shi didn't move, and said with an unhappy expression. A sniper rifle only costs tens of thousands, and you dare to buy a crossbow from me for 200,000. I remember that the market price of the interceptor in the lighthouse country is only about $8,000. Give me a sincere price. I want a lot of things, and I won't let you make less money. He will have to exchange a lot of things next and cannot be slaughtered like a fat sheep. He. Old Xie smiled, without any embarrassment on his face. Where on earth did you come from? Okay. I'll give you a market price of 100,000. I used a lot of connections to get this thing in, so I can't sell it at the price of the lighthouse country. Lin Shi stretched out his hand and gestured a number, 60,000. 90,000. No less. 65,000. In the end, Lin Shi negotiated the price for 80,000. I ordered 50 arrows for the matching arrow forest. Because arrows can be recycled, Xie Jinqin did not prepare so many, otherwise Lin Shi would have asked for more. Then came the bullets from the Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi asked for all of Xie Jinqin's stock, 2,000 rounds. The things here are quite complete. There are a wide variety of sniper rifles, pistols, and other hot weapons. But in addition to the Type 54 pistol, Lin Shi only asked for 2 AK-47s, the king of guns, and matching bullets. Originally, Lin Shi wanted a few rifles from Xia country. You know, Xia country's rifles are also world-renowned for their ability to withstand harsh environments. But Xie Jinqin said that Xiaoguo's firearms were too difficult to obtain and he couldn't get them. Lin Shi didn't take any other hot weapons. Precision firearms like sniper rifles become a pile of scrap metal at the end of the extreme cold. In extreme cold, due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the resistance of firearm accessories increases and the gun oil becomes viscous. The more sophisticated the firearm, the easier it is to jam. Some even cracked in the extreme cold. Sniper rifles, precision rifles, some high-precision pistols, etc. cannot be used either. On the contrary, a simple and crude pistol like the Type 54 can still be used. Not to mention the AK-47, a gun that can be used normally in extremely harsh environments. However, even if they do not jam, the service life of these guns is greatly reduced, and they have to be returned for maintenance after firing a few shots before they can continue shooting. Otherwise, the water vapor generated by the heat of the barrel in extreme cold will quickly freeze the barrel. In a snowstorm, snowflakes can easily fly into the barrel. Its effect as a deterrent far outweighs its practicality. If it's just for self-defense, a pistol is barely enough. After all, Lin Shi has more than one pistol. But if you go out hunting or collecting supplies, cold weapons are more useful. After the extreme cold apocalypse, cold weapons also rose to prominence. Finally, Lin Shi took a fancy to 3 Nepalese machetes and 3 daggers. When faced with the Tang sword promoted by Xie Jinqin, Lin Shi refused. I thought you young people liked this kind of knife. Xie Jinqin muttered. Tang swords have indeed been very popular on the internet in recent years. Although it is very sharp, the blade of the Tang sword is too straight and too long, and it is easy to break when it collides with hard objects or weapons at extremely low temperatures. Lin Shi smiled and didn't explain, and asked, "Do you accept reservations here?" Xie Jinqin said confidently. "Just tell me what you want. As long as it's not a big one, I can get it for you. I want the best military cold-proof clothing and matching cold-proof boots, combat gloves, and helmets. I want the top-grade, most cold-resistant ones. Can you get them?" Xie Jinqin glared. Top-level military cold-proof combat uniforms, a set of which consists of more than a dozen pieces inside and outside, are suitable for combat in environments dozens of degrees below zero. The price is not low. Each set costs at least hundreds of thousands. Lin Shi added a number at the end. "I want 50 sets, all in my size." 50 sets. Xie Jinqin's eyes widened and he said in surprise. "Are you going to war? This guy is so rich." Lin Shi spoke nonsense in a serious tone. "I'm going to Antarctica for a few years." Xie Jinqin naturally didn't believe such a lie. But after hearing what Lin Shi wanted, he felt that what Lin Shi said might be true. 5 night vision goggles. 20 military walkie-talkies, 20 integrated tents for single soldiers that can withstand low temperatures, and 50 cold-proof military sleeping bags. Also, get me a few more military crossbows like the interceptor crossbow, and more arrows. And as many bullets as you can get. Xie Jinqin made a rough calculation and found that these things were worth more than 10 million yuan. "If you want to order so many things, you have to give me at least another million as a deposit. I just want cash and gold." Xie Jinqin's request is reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. "I'll come back again in the evening. There are still a lot of gold bars in the space, but they cannot be taken out directly." After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi left the pawn shop carrying a mountaineering bag given to him by Xie Jinqin. After Lin Shi left, Xie Jinqin continued to assemble the crossbow for Lao Jin. Lao Jin asked meaningfully. "Old Xie, is this sheep fat?" "Old Jin, don't set your sights on him." Xie Jinqin actually spoke for Lin Shi. He couldn't see through the young men and didn't want to cause trouble. When he asked for the deposit just now, the young man didn't hesitate at all. Anyone who can easily take out so much cash or gold and buy so much equipment can definitely not be an ordinary person. Most importantly, he had never seen such calmness and composure in a young man in his 20s. After listening to Xie Jinqin's words, Lao Jin fell silent, with a gloomy look flashing in his eyes. After leaving the pawn shop and returning to the car, he put the things into the car when he saw there were no surveillance cameras around. After dinner in the evening, Lin Shi took out 5 kilograms of gold from the space and went to Xie Jinqin's pawn shop. The already remote suburbs become even quieter at night. Lin Shi went straight into the pawn shop and handed the gold bars to Lao Xie for counting. Xie Jinqin checked the gold and said, "Okay. Just pay the balance when the goods arrive. Then I'm leaving." Lin Shi is not afraid that Lao Jin will run away. First of all, this person is so famous in the apocalypse because of his good reputation. Although the price is high, I will give you the real goods once you pay. Secondly, I can't use the gold myself, so if it is really lost, it won't be much loss to me. Lin Shi turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Xie Jinqin. Etc. Xie Jinqin hesitated for a moment, then said carefully, "Be careful at night." Lin Shi was slightly startled, then reacted. "Thank you. Be careful at night. Why should a grown man be careful?" "Of course, be careful. Someone is targeting me." The car was driving on a relatively quiet street. Because he was cautious, Lin Shi drove slowly. After driving for a while, Lin Shi braked. A row of nails appeared on the road ahead. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Shift the gear to reverse and step on the accelerator to move backwards. He retreated to the intersection he had just passed, quickly changed gears and adjusted direction, and drove towards another road. This unexpected turn of events was completely beyond the expectations of the ambushers. A normal person would either go to repair the car after a punctured tire, or get out of the car to check the situation and sweep the nail aside. How can you just turn around and run away without saying anything? In the alley not far from where the nails were originally scattered, Lao Jin, dressed in black and wearing a motorcycle cap, was waiting for his prey to take the bait. See this scene. Lao Jin uttered an international swear word, turned the handle and chased after Lin Shi. Lin Shi drove a few hundred meters and heard the sound of a motorcycle engine behind him. I glanced through the rearview mirror and saw the person behind me was dressed in black and wearing a helmet, and my face couldn't be seen clearly under the dim street lights. Lin Shi drove towards a secluded road. The motorcycle followed closely behind Lin Shi. Only Lao Jin's eyes were exposed on his entire face, and there was a fierce light in his cloudy eyes. He worked very hard outside, risking his life, and only earned a little money after several months. If he could kidnap this fat sheep and extract hundreds of millions of dollars from him, he could live happily for a long time. These second-generation rich people are most afraid of death. As long as you use a little bit of trickery, intimidation, and take some ugly photos of them, they will obediently spend money to buy their lives. This is not the first time that Lao Jin has done these things, and he has never failed in the past. Lin Shi's generosity and young face made Lao Jin interested. After driving through a residential area, Lao Jin stepped on the accelerator and rushed in front of Lin Shi's car, then drifted to stop Lin Shi. At the same time, he secretly placed his other hand on the dagger on his leg. As long as Lin Shi gets out of the car, he can subdue this kid immediately. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, still very early. Although the suburbs were remote, there were still sporadic pedestrians in the distance. This is the time when people easily lose their vigilance. Normally, the rich second generation would have gotten off the car cursing at this time. The surveillance cameras along the way had been destroyed by Lao Jin. If he just moved faster and took away the car and the people when they got off, it would be difficult to trace him. It's a pity that Lin Shi is not an ordinary young man, but a reborn person who has struggled in the apocalypse and seen the ugliest side of human nature. Lin Shi, who was holding the steering wheel, had a fierce look in his eyes. He stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. The original speed of 60 yards immediately soared to over 100. How many seconds does it take to travel a distance of more than 10 meters at a speed of 100 yards? The next second, Lao Jin's pupils suddenly shrank and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. There was a loud bang, followed by the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Lao Jin was knocked back more than 10 meters along with his car by the huge impact. The front of the car was badly damaged in the collision, with pieces of the headlight scattered all over the ground and a large dent in the bumper. In contrast, Lao Jin's motorcycle was more seriously damaged. Twisted motorcycle parts were scattered all over the ground. The motorcycle, which was originally prepared to maintain flexibility and make escape smoother, became the main reason for Lao Jin's failure. If it was a car, Lin Shi would take the time to drive it to a deserted place before making the move. But Lao Jin drove a motorcycle and blocked the way, looking for death. Don't blame him for his quick decision. After hearing the loud noise, some people in the distance were looking for where the noise came from, but because the distance was too far, they could not see what was going on. Lin Shi calmly got out of the car and came to Lao Jin. Old Jin, who was wearing a helmet, was still conscious. He was spitting blood, his hands and feet were twisted unnaturally, and he stared at Lin Shi with vicious eyes, but he couldn't utter a word. I spent the whole day hunting geese, but was pecked in the eye by a swallow. I didn't expect that a young man who looks only in his 20s could be so cruel. He didn't even know the reason, but he dared to bump into me like this. Wasn't he afraid of bumping into the wrong person? Lin Shi walked to 1 meter away from Lao Jin and whispered. Isn't it strange, why do I dare to bump into you, Lao Jin? Lin Shi's calmness and indifference made Lao Jin's pupils shrink. He was wrong. The person in front of him was not a fat sheep at all, but a ruthless murderer like him. Misunderstand. Old Jin is still making his last struggle. The collision just now completely broke Lao Jin's left thigh, and his left ribs pierced into his internal organs. His right hand was hit hard on the ground and was twisted and deformed. He was unable to move at this moment. If he still has the strength to fight back, he must kill the guy in front of him. Lao Jin secretly swore in his heart that when his injuries recovered, he would make sure Lin Shi was killed to pieces. However, Lin Shi did not give him this opportunity. He squatted down, picked up a motorcycle steel pipe that had fallen from a motorcycle, and inserted it into Lao Jin's throat in front of Lao Jin's horrified eyes. Lao Jin's eyes almost popped out, his mouth opened and closed, and the fierceness in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to torture Lin Shi to death. Lao Jin couldn't figure it out until his death. He didn't even dare to kill anyone in such a place, so how could Lin Shi dare to do that? Lin Shi murmured in a low voice, "When I was driving here just now, I noticed that several surveillance cameras along the way were broken. You handled it, right? Thank you so much for finding a grave for yourself." Ha. Lao Jin tried hard to say something. However, the luster in his eyes soon faded due to the fatal injury. Lin Shi moved his mind and put Lao Jin's body, all the scattered debris at the scene, and even his own car into the space. On the deserted street, people who heard the noise and rushed over saw only a glaring pool of blood. A vigilant resident called the police, who took blood and found it was human blood. But there was no evidence at the scene to prove that a murder had occurred here. All surveillance was destroyed, there were no victims and no witnesses. This matter couldn't even be filed as a case, so it ended. After walking for a while, Lin Shi took a taxi back home. This wasn't his first time killing someone, so there was nothing to be afraid of. In the end times, everyone is a hunter and everyone is a prey. He is not a good person. If you dare to set your sights on him, don't blame him for being cruel and ruthless. Lin Shi returned to the warehouse, took a shower, and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Shi looked at the time. Today was March 7th, the 7th day after his rebirth. He paid attention to today's international gold price and found that the gold price had actually increased by 5 yuan in the past 2 days. So I decided to sell this one today and withdraw the cash so that I can continue with my next stockpiling plan. After morning exercise and breakfast, Lin Shi took a bus to the bank. Lin Shi was a celebrity at the bank just 2 days ago. He was recognized as soon as he walked into the bank with his suitcase. "Mr. Lin, what business do you want to handle?" Ever since Lin Shi revealed that Chu Xiaodia had leaked customer information, although the bank did not make it public for the sake of its reputation, it had secretly fired Chu Xiaodia a long time ago. Lin Shi's customer service manager now is another man in his 30s named Feng Jian. This was obtained by Feng Jian after he knew Lin Shi's potential and bought a pack of cigarettes from his leader. Feng Jian was originally processing a credit card for a customer. His eyes lit up when he saw Lin. "When I saw the suitcase that Lin Shi was carrying, my eyes almost popped out stars. This posture and this suitcase, aren't they exactly the same as the day when Lin Shi spent 25 million to buy gold bars?" When he and the other account managers heard that Chu Xiaodia's client wanted to buy 25 million gold bars from her, they were extremely envious and jealous. "I didn't expect that such a good thing would happen to him soon." Feng Jiqing immediately left the user who was originally going to apply for a large-value credit card and asked another colleague to take care of it. Compared to the commission for selling 25 million gold, what is the small commission for applying for a credit card? Feng Jian quickly came to Lin Shi and put on the most sincere smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiao Feng, your new account manager. What business are you here to handle today?" "Well, let's go in and talk." "Okay, this way please." Feng Jian eagerly welcomed Lin Shi to the VIP room. He noticed the envious and jealous looks of his colleagues and felt a little proud in his heart. Lin Shi spent 25 million to buy gold, he must have more deposits in other banks. If he could win these deposits, his performance would skyrocket. Several other bank employees thought so too. For them, performance equals salary. High-quality customers are our bread and butter. But Feng Jian acted too quickly, and they could only curse him in secret. This villain. Lin Shi walked to the VIP window and was about to speak. Feng Jian said hurriedly, "Mr. Lin, please sit down and wait for a moment." After saying that, he left quickly. Lin Shi could only sit down and wait. Soon Feng Jian returned with an exquisite gift box in his hand. The bank prepares gifts for high-quality customers every year, giving gifts of different grades according to different levels. This year, the bank has prepared 2 bottles of Matai liquor for its highest-level customers. Lin Shi was not originally a top-level customer of the bank. But in order to retain Lin Shi as a big customer, Feng Jian paid out of his own pocket and gave Lin Shi a share. As long as Lin Shi comes to the bank again to complete a large-scale financial management, he can not only make back his investment, but also improve his performance, and his salary will increase rapidly. I originally planned to call Lin Shi to send it over in the next 2 days, but I didn't expect Lin Shi to come directly. Mr. Lin, this is the gift for you this year. It also contains some personal thoughts for you. Lin Shi didn't care and nodded. Straight to the point, help me with the gold bar buyback procedures. After saying that, he opened the suitcase, revealing a whole box of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was stunned. The expression on his face was wonderful. After confirming, he said, "You mean, you want to buy back these gold bars?" Lin Shi nodded. Feng Jian took a look at today's international gold price, forced a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, if you sell these gold bars now, you will lose money." Lin Shi had already found a reason on the way here. "I know. I've learned about it. I bought so many gold bars on impulse before. Now I understand that investing in gold bars is not worthwhile. I plan to use this money to invest in other things." Several words of persuasion did not change Lin Shi's mind, but instead made Lin Shi impatient. Although Feng Jian was reluctant, he had no choice but to start the process of buying back gold bars. The procedures for repurchasing are much more complicated than those for buying. You need to check the code on the certificate and the number on each gold bar, confirm that the packaging of the gold bar is not damaged, the gold bar has no scratches, etc. It won't be possible to complete the inventory in a short time. Feng Jian directly called a counter clerk to help him sort it out. When the counter clerk heard that Lin Shi was going to sell the gold bars he had just bought, he looked at Feng Jian with a somewhat gloating look. Feng Jian's face turned even darker. He doesn't get any commission, but he is required to work hard during the repurchase. If Feng Jian hadn't thought that Lin Shi was a potential customer, he would have glared at Lin Shi. It took a whole morning to buy back all the gold bars. Lin Shi's account received 24.78 million and lost more than 600,000. The goal was achieved, and Lin Shi no longer cared about the small amount of money. After rejecting all of Feng Jian's financial projects, Feng Jian forced a smile as Lin Shi left and watched him take away 2 bottles of mitai. "I regret it so much in my heart." He spent more than 1,000 yuan for this gift. It also cost me a cigarette. What made Feng Jian even more angry was that in the next period of time he would be laughed at by his colleagues behind his back as a fool. Lin Shi naturally doesn't care about these. After leaving the bank, Lin Shi went directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. Rice comes in a bag of 50 kilograms. Lin Shi asked for 100 tons, or 2,000 bags. 1,000 bags of flour. 100 cartons of cooking oil. 1,000 boxes of edible salt. The reason why people stockpiled so much edible salt was that after the seawater was frozen, it became 100 times more difficult for people to extract edible salt than it is now. Salt is very cheap now and doesn't take up much space, so Lin Shi stocked up more. Then there are 100 boxes each of MSG, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. Instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, noodles, etc., 1,000 boxes of each. Lin Shi also ordered 100 boxes of hot pot base and various seasoning packets. Looking back, eating hot pot and boiling meat every day in the extreme cold was a real enjoyment. Lin Shi looked for other miscellaneous items to buy. The total amount of materials purchased filled 7 container trucks. It cost Lin Shi more than 1 million. The bosses of grain and oil wholesale markets treat Lin Shi as a purchaser from a large supermarket and push the prices to the lowest, looking forward to Lin Shi's next repurchase. It would take several hours to load these things at the fastest speed. Lin Shi asked them to send a few more workers to load and unload the goods. After paying the deposit, leaving my address and running to the farmer's market next door, we ordered several thousand kilograms of various live fish, and required that all of them be gutted and scaled. 1 ton of chickens and ducks, 1 ton of fresh pork, and 1 to 2 tons of beef, mutton, eggs, etc. were bought. It's already afternoon today, so these can only be delivered tomorrow. Especially for live fish, because Lin Shi required them to be killed on the spot. Not only did he have to pay $1 more per pound, but it also took several days to deliver them all. After that, there were dried seaweed and various dried seafood. Lin Shi ordered several hundred kilograms of ginger, onion, garlic. The time stillness of space means that things will remain the same when they are stored in and when they are taken out. If the space could accommodate living things, Lin Shi would have prepared some fresh shrimps and crabs. Lin Shi also ordered 3 tons of various vegetables and melons, and 3 tons of fruits, and asked them to deliver them early tomorrow morning. Then Lin Shi ran to the drugstore and started buying medicine. Medicine is not like food, an individual cannot buy too much. Lin Shi ran around until the evening and visited more than a dozen pharmacies before he bought 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicines, and various antiviral granules and oral liquids. The vitamins come in a bottle of 100 pills for 2 yuan, and Lin Shi bought 126 bottles. But that's not enough. Medicines are in short supply in the apocalypse, and the extreme cold could kill someone. Lin Shi prepared to place some more orders online. At this time, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had arrived near Lin Shizu's warehouse. After receiving the call, Lin Shi drove back. As soon as I arrived at the warehouse door, my cell phone rang again. It was Liao Peng who called. Counting the time, Liao Peng has been in Shushi for 4 days. It seems that there is a harvest. Lin Shi answered the phone. Liao Peng's voice came from the phone. Boss, I have traveled all over Shushi these days and found 3 places that meet your requirements. I have sent you the detailed information on WeChat, please take a look. Okay, I have something else to do now. I'll call you back later. Lin Shi first went to open the warehouse door and unloaded the goods with a dozen porters. It took more than 3 hours to unload the 7 containers and put all the goods into the warehouse. After the workers left, Lin Shi placed his hands on the pile of supplies and put all the supplies into the space. Looking at the supplies in the space that only accounted for the tip of the iceberg, Lin Shi knew that this was just the beginning. After taking a shower, Lin Shi checked the information sent by Liao Peng. I have to say that he did not make a mistake in choosing the right person. The 3 places on the information sent by Liao Peng all met Lin Shi's requirements. The terrain is high and the location is remote, there are no high-rise buildings around, and construction can start at any time. One of the areas is particularly spacious, located in the eastern suburbs of Shushi. It is more than enough to build a private shelter, let alone a residential community. Lin Shi suspected that the official shelter in the previous life was built in this place. If it is true and it is requisitioned by the government in the future, his loss will be huge, so he will pass this place. There are 2 places left. One is the back mountain of a village in the western suburbs. The mountain is only a dozen meters high and is more than 10 kilometers away from the first open space. There used to be a Taoist temple on the mountain. Although the Taoist temple has collapsed, its foundation is still there. The last place is in a fishing village called Shidao on the coast of Shushi. There is a cliff more than 10 meters high in the village, and there happens to be an open residential land on it. Several families used to live there, but later moved away. Lin Shi sent a text message to Liao Peng, asking him to find someone to survey the mountain and cliff where the Taoist temple was located and check the geology. He doesn't want the foundation of the house to collapse while he's living there. Although cliffs are made of rock layers, the rocks may have been weathered by wind and waves over the years and are no longer suitable for building shelters. In comparison, the hill that used to be a Taoist temple was more in line with his ideals. But we'll have to wait until the results come out to know. After doing all this, Lin Shi fell asleep. Over the next 3 days, all the produce delivered to the warehouse was fresh produce that Lin Shi bought at the farmer's market. Lin Shi hired 4 people from nearby locations to be in charge of receiving and handling the produce at the warehouse. And he ran to the timber market on the 8th. After the extreme cold, humans lost electricity and natural gas pipelines in various countries were frozen, cracked and leaked. Human beings have a great need for fire. Without fire, it was impossible to eat cooked food or hot meals, and most of the survivors had to live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Countless people also froze to death in their sleep due to the cold. Therefore, wood is extremely precious. Lin Shi directly bought 500 tons of firewood. Firewood is much cheaper than ordinary wood boards, and it is mostly waste wood and scraps. This amount of timber alone would require 25 containers. Fortunately, Lin ordered a large quantity, otherwise the timber market would not be willing to load and unload the timber for Lin. Then there are gas tanks and coal. Buy as much as you can when you are in the market. Lin Shi bought 800 tons of coal. The next step is to buy windproof lighters, flints, windproof matches, etc. I also placed orders online for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectant, emergency bandages, and other medical supplies. There are also survival equipment such as respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, explosion-proof clothing, etc. On the 9th, Lin Shi went to the largest generator factory in High City and purchased 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for industrial generators, all others are the quietest gasoline generators. Industrial generators are only used as backup when extremely high power is required. They use diesel, but are noisy. Under normal circumstances, a home generator is sufficient. Next comes the wires. After the extreme cold apocalypse, even if the circuits are not destroyed by the electromagnetic storm, the wires exposed outdoors will basically be frozen. Therefore, Lin Shi has already considered connecting the electrical wires indoors so that the shelter's electricity can form a self-contained circuit. In order to avoid power outages caused by unexpected situations such as line aging or short circuits, Lin Shi purchased tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wires as backup. Next are diesel and gasoline. If you want to use generators, you must stock up on diesel and gasoline. However, the private sale of oil is prohibited. If we use the method of filling up the tank and then exporting it, I don't know how long it will take to get enough oil. So Lin Shi visited Qingxin pawn shop again. You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I run a gas station? Xie Jinqin looked at Lin Shi with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Lin Shi smiled bitterly. 100 tons is not a lot at all. A SUV with a large fuel tank has a fuel tank of 100 liters. Filling it up more than 10 times will equal 1 ton. If you stock up on goods yourself, you will naturally stock up more. No one knows when the apocalypse will end, but at least in the 8th year of the apocalypse, there is no sign of the extreme cold ending. If Xie Jinqin couldn't do anything, then I could only buy a car with a big enough fuel tank and go to different gas stations to refuel and collect the fuel. Just as Lin Shi was about to leave, Xie Jinqin hesitated for a moment and said, "But I can get it for you within 10 tons. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with joy, but when he noticed Xie Jinqin's inquiring look, he quickly restrained his joy. "What's the price?" 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold is worth more than 800,000 yuan. Wow, the price of diesel is less than 10,000 yuan per ton, while the price of gasoline is more than 10,000 yuan per ton. Even if there were 10 tons of each, the price would only be over 200,000 yuan. Xie Jinqin directly raised the price by more than 4 times. Don't think it's too expensive. I'm not into this kind of stuff. It's very risky. If you don't want it, then forget it. Xie Jinqin said. Lin Shi was naturally not someone who could be manipulated by others. He still had some copies of the gold bars left in his space, but he had the final say on how much to trade. 20 tons of gasoline, 20 tons of diesel, and I'll give you 5 kilograms of gold. Fortune and wealth must be achieved through risk, so Xie Jinqin gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing Xie Jinqin agreed so readily, Lin Shi's eyes moved and asked, "Can you get me some medicine? The price is negotiable. Tell me, what on earth are you going to do with all these things?" Lin Shi's requests were getting stranger and stranger. Although it was taboo to ask a client's purpose, he was really too curious. Cold weapons, cold-proof clothing, petroleum and medicine, what are they for? Is it true that they are going to settle in Antarctica as this young man said? Xie Jinqin began to think about this incredible possibility. Lin Shi naturally wouldn't tell the real purpose, "Didn't I tell you? To settle in Antarctica." Next, Lin Shi gave Xie Jinqin antibiotics, cold medicine, medicine for external and internal injuries, etc. Xie Jinqin was skeptical and negotiated a price with Lin Shi. After leaving the pawn shop, Lin Shi thought for a while and decided to go to the electrical appliance market to buy some electrical appliances. In the apocalypse, you will need to buy some of each necessary electrical appliance that will be used for many years. Soon, Lin Shi arrived at the largest electrical appliance store in High City. Come to the electronics store. Rice cooker, induction cooker, washing machine, dryer, hair dryer, air purifier, kettle, etc. Lin Shi bought 20 of each. Electric heater, electric blanket, fan heater, water filter, 30 items of each. Next, I went to the store next door to buy pots, pans, and utensils, all of which had to be made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi ran to the largest shopping mall in High City. Although we already have cold-proof clothing, it is for wearing when going out hunting and looking for supplies. Lin Shi also needs to buy some daily clothes and other warm items. First, I went to a home furnishing store and bought 20 down quilts, 20 blankets, and 20 sets of bedding. Then I went to a brand store with a good reputation. The down jackets and windbreakers in this store are said to be special clothing for Antarctic expedition teams. It is made of the most advanced thermal insulation material available today, and its thermal insulation performance is second only to the military's cold-proof clothing. It's almost spring now, and all winter clothes are on sale. Most of the items on the shelves have been replaced with spring styles. Lin Shi went to the winter clothing area to choose. 2 shopping guides were chatting in the store. Because this brand store sells high-end products, a coat costs thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, and usually not many people come here. Seeing Lin Shi heading straight for the discount section as soon as he arrived, the 2 shopping guides showed disapproving expressions at the same time and chatted among themselves. Lin Shi looked for a while but couldn't tell which one was the warmest, so he asked the salesperson, "What kind of clothes do you have that are the warmest?" The shopping guide with her back to Lin Shi rolled her eyes, turned to Lin Shi and said, "These down jackets and windbreakers are quite warm." This is naturally not the answer Lin Shi wanted. "I'm asking which one is the warmest and can keep you warm even in -50 degrees. The tour guide cursed in his heart where the deep well ice came from, and walked over and pointed at a few pieces at random. Lin Shi pointed at one of the items the salesperson pointed out. "Give me the XL size so I can try it on." The shopping guide was already getting impatient. A poor guy who buys discounted goods still asks for so much. The tour guide looked at the down jacket on the shelf, size L, and said, "Try it first, and if you like it, I'll get it for you." At this time, Lin Shi also felt that the shopping guide was obviously impatient. His brows furrowed slightly and he was about to lose his temper when 2 people walked in from outside the store. It turned out to be Su Feifei, and she was accompanied by a tall and thin man. It seemed that the 2 were regular customers, and another shopping guide came to greet them with a happy look on his face. "Hello, Mr. Li. We have a lot of new models on sale in our store recently. Please take a look." This attitude is in stark contrast to the sullen-faced shopping guide beside Lin Shi. Especially when he saw that his colleague was about to receive another large commission, the shopping guide next to Lin Shi's face became even darker. At this time, Su Feifei also saw Lin Shi and said, "Lin Shi, you are here too." Lin Shi just nodded and stopped looking at her, asking the salesperson to get him the XL size. The shopping guide went reluctantly. Seeing that Su Feifei was staring at Lin Shi, Li Duiyu, who came with Su Feifei, became unhappy. "Feifei, who is that?" Su Feifei seemed to have just come to her senses. "It's my high school classmate." Although Lin Shi left the 3 of them in the club last time. But Su Feifei always felt that it was Zhao Xiao who offended Lin Shi, which led to Lin Shi's anger at them. Lin Shi is rich and good-looking. In Su Feifei's dictionary, a handsome and rich man needs to be tolerated no matter what he does. The news that Lin Shi was kidnapped by robbers when he went to the bank last time had already spread among his classmates. Also spreading was the story that Lin Shi went to the bank to buy 25 million gold bars. Everyone thinks that someone who can buy 25 million gold bars for financial management must have a fortune of at least 100 million. Su Feifei's eyes were shining when she looked at Lin. The tour guide brought the clothes that Lin Shi wanted, and Lin Shi took off his coat and tried them on. Su Feifei looked at Lin Shi a few more times and found that Lin Shi's figure had become better without him noticing. His chest muscles were faintly visible under a thin base shirt. This made Su Feifei's face turn red unconsciously. Su Feifei took another look at the skinny Li Duyu beside her, and immediately felt that Lin Shi was more suitable for her. She walked up to Lin Shi and praised him. "Lin Shi, you look really good in this dress." Li Duyu's face darkened. Lin Shi nodded, pointed at the clothes the salesperson had just mentioned, and said to the salesperson, "Give me the XL version of that one, too. And that one, and that one." The shopping guide had a sour face and suppressed his anger as he picked up 3 more items for Lin Shi. Lin Shi tried them on one by one. He wanted to confirm the size of the clothes and how flexible they would be after putting them on. After all, he would have to wear them for the next few years or even decades. But the shopping guide didn't think so. She felt that Lin Shi was just a poor man with a lot of things to do. He had to try on a discounted piece of clothing over and over again. She hated customers like this the most. If there wasn't more than one customer in the store at the moment, she would have said something cold to him. Su Feifei kept praising Lin Shi for being well-dressed. But Lin Shi felt that the woman next to him was too noisy and was about to chase her away. Li Duyu, who was ignored at the side, finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Feifei, if your classmate doesn't have money to buy clothes, I'll pay for it. Tell him not to embarrass the shopping guide." The shopping guide beside Lin Shi immediately looked at Li Duyu with gratitude. Su Feifei's expression is hard to describe. Lin Shi has no money. Is it a good idea for Lin Shi to invest 25 million in gold? Although she didn't know why Lin Shi was so obsessed with discounted goods, Su Feifei thought that this was precisely Lin Shi's virtue of diligence and thrift. "Li Duyu, don't talk nonsense," Su Feifei said. Seeing that Su Feifei was still speaking for Lin Shi, Li Duyu looked at Lin Shi with disdain and spoke without mercy. "I'm talking nonsense. You're just a poor bitch who can only afford discounted goods. Do you still want to wear discounted goods to show off?" Su Feifei frowned. "Lin Shi is not." Lin Shi interrupted Su Feifei and said to Li Duyu, who looked disdainful, "You mean, you're willing to pay for me?" How could Lin Shi not hear the sarcasm and provocation from this man named Li Duyu? It can be seen that this is another suitor of Su Feifei. The contempt on Li Duyu's face became even stronger, and he gave Su Feifei a look that said, "See, was I right?" Then he said as if giving alms, "Yes, I bought all the discounted items you liked for you." Lin Shi looked Li Duyu up and down and said, "Do you have money? Do you keep your word?" Li Duyu sounded like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his voice became a little higher. "Of course. I'll pay for you just by choosing a few more." Li Duyu lacks everything except money. He has 300,000 yuan in pocket money every month, and a few discounted clothes only cost 20,000 yuan. He can afford this amount of money in order to maintain his image as a rich second generation in front of the girl he likes. It can be heard that Lin Shi wants the rich second generation, a regular customer of this store, to pay the bill. The salesperson at the side also looked at Lin Shi with disdain. Lin Shi smiled. He didn't want to buy just a few pieces, but dozens or hundreds of them. Since he has been sucked up and has come to his doorstep, he will not be polite to him. Said to the shopping guide beside him, "Take 50 of each of the pieces I just tried on and pack them all up for me." "What did you say?" The salesperson thought she had heard it wrong. Lin Shi repeated it again. He said, "Pay for all these models for me." Both shopping guides were shocked by Lin Shi's big mouth. It's written on his face, how can there be such a shameless person in this world? The shopping guide didn't move and looked at Li Duyu. Lin Shi looked at the stunned Li Duyu and imitated him with a mocking smile on his face. "I just asked you, and you said you could afford to choose a few more. Could it be that you can't afford it?" This statement is equivalent to repeating what Li Duyu just said. Lin Shi just tried on 4 pieces, each with 50 pieces, which is 200 pieces in total. Even if they are all discounted, each piece would cost an average of 3,000 yuan. That is about 600,000. Li Duyu has a monthly pocket money of 300,000 yuan, which is not enough for his daily living. Lin Shi spent 2 months' pocket money as soon as he opened his mouth. "Are you kidding me?" Li Duyu was filled with anger, thinking that Lin Shi was playing a trick on him just to embarrass him in front of Su Feifei. It's not that he can't come up with 600,000, but it's impossible for him to spend 600,000 on a man. What normal person buys 50 pieces of the same clothing? I just mentioned the ones you wanted to buy. Even Su Feifei felt that Lin Shi was deliberately making things difficult for Li Duyu. If a person buys 200 such warm coats, he would not be able to wear them all even after 10 or 20 years, right? And it's outdated after wearing it for so many years. But she didn't say anything. Lin Shi was the man she liked, so she naturally wouldn't refute him in public. Lin Shi said, "I want to buy 200 pieces." Li Duyu laughed in anger. "You, a poor loser who buys discounted goods, can afford 200 pieces. If you can afford 200 pieces, I will kneel down and call you grandpa." Lin Shi laughed, with the mockery on his face not concealed. "Call me grandpa. Who knows if you'll fart again after you say that?" "Oh no, even farts can make a sound, but what you said is worse than a fart." Puff. Hearing Lin Shi's vivid metaphor, Su Feifei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter of the girl he liked hurt Li Duyu's self-esteem. Li Duyu was completely blown away, and his voice became louder. "Bullshit. I always keep my word. But how do you prove that you didn't deliberately say you wanted to buy 200 pieces just to trick me?" Li Duyu's voice attracted two passers-by lovers to look over. Lin Shi said, "It's very simple. I'll buy these 200 pieces first. If I can afford it, you will pay for all my purchases in this mall today. What if you can't afford it?" The stakes between the two have risen to a gamble, and Li Duyu will naturally not let himself suffer any loss. Lin Shi said, "If I can't afford it, you can do whatever you want." Before we knew it, more and more people were standing outside the store watching. Many people pointed at them and whispered. In front of so many people, Li Duyu couldn't possibly lose his momentum. He raised his chin and looked at Lin Shi through his nose and said, "Okay, I agree. If you can't afford it, you can kowtow to me a few times and call me grandpa 3 times. Li Duyu didn't believe that this poor loser could really afford clothes worth hundreds of thousands. Today he is going to tear off the face of this poor loser and trample it under his feet. Lin Shi turned to the shopping guide and said, 50 pieces of each style, pack them up now. The shopping guide curled her lips and said unhappily, "Sir, these clothes will cost about 600,000 yuan in total." The subtext is that if Lin Shi has no money, he should stop ordering them around out of anger. 200 pieces is not a small number. If they ask someone to move them from the warehouse and Lin Shi doesn't buy them, they will be criticized or even punished. Lin Shi pulled out a card from his pocket. "Count the money and swipe the card." The tour guide's eyes widened when he saw Lin Shi's black card. I didn't dare to delay and took it with both hands to examine it carefully. That's right, it's a black card that is only available to those with a deposit of over 10 million yuan. They have been in this business for so long, so they have some vision. I immediately realized that they had made a mistake and quickly smiled my most standard smile. "Please wait a moment and sit down. I will ask the warehouse to bring the goods over." As he spoke, he led Lin Shi to sit down and serve tea and water. He looked like a completely different person from before. 200 pieces. Even if the products are discounted, this number can earn them a high commission. Another shopping guide immediately called the warehouse. Lin Shi said directly, "No need to send it here, just send it directly to my residence." The shopping guide agreed and wrote down the address Lin reported. Soon the total price was calculated, which was 582,366. The shopping guide bent down and brought the card reader to Lin Shi. Lin Shi entered the password, issued a receipt, and signed. The whole process was completed in one go. The shopping guide was secretly happy that she could get a generous commission, but she didn't expect that Lin's next words would make her feel like she was in an ice cave. "Now, call your manager. I'm going to file a complaint against you." The salesperson, who had always been rude to Lin Shi, immediately panicked, apologized hastily, and promised Lin Shi various gifts. Li Duyu, who had been prepared to see Lin Shi make a fool of himself, was stunned. In disbelief, he pulled over the shopping guide who was busy serving Lin Shi. "Did he really buy 200 pieces? Where's the receipt? Let me see." After looking at the receipt, Li Duyu still couldn't believe it. Why would I buy clothes in the clearance section when I could bet him $580,000? Are you sick in the brain? Li Duyu thought Lin Shi was targeting him. He always felt that Lin Shi bought 200 pieces of the same clothes just to be angry with him, and it was not really necessary. However, Lin Shi really needed it, and the bet was just a byproduct of watching this guy talking nonsense. Have you seen it clearly? Can we fulfill the bet now? Lin Shi looked at Li Duyu with a half-smile as he repeatedly confirmed the receipt. Li Duyu gritted his teeth and calculated the gains and losses in his heart. If he goes back on his word now, Su Feifei will definitely have no hope. If you don't regret it, you will be ripped off today. Just when Li Duyu was struggling, two young girls walked into the store and walked straight towards the three people. To be precise, he was walking straight towards Lin Shi. These two girls are tall, with exquisite makeup, and their looks are no less than Su Feifei. Li Duyu, who was struggling, couldn't help but be attracted by it. The curly-haired girl smiled brightly and charmingly and asked Lin Shi. "Little brother, are you Lin Shi?" "It's me." Lin Shi nodded. He didn't know these two people. Both girls showed surprise on their faces. The straight-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. "I'm your fan, you're even more handsome in person than in the photo, so nice to meet you." It took Lin Shi a while to realize what was going on. It's because the popularity of the last bank robbery has not yet subsided. The two girls sat on Lin Shi's left and right and started chatting with him. Soon after, a few more girls walked into the store, also coming for Lin Shi. It turned out that most of the people who were watching outside the door just now recognized Lin Shi, but they were not sure at first. Everyone soon learned about the content of the bet between him and Li Duyu due to Lin Shi's deliberate publicity. There were also girls who started shooting short videos just to take advantage of Lin Shi's popularity. Li Duyu, who was trying to shirk his debt, was so angry that his teeth were itching. So many people knew about the bet between him and Lin Shi. If he cheated, he would be all over the city tomorrow. In full view of the public. Li Duyu can lose money, but he can't afford to lose this person. Li Duyu decisively took out the card and threw it directly at Lin Shi. "I admit defeat. From now on, I will pay for all your spending in this mall." Although he said this, he already hated Lin Shi in his heart. "Oh!" Several girls surrounding Lin Shi started to make a noise. "Then I'll be welcome. Everyone, I have some things to buy. Goodbye." Lin Shi waved goodbye to a few girls and walked out of the store. Li Duyu followed, and Su Feifei followed too. Next, Lin Shi went to the men's underwear store. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear. The total cost was more than 260,000 yuan. Lin Shi had originally planned to buy these things at the wholesale market, but now that he was using other people's money, he might as well spend it. Lin Shi bought so many at once that the store clerk was shocked. After repeated confirmation, he called the manufacturer to have the goods shipped. The store doesn't have that much inventory. The delivery address is naturally Lin Shi's warehouse. Li Duyu looked at Lin Shi wasting his money, approached Lin Shi with flaming eyes, gnashed his teeth and whispered. "That's about it, right? I remind you, know when to stop." He was even more convinced that Lin Shi was just teasing him. Why would a normal person buy so many underwear? This card of Li Duyu not only contains his pocket money for this month, but also allows him to overdraw by 500,000 yuan. Now that Lin Shi has already spent this month's living expenses, he will have nothing to eat this month. Lin Shi ignored Li Duyu's warning, narrowed his eyes and showed his white teeth, smiling exceptionally brightly. "You said you would pay for all my purchases at the mall today. What? Are you going to go back on your word again?" Lin Shi's voice was quite loud, and Su Feifei immediately looked at Li Duyu with contempt and disgust in her eyes. She hated this kind of men who had no integrity the most. Li Duyu didn't expect Lin Shi to swipe his card without giving him any face. His expression was almost distorted. He pointed at Lin Shi with his index finger and nodded. "Okay, you're good. Just wait for me." Li Duyu glared at Lin Shi fiercely, didn't even take the card, and turned away. That look shows that he won't give up. Seeing that the person had left, Su Feifei reminded him. Li Duiyu's father is said to be a shareholder of a listed company. Oh. Lin Shi casually said, oh, to indicate that he understood. After witnessing the unimaginable darkness in the apocalypse, the methods of these young people in the peaceful world were nothing more than petty pranks in his eyes. There are guns in the space, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, Li Duiyu will no longer be a rich second generation in 2 months. Lin Shi smiled nonchalantly and continued shopping. 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermos cups, 100 mountaineering bags, cold-proof and warm hats and gloves, etc. Lin Shi didn't stop until Li Duiyu's card was maxed out. Throw the card to Su Feifei, who has been following him. Stop following me. After saying that, he left the mall. Only Su Feifei was left standing there with an angry look on her face. After spending an entire afternoon shopping with Lin Shi in the mall, her feet were rubbed raw by her high heels, but Lin Shi didn't even treat her to a meal. He was obviously not like this before. Su Feifei stomped her feet in anger. Lin Shi returned to the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with purchased electrical appliances and the last batch of fish. The boss was very considerate and put ice in every box of fish. There were also many medicines that Lin Shi ordered online a few days ago. After sending away the porters, all the goods in the warehouse were put into the space. He now has more than 200 boxes of cold medicines, as well as hundreds of boxes of antibiotics and medicines for viral and bacterial infections. Thousands of doses of medicine and bandages were prepared. Lin Shi also bought 200 boxes of frostbite cream. He took out the shopping list he had made at the beginning and crossed out the items he had already bought. The next things I need are some hurricane-proof lanterns, outdoor supplies like sleds, and some toiletries. Lin Shi also ordered these things directly online. Shampoo, shower gel, toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, etc. In fact, these things are considered a luxury in the end times. Lin Shi didn't consider buying it at first. Survivors of extreme cold generally don't take baths to keep warm. The oil and dirt on the body can increase cold resistance and protect the skin in extreme cold. Besides, how could there be hot water for bathing in such extreme cold? Even drinking hot water was a luxury. In his previous life, Lin Shi only used snow to wash it a few times during the 8 years of the last days. But things are different now. He has been reborn and has time to prepare in advance. How can he not make his life better? Then Lin Shi bought kerosene lamps, windproof lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, water purification tablets, etc. from an online outdoor sports brand store. Snowboards are an important means of transportation in extreme cold weather. With the arrival of extreme cold, snowstorms continued, and the thickness of the snow almost covered the entire blue planet with a thick quilt. At the beginning, the newly fallen snow was very soft, and people would sink into it if they stepped on it, let alone vehicles. It's almost impossible to travel. By the time the snow gradually solidified, most vehicles had already been buried under the increasingly thick snow layer. Even if some are preserved, they will not be able to start due to the extremely low temperature. Or the car may skid after starting, causing death and so on. The arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse caused human technology to regress by hundreds of years. In addition to ordinary skis, Lin Shi also bought 20 snowmobiles. This thing is the best means of transportation in extreme cold. Nowadays, most places rent them out as toys to people who go to play in the snow. A good snowmobile can reach a maximum speed of 200 km per hour in the snow. The price is not expensive, tens of thousands of dollars is already very good. The only downside is that it's too noticeable and has the same buzzing sound as a normal motorcycle. Lin Shi would not take it out unless he was in a hurry. Finish these. Lin Shi washed up casually and went to bed. At night, Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes. I reached for my phone and checked the time. It was already past 2 a.m. However, at this time Lin Shi heard the sound of truck wheels turning. And the sound was getting closer. In the darkness, Lin Shi tiptoed to the door of the warehouse like a cat. With the help of moonlight, Lin Shi saw a large truck coming from a distance. And it drove all the way to the door of Lin Shi's warehouse before stopping. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes unconsciously and became secretly alert. Although he ordered a lot of things these days, What would be delivered secretly in the middle of the night? The image of old Xie appeared in Lin Shi's mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline that I ordered a few days ago? Sure enough, just as I thought of this, two people jumped out of the car. Both of them were dressed in black and wore masks. One of them looks very similar to Xie Jinbin in body shape. Lin Shi did not relax his vigilance, but took out a pistol from the space. As soon as Xie Jinbin got out of the car, he checked the house number at the warehouse entrance. Seeing that the address was correct, he came up and gently tapped on the big iron gate. Boom boom boom. Xie Jinbin knocked on the door gently. The small door next to the main door opened silently. What's the matter? Lin Shi, half of his body hidden in the darkness, stared coldly at the person who came. Oh, it's so scary in the middle of the night. Xie Jinbin patted his chest. I've delivered your goods. Open the door. Seeing that the two did not move, Lin Shi closed the small door again and opened the big door. The truck drove directly into the warehouse. Xie Jinbin patted the truck body and said, all the things are here. A Biao. The truck driver named a Biao is tall and strong. A Biao opened the back door of the truck, and the cargo hold was filled with barrels of oil. Brother, check the goods. Xie Jinbin gestured to Lin Shi. No need. I believe you. Lin Shi did not walk into the dim garage. Xie Jinbin smiled and waved to a Biao. A Biao walked into the carriage alone, pulled out a loading slide, and rolled down the barrels of oil. Xie Jinbin caught it below and put it in place. Lin Shi just stood aside and watched. He would never show his back to anyone he didn't trust. In total, he traded items worth more than 10 million gold with Xie Jinbin. Money can move people's hearts. In the face of enough benefits, anyone can turn into a devil. Lin Shi naturally would not rely on Xie Jinbin's character for his own safety. It was not until more than 3 hours later that the two men, breathlessly, unloaded all the oil drums. Xie Jinbin and Lin Shi said goodbye cheerfully, got on the truck with a Biao, and drove away. Lin Shi kept watching the car drive away until he could no longer see it. It seems that Lin Shi was judging others by his own standards, but it is better to be cautious. Lin Shi did not think that he had done anything wrong. In the truck, Xie Jinbin, who had been staring at the rearview mirror with his peripheral vision, did not look away until he could no longer see Lin Shi. A Biao, who was driving, said dissatisfiedly, Old Xie, are you too cautious? We clearly had a chance to do it just now. Having been doing business for so many years, Xie Jinbin is naturally not a good person. He will do it if there is an opportunity to rob other cheaters, but that is based on a certain percentage of certainty. There are two conditions for maintaining good credit. 1. Complete the transaction sincerely. 2. When the thieves rob the thieves, be clean enough. Xie Jinbin smiled. It's not that I'm too careful, it's that young man who's too careful. Didn't you notice that this young man was very wary of us from the beginning to the end? A Biao glanced at the rearview mirror where he could no longer see anyone, and said disapprovingly. It was just a bean sprout. I crushed it to death. Xie Jinbin took out a cigarette slowly and lit it. Although he looked relaxed, his eyes were filled with solemnity. I don't think so. When I was standing next to him just now, I had a feeling that if I made any move, I would be killed immediately. A Biao's expression also became more serious. Really? I see he doesn't have any weapon in his hand. Even if he wants to pull out a gun, he can't be faster than you, right? Xie Jinbin has been in this business for so many years, and he often encounters cheating buyers who, after receiving the goods, do not want to pay the balance but only want to pay for the goods. Xie Jinbin has been able to remain safe and sound for so many years thanks to his quick and stable gun-drawing skills. But he said that his gun-drawing skills were not as fast as that young man's. How could this not surprise a Biao, who had known Xie Jinbin for many years? You should know that my feelings have saved me many times. Xie Jinbin exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you forgotten about Lao Jin's disappearance? That day I felt that Lao Jin was going to take action against this person, and I even casually mentioned it. But since that day, Lao Jin disappeared, and he was safe and sound. I don't need to say anything about this, right? being able to handle things so cleanly in Shi. It's not that I overestimate this guy, I even think I underestimated him. We agreed before we came out today that we would just try to see if there was a chance, and if there was no chance, we would leave. It turns out that we were right not to take action. If we had taken action, at least one person would have to be held responsible. A Biao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. Shen Jinbin put out his cigarette, looked at a Biao who still looked a little unconvinced and said, "We have known each other for so many years, you know I am very good at judging people, listen to me, don't mess with this kid in the future, I have a feeling that as long as this kid doesn't die, he will definitely not remain unknown in the future. By the way, let's also prepare to stock up on some diesel and gasoline. We should stock up more recently. I always feel a little uneasy, as if something is going to happen." Only after closing the warehouse door and checking that all the oil drums were in good condition and that no surveillance equipment such as micro cameras had been installed did Lin Shi feel relieved. I opened a few more barrels of oil and checked them, and it turned out that there was no problem with the oil. A total of 400 oil drums were neatly stacked into a square. After Lin Shi confirmed that there was no one outside the warehouse, he placed his hand on an oil drum and said silently, "Item copy." The number of item copies on the cornucopia interface in front of you changed from 22 to 21. And with a burst of golden light, 400 more oil barrels appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Lin Shi checked the replica, and found that everything from the oil barrel to the oil inside was perfectly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel became 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel. There was excitement flashing in his bright eyes. How could 20 tons of diesel and 20 tons of gasoline be enough? He wanted oil that could last for decades after the extreme cold arrived. From now on, the shelter will rely on this oil to power the generator, and his snowmobile will also need oil to start. Therefore, when proposing a deal with Shen Jinbin, Lin Shi had already thought of using the ability to copy items to copy the oil. Now he has 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, but this still cannot satisfy Lin Shi. Gold that has been copied once can be copied again, but what about the copies? Can a copy be copied again? Because the copied gold was difficult to circulate, Lin Shi did not continue to copy it with gold replicas. But even if the oil is a replica of a replica, as long as the materials are the same, it will not affect its use at all. Lin Shi connected the two piles of oil together. After thinking about it, Lin Shi took out the generator and some supplies in the space and put them together with the oil drums. Use item copy again. A flash of golden light passed by. There were originally 800 oil barrels in the entire warehouse, and now 400 more barrels were added in the golden light. However, it turned out that only 400 barrels of the original oil could be reproduced. The copied oil barrel cannot be copied again. Lin Shi was a little disappointed. If the replicas can be replicated further, he should get 800 barrels this time, and 3,200 barrels next time. If he replicates it a few more times, he will have endless oil in the future. And different materials cannot be copied at the same time. Now he has figured out the limitations of the cornucopia's item duplication function. 1. Replicas cannot be used for space upgrades. Second, you can only copy the same thing at a time. 3. An item that has been copied once can be copied again, but the copy cannot be copied again. Although they look exactly the same, the copies are not recognized by cornucopia. There must be something different between the two. With a wave of his hand, he placed the copied oil barrel and the original oil barrel into the space respectively. Since the copy cannot be copied again, he will have to use the copy first in the future. After using it, he can use the copy function again to continue copying and using it. It seems that the number of times items can be replicated today may not be enough. The current cornucopia interface is Treasure Bowl. Storage space, 96*96*96. Money points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item copy *20. Money points required for upgrade, 58,500. When the end of the world comes, he will also have to find some gold, silver, and jewelry to upgrade the treasure bowl. After taking a nap, Lin Shi received a call from Liao Peng early the next morning while doing his daily morning exercises. Liao Peng brought the results of the rock and soil surveys at 2 locations. Just as Lin Shi guessed, the rocks on that cliff have shown signs of desertification, and it would be no problem to live there for a few decades under the current climate. But it is hard to say how long it can withstand the extreme cold. There is a lot of granite in the mountain where the Taoist temple used to be, which makes it very stable. So Lin Shi decisively chose the old site of the Taoist temple. Let Liao Peng go to discuss the price first, and Lin Shi booked a flight to Shushi early tomorrow morning online. He still needs to go and see the specific situation in person. Then design a shelter in detail based on the terrain. Someone needs to be guarding the warehouse. Lin Shi ordered a lot of things online and they all need someone to sign for them. There are also some goods that have not been delivered to the mall and they also need to be unloaded and stored. Lin Shi thought about it and hired someone who didn't know the porters at all to look after the warehouse. At the same time, the porters were reminded to pay attention to the quantity of goods. After doing all this, Lin Shi set off with peace of mind and boarded the plane to Shushi. Shushi is indeed the hottest city in Xiaogua. It's only March, and girls wearing cool short-sleeved shirts and shorts are everywhere, showing off their youthful bodies. Lin Shi took off his coat as soon as he got off the plane, revealing the loose short-sleeved shirt underneath. There are faint outlines of muscles on his arms and chest, but they don't look very obvious. From the outside, she just looks good. Only Lin Shi knew that after more than 10 days of training, his body was completely different from when he was just reborn. Lin Shi is very strict with himself and increases his training volume every day compared to the previous day. Now his strength is no less than that of people who exercise in the gym all year round. Because he was not exercising to keep fit, but to fight. Allow every inch of muscles and bones in your body to be able to exert their greatest strength with just a thought. This requires that the muscles remain flexible enough to increase strength without becoming too bulky to affect flexibility. There are still more than 2 months left, which is by no means a long time. He must cherish every day to make himself stronger. The cruelty of the end of the world is not that you can live a good life as long as you have enough supplies. On the contrary, having enough supplies but no strength will be more miserable than having nothing. Liao Peng arrived at the airport exit early and waited for Lin Shi to get off the plane. When he saw Lin in the crowd, Liao Peng quickly raised the sign in his hand and waved it vigorously. Lin Shi saw Liao Peng at a glance. After meeting up with Liao Peng, the two left the airport and got into the car. Because he needed to find a suitable residential plot, Liao Peng rented a car for convenience. In the car, Liao Peng took the initiative to bring up the topic and draw the two closer. "Boss, you've had a hard time on this journey. Can I take you to find a place to stay first?" "No need, just tell me about the old gym site," Liao Peng said seriously. "I talked to the owner of that piece of land. The land is on a mountain and in a remote location. The asking price is not very high, only 500,000. I have already bargained it down to 480,000 for you." This price is cheaper than Lin Shi thought. In fact, the housing prices in Shushi are not high, and the price in the city center is only more than 20,000 yuan per square meter. It is far from comparable to the Mirage. A place like this old dojo site is located in the mountains, so it is naturally cheap. "I saw your information shows that it is over 300 square meters." Lin Shi asked. "Yes, in fact, there are several hundred square meters outside the homestead. Although we can't build a house, it's very suitable for growing vegetables in the yard." Lin Shi nodded. The vehicle drove for nearly an hour before arriving at the foot of the mountain where the old dojo was located. There was indeed a village at the foot of the mountain as Liao Peng had said. The village is filled with low houses, the tallest of which is no more than 5 stories high. The village is mostly surrounded by mountains, and this village is just surrounded by a circle of mountains, with only a gap. The terrain is very good and can block a lot of wind and snow. Seeing the vehicles entering the village, many people came out of their homes to watch. The village is not big, with only about 100 households. Lin Shi was also very satisfied with this. Fewer people means less gossip. Liao Peng has been here several times in the past few days, and his face has long been recognized by the villagers. However, Lin Shi was a stranger, and many middle-aged women stood together and pointed at the two of them. Because of the distance, Lin Shi couldn't hear what they said. "Boss, those are the villagers." I took a look and found that there are 96 households in this village with a total population of no more than 400. Lin Shi nodded to indicate that he understood. It only takes about 10 minutes to drive up this road. Liao Peng pointed to a cement road that was only wide enough for one car to pass. The mountain is not high, only a dozen meters from the ground, so we arrived there quickly. The top of the mountain is not as bumpy as imagined, but very flat. The area is about 1 acre. The Taoist temple that was built previously has collapsed, and the site is filled with wood, bricks and tiles, and a wall that has mostly collapsed. This is not a problem. It will be easy to rebuild if it collapses. Lin Shi looked around with satisfaction. Good. When will the formalities be processed? The owner of this residential land is out of town, and it took me a lot of effort to find out his contact information. After we agreed on the price yesterday, he said he would come back as quickly as possible to handle the formalities. When I contacted him this morning, he was already on the train and was expected to be here this afternoon. Okay. Let's go down the mountain first. Building a shelter is a big project with tight time and heavy tasks. If we want to complete the construction of the shelter in more than 2 months, we must arrange enough manpower. There is strength in numbers. Lin Shi already had a preliminary idea for the shelter in his mind and was planning how many people to hire. The two returned to the foot of the mountain. The land transfer procedures had to be handled in the city, so Liao Peng and the men agreed to handle it directly at the relevant department in the city in the afternoon, and the two did not stay in the village. The land transfer procedures also went very smoothly. The original owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest. He did not look like an immortal, but rather a bit plump. After signing the transfer contract, he was hesitant to speak. But in the end he said nothing and left in a hurry after receiving the money. This gave Lin Shi a bad feeling. Liao Peng, have you ever asked why the Taoist temple was abandoned? Liao Peng was stunned by Lin Shi's question. He really hasn't asked about it. Liao Peng was also a very versatile person. When Lin Shi asked this question, he immediately thought of something and took out his cell phone to call the Taoist priest. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the fat Taoist priest were sitting in a restaurant. The fat Taoist priest stuffed meat into his mouth carefully while mumbling. That's the truth. I didn't mean to hide it. I'm just really short of money lately. After saying this, he looked at Lin Shi guiltily. Lin Shi's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. It turned out that the Taoist priest bought the land 5 years ago. In his words, he wanted to find a good feng shui location to build a Taoist temple, so he set his eyes on that hill. He first spent a lot of money to build a cement road, and then built a Taoist temple. Everything went smoothly in the process. The fat Taoist priest originally thought that he would spend his retirement in this Taoist temple. He never expected that not long after the Taoist temple was built, villagers from the village at the foot of the mountain came to his temple with a few people. They said that the dragon vein of their village was under the mountain, and that the fat Taoist priest's Taoist temple was suppressing their dragon vein. This piece of land was originally acquired from the villagers. When acquiring it, the fat Taoist priest had made it clear that he wanted to build a Taoist temple on it. At that time, the villager did not say that a Taoist temple could not be built on this mountain. No one stopped the construction process. It just so happened that the Taoist temple was already built, and then they came out to talk about it. The construction of the Taoist temple used up most of the money the fat Taoist had saved over the years, so there was no way he would demolish it. At first, the fat Taoist priest ignored these villagers. His Taoist temple was legal and compliant, and it was impossible for these villagers to demolish it by force. However, things were not as simple as he thought. From then on, every day villagers would guard the cement intersection at the foot of the mountain to prevent any vehicles from going up the mountain. The fat Taoist priest opened a Taoist temple to attract pilgrims. Without pilgrims, he would lose a major source of income. Then there were some middle-aged ladies who came to the gate of the Taoist temple every day to curse. He couldn't drive him away, and he couldn't scold him. The fat Taoist priest was very annoyed. He negotiated with the villagers several times and finally gave them 20,000 yuan, and the matter was settled. I thought the matter was over, but a month later, villagers blocked the road again. The fat Taoist priest was furious and went to argue with the village chief. The village chief shamelessly said that the 20,000 yuan was last month's expenses, and that we will have to pay them 20,000 yuan every month from now on. This made the fat Taoist priest very angry, and he immediately called the police. However, when the security guard arrived, a village of more than 400 people, from the elderly in their 80s to children as young as 3, all stood up to testify that the money was given to the entire village by the fat Taoist priest. This shows that this is not the first time that people in this village have done this. 20,000 yuan is enough to file a case of extortion. After receiving the money, each household received 50 yuan per person. What's even more infuriating is that the people in the village are basically all elderly people in their 60s, 70s, or even 80s, and there are also children who are only a few years old. The security guards could do nothing to these elderly people and could only arrest the few young and middle-aged men in the village, but they would be released soon. After that, these villagers became even more outrageous. Every day, several ladies in their 70s and 80s would ride on the villagers' tricycles to the gate of the Taoist temple and curse in the streets. They would not leave unless each of them was given 100 yuan. Call the police. If they did, they would start crying, saying they had fallen in the temple and wanted the fat Taoist priest to be responsible. The fat Taoist priest had no choice but to close the Taoist temples and basically stayed indoors, but he was unable to stop these unruly people. Every now and then, the Taoist temple would lose electricity and water, either because the wires were cut or the water pipes were blocked. Needless to say, it was the villagers who did it. Later, the fat Taoist priest spent money to buy surveillance cameras and caught the person who cut the wires. After sending the men to the Public Security Bureau, the fat Taoist priest thought he had turned the tables, but he didn't expect that this incident would simply stir up a hornet's nest. Since then, the villagers have become even more aggressive. The villagers had endless tricks, and he was exhausted both mentally and physically against 400 people alone. In the end, he had no choice but to give up this Taoist temple and find another way out. After listening to the fat Taoist priest's story, Liao Peng felt angry and guilty, and even dared not look at Lin Shi. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't find out clearly." He was earning as high a salary as Lin Shi, but he messed up the job and felt extremely ashamed. "I'll go see if there's any other suitable place. I'll consider this piece of land as my own. The boss can just deduct the money from my salary." Lin Shi glanced sideways. This made Lin Shi look at Liao Peng with a new respect. Although he offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000, it was just a blank check. The money hasn't been received yet, but he is willing to use an annual salary of 500,000 to make up for this mistake. Not everyone has the courage to come up with this. Lin Shi waved his hand. "No need, just this piece of land. It's late today, go contact a reliable construction team and start work tomorrow." Now it was Liao Peng and the fat Taoist priest who were shocked. "Boss, I have a solution, just do as I say." Lin Shi stood up and ended the meal. This matter actually does not need to be resolved at all. Looking for trouble after the construction is completed. Will Lin Shi be afraid? Naturally the answer is no. It will take at least 2 months for the shelter to be built. With the arrival of extreme cold, these villagers are unable to take care of themselves. Lin Shi is also very experienced in dealing with evil people. All he has to do is be more evil than them. Etc. The fat Taoist swallowed his mouthful of food with great effort and took out a yellowed booklet from his lapel with his greasy hands. "Little brother, you are a good person, and I did something unkind. This booklet was used by me to strengthen my body before. Now that the Taoist temple is gone, I have made up my mind and am ready to return to secular life. This booklet is not that important to me anymore. I'll give it to you. I always feel that you are quite pleasing to the eye." Lin Shi frowned as he looked at the yellowed booklet with obvious oil stains on it, and then seeing the fat Taoist's sincere eyes, he finally took it. "Thanks." After leaving the restaurant, Lin Shi went to the hotel where he was staying and spent the whole night drawing the design of the shelter that he had already constructed in his mind. The upper part of this design is a semicircle, exposed on the ground, and the lower part is a square basement. From an architectural point of view, circular buildings help reduce wind resistance and are more solid and sturdy. From the perspective of heat transfer, the circular shape releases the least heat and is more conducive to heat preservation. People who once lived in the Arctic built semicircular igloos based on this principle. The exterior of the building is welded with alloy, and the interior is prepared to use the explosion-proof steel plate wall commonly used in banks, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. A layer of the most cold-resistant constant temperature material is added inside the steel plate wall, followed by normal freeze-proof materials. Lin Shi planned to build a fireplace in the middle of the circular building so that he could use it to keep warm when it was inconvenient to generate electricity. Make a smoke exhaust pipe on the top for ventilation. There is a power loop above and below the building. Lin Shi had never considered the water problem. The water purifier and water purification tablets he bought are not just for show. The details of the design drawings still need to be modified by professionals. But that's pretty much it. After finishing the design drawings and preparing to go to bed, Lin Shi glanced at the booklet that he had casually put aside. It was the one the fat Taoist gave him. Out of curiosity, I took it and started to read it. Lin Shi flipped it casually and found that the booklet was actually a picture book with a little man showing different moves on it. It's very similar to a martial arts secret book. Lin Shi read it from the beginning with great interest. The more he looked, the more serious Lin Shi's expression became, even a little unbelievable. The movements in this booklet are actually somewhat similar to the resonance he practiced. This shocked Lin Shi greatly. He immediately jumped out of bed and started practicing according to the movements in the booklet. After practicing, I found that this set of movements is indeed somewhat similar to resonance, but it is far more complicated than resonance and more difficult to master. Fortunately, he already had experience from practicing resonance in his previous life, and his body had been honed over this period of time, so he could barely perform this set of movements. With each breath, the movements stretch and relax, seeming to imply some mysterious rhythm. After the first round of movements, Lin Shi was sweating profusely, but his breathing was not disordered at all. He felt comfortable and warm all over. This effect is several times better than resonance. Although the resonance treatment can warm up the body, it is not obvious. Lin Shi solemnly picked up the dirty booklet again and turned to the front page. The 3 words, Health Preservation Secrets, were obviously filled in later, and the original title of the book seemed to have been worn off. This is by no means an ordinary health book. If he had not experienced the end of the world, he might have thought that this was just a martial arts secret book, sold for a few dollars at a local stall. But after knowing the magic of resonance in the end-time cultivation, Lin Shi knew that this was definitely a priceless secret book. When the end of the world comes and that magical substance appears, it will be the time when this technique can play its greatest role. At the same time, Lin Shi also had doubts. Resonance only appeared in the 6th year of the apocalypse. It is said that it was developed jointly by scientists and martial artists. Could it be that the rumor is wrong, or could it be that this rumor was spread by the official shelter? But Lin Shi had a hunch that the emergence of resonance was definitely related to this booklet. Now that this booklet appears in his hands, will it change the original future? Lin Shi thought about it for a moment and then stopped thinking about it. Even if the future was really changed, it was not something he had to worry about now. And he was not the only one who knew this set of skills, the fat Taoist priest also knew it. After waking up from a good sleep and finishing his health-preserving practice, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered people early in the morning to start work at the old site of the Taoist temple. After breakfast, Lin Shi also went to the scene. 2 excavators are clearing the remains of the Taoist temple's original buildings. Lin Shi found Liao Peng, handed him the drawings he designed last night, and explained the key points to him. Liao Peng patted his chest and said, "Okay, boss. I'll ask an engineer to improve the design. As for the well you mentioned, there is already a well here, buried in the ruins. The construction worker just told me about it and I just discovered it." Lin Shi was a little surprised. This is a pleasant surprise. For the next few days, Lin Shi stayed in Shushi. Make an order to purchase various building materials, discuss shelter design plans with engineers, and more. In his spare time, he practiced the health preservation tips. After a few days, Lin Shi felt that his physical strength had increased much more than the previous 10 days combined. Thanks to Lin Shi's unsparing investment, the original ruins of the Taoist temple have disappeared, replaced by a large and deep pit. The basement of the shelter has been dug, and the next step is to begin construction. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. However, in the early morning of March 22nd, a phone call made Lin Shi give up the idea of staying in Shushi to follow up the project. It was the warehouse keeper who called, and a panicked voice came over the phone. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi frowned. "How did the fire start? How is the cargo?" "I don't know. I was sleeping and didn't hear any noise. I don't know how the fire started. Fortunately, I discovered it early and only a small part of the goods was burned." Lin Shi could only put aside his work here and hand it over to Liao Peng. "Then I took the flight back to Haishi that day. It is raining heavily in Haishi." As soon as Lin Shi got off the plane and turned on his phone, he saw more than a dozen missed calls, all from the people in charge of the warehouse. Lin Shi immediately called back. But no one answered. "I checked the weather in Hai City over the past 2 days and found that it was raining all the time. Since it was raining, how could there be a fire?" As soon as I got back to the warehouse door, I heard a loud voice coming from the warehouse. "Throw out everything in there. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon." It was the warehouse manager's voice. "I saw several people carrying boxes of goods and throwing them out. It's raining heavily outside, and some of these goods cannot get wet by the rain. If it gets soaked in rain, it will probably break. What are you doing?" Lin Shi blocked the entrance to the warehouse, and glanced coldly at the people who were carrying boxes and preparing to throw them out. Several people were impressed by Lin Shi's aura and stopped walking out. "What are you doing?" A thin middle-aged man walked over and saw Lin Shi, and Lin Shi also saw him. But Lin Shi didn't know this person. "Where did you come from, kid? Get out of the way." The skinny man looked fierce. "Who are you? Who told you to touch my things?" Lin Shi asked coldly. The warehouse manager heard the noise and ran over to Lin Shi with a sad face to complain. "Boss. You're finally back. I was just directing people to unload the goods when these people suddenly ran in and said the warehouse was theirs and asked us to move our things out immediately. I couldn't stop them." The skinny man showed an understanding expression and looked Lin Shi up and down. "So you are Lin Shi?" Without waiting for Lin Shi to answer, the skinny man pointed at himself with his thumb. "This warehouse is rented to me from today on. Boy, you burned down the landlord's warehouse, so he won't rent it to you anymore. Take your stuff and get out of here right now." The warehouse manager said angrily. "Even if you're moving stuff, you should give us some time. I've already told you that our boss will be here soon and you're throwing things away without even waiting. Is there any reason to talk? This is your business. The warehouse is mine now. Your things are occupying my warehouse. Is there anything wrong with me throwing them out?" The skinny man was picking his ears, looking like he didn't care what happened, which made the warehouse manager so angry that he couldn't stop breathing heavily. Even a fool could see that this was a target. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrow eyes. "I have signed the contract, and the rent has not yet expired. It is not up to you to decide whether to rent to me or not. Let the landlord come to talk to me with the penalty for breach of contract. I'm giving you 1 minute to get out of here." "Oh. You look so intimidating even though your hair hasn't even fully grown. When I was a gangster, you were still drinking milk. Get out of here." The skinny man reached out to push Lin Shi away as if he was sending away a cat or a dog. However, Lin Shi grabbed the skinny man's hand and twisted it hard. There was a cracking sound, followed by a scream. "Ah!" The skinny man's hand was dislocated. Although his face turned pale due to the pain, the skinny man was also a tough guy. Ignoring his captured right hand, he punched Lin Shi with his other hand and started spewing shit. "You bastard, you're dead. I'm beeping." Lin Shi stretched out his hand and easily caught the punch. In his eyes, this punch was weak and powerless. Although the skinny man in front of him was ruthless, that was all. Click. Lin Shi twisted the skinny man's left hand and kicked him out. Without his arms to support himself, the skinny man fell face first to the ground, his teeth bleeding. The skinny man lying on the ground roared. "Are you all blind? Kill him for me." Things happened too fast. Several people who followed the skinny man were carrying things in their arms. At this moment, they finally threw away the boxes in their hands and rushed forward. However, how could they possibly be a match for Lin Shi, who had experienced countless actual combat battles? Lin Shi kicked one man away, caught two fists coming towards him, and pulled them hard. The two men immediately staggered and lost their balance. Lin Shi grabbed their necks and hit them hard, and the two screams stopped abruptly. As soon as Lin Shi let go, the two men fell to the ground unconscious. He easily dodged a punch coming from the side and turned back with an elbow. The men immediately bent over and shrank like a shrimp and fell to the ground. Just a few simple movements, not even a warm-up, and 4 people were lying on the ground. This was because Lin Shi didn't want to make things worse and showed mercy. If it were the end of the world now, these people would have already died. The skinny man who had just turned over saw this scene and knew that he had hit a wall this time. I thought I just had to deal with a college student and I could complete the job by just stretching out my hand, and I would be happy that someone gave me money. I never expected that he was such a tough guy. The last person caught a glimpse of the fierceness in Lin Shi's eyes and took a few steps back in fear. He didn't dare to move forward, but turned around and ran into the rain. Lin Shi did not pursue him, but walked up to the skinny man who had already sat up. "Who sent you here? Did you set the fire in my warehouse?" Lin Shi already had a guess in his mind, but he just wanted to confirm it. However, even in the face of such a situation, the skinny man still seemed fearless and threatened. "Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I will kill you." A murderous look flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. To the warehouse manager who was standing in the back, already dumbfounded and at a loss, "Call the police." The order of the peace era saved these scumbags. The warehouse manager suddenly came to his senses, took out his cell phone and called the police tremblingly, looking at Lin Shi with awe and a hint of fear in his eyes. Soon the security guards arrived at the warehouse, along with an ambulance. When the security guard arrived, the skinny man immediately bit back. "Officer, this man broke into my warehouse and beat people up for no reason. Both of my hands were dislocated by him." "Who called the police?" Lin Shi raised his hand. "Me." "Tell me about the situation." The security guard took out a recorder. Lin Shi told him about how several people had run into his warehouse, thrown away his goods, and started the fight first. There were still a few boxes of goods in the rain at the warehouse door. The warehouse manager also confirmed that what Lin Shi said was true. Lin Shi's attack was not very heavy, and apart from skin injuries and slight concussions, the few people were fine, and they all recovered quickly. The skinny man's dislocated hand was also put back in place by the emergency doctor. Lin Shi pretended to take something out of his backpack, but in fact he took out a rental contract. "This is my contract for renting this warehouse." The security guard took a look and confirmed that there was no problem with the contract. "Things are very clear and straightforward." One of the security guards said, "Take these back." "Wait." Even now, the skinny man was not panicked at all. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. The phone rang outside the warehouse. "I saw a middle-aged man and a young man walk into the warehouse." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew one of the two people who came. Li Duyu. When Li Duyu saw Lin, a smug smile appeared on his face. The middle-aged man suspected to be Li Duyu's father pulled one of the security guards aside. He said a few words and made another phone call, putting it next to the security guard's ear. Lin Shi frowned as he watched this scene. Just then, Lin Shi's cell phone rang. It was the landlord calling. "Lin Shi, your workers almost burned down my warehouse. I won't rent the warehouse anymore. I will return the remaining rent and deposit to you. Please move out as soon as possible." Lin Shi frowned and replied, "There is no such clause in the contract. Besides, the fire incident has not been thoroughly investigated." The landlord sounded helpless and anxious on the phone. "Don't investigate, this is all your fault. Just move out. I beg you, I will refund you all the rent for this month." After saying that, he hung up the phone. And he immediately returned all the 60,000 yuan to Lin Shi. It seems that this warehouse is really no longer available for rent. Now that Lin Shi's things have been hoarded, it doesn't matter to him to move away. But being forced away like this is really unpleasant no matter how you look at it. Li Duyu walked up to Lin Shi, looked at him with a sneer, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "This is what happens when you offend me. The fun has just begun. I will make sure you don't survive in Haishi." Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, looked at Li Duyu in surprise, and said loudly, "What did you say? You are not your father's biological child." The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of several people around. Everyone looked at Li Duyu in surprise. Li Duyu's face turned red as he quickly explained. "I didn't say that. He's talking bullshit." Li Duyu looked at Lin Shi with hatred. If Ice could kill, he would want to kill Lin Shi with a single glance. Soon the security guard who was taken away by Li Duyu's father came to Lin Shi, pointed at Lin Shi and said, "Take this man back." "Wait." Lin Shi frowned. The scene before him did not surprise him too much. From the skinny man's initial confidence and the series of actions that followed, Lin Shi had already guessed that these people must have something to rely on. But he is not a pushover. "I want to ask, why do you want to take me back?" The security guard had a serious expression. "You are suspected of arson and intentional injury. You must come back to the police station with me for investigation." Li Duyu looked at Lin Shi with a smug look on his face, which clearly expressed, "This is what happens when you offend me. You're dead if you go to the police station." Lin Shi was not panicked at all and continued to defend himself. "I've already said it before, they were the first to start. That's just your one-sided statement. It can't be used as evidence." A hint of sneer flashed across Lin Shi's face. "But that's not what you just said." Anger flashed in the security guard's eyes. "The other party has more witnesses than you do. We have the right to reinvestigate. Come with us first." "But I have evidence." Lin Shi grinned, his eyes were cold, and he picked up the phone and said, "I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse when I moved in. What you just said in the corner must have been recorded." The angrier Lin Shi got, the bigger the smile on his face became, but the coldness in his eyes could freeze people. He suddenly began to miss the end of the world. At least the evil in the last days is absolute evil. The security guards standing in front of him were all stung by Lin Shi's crazy smile. This expression usually appears on perverted murderers. And what did he just say? Video recording. The security guard's face changed and he reached out to snatch the phone from Lin Shi's hand. However, Lin Shi seemed to have predicted the future and calmly took 2 steps back before the security guard took action. "I'll press it and show you." After saying that, he lowered his head and pressed the phone. Seeing this, the security guard quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Shi. Unexpectedly, it seemed as if Lin Shi had eyes on his head, and he dodged the grab with a nimble move. Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice it surprised everyone present. This person's skills are so good. No wonder he could knock down 5 people with his bare hands. "Why did you suddenly try to snatch my phone?" "I was so scared that I posted the video online." Lin Shi showed the screen to everyone with an innocent look on his face. Li Duyu's father, Li Ducai, was so angry that his face turned green. Before coming, Li Ducai and the landlord confirmed that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse. Only then could he not persuade his son and came to handle it personally. Although the lease was only for 1 month, the landlord did not expect that surveillance cameras would be installed in the warehouse. If the scene of the 2 people talking in the corner just now was really posted online, and things got fermented, not only would both of them be in trouble, but several people would also be implicated. The call Li Ducai just made was to the chief of High City Public Security Bureau. If the director is implicated because of this small matter, it will trigger a series of reactions. The network of relationships that Li Ducai had worked so hard to build up in High City over many years might be severely damaged. Li Ducai glared at Li Duyu fiercely, but now was not the time to punish this rebellious son who had betrayed his father. Li Ducai wanted to intercept the video posted online before things got out of hand. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of fans on the internet had already seen the video that Lin Shi accidentally sent out for the first time, and began to forward it crazily. It was too late for Li Ducai to stop it. The skinny man had obviously thought of something, and his expression was changing visibly. If there were surveillance cameras, then wouldn't the scene of him setting fire in the early morning have also been captured on camera? Was the previous scene of finding fault also captured on camera? The skinny man looked at Lin with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He was no longer as calm as at the beginning and hurriedly caught up with Li Duotsai. "Take him away," the security officer shouted angrily, and the other security officers quickly stepped forward to take Lin Shi down. Lin Shi did not resist and cooperated with a smile, and his cell phone was taken away. "I can go by myself. Old Huang, pack up the things in the warehouse, find a big truck to load them up, and park them in the parking lot next to it. Wait for me to come back." Warehouse manager Lao Huang nodded hurriedly. Lin Shi got into the police car. The only one left in the warehouse was the warehouse manager, Old Huang. Today's scene really overturned his three views. He had never seen such a boss. But now the boss has been arrested by the security guards. Lao Huang has a bitter face and doesn't know whether he can get the salary back. Lin Shi, who was carried into the car from both sides, did not show any sign of nervousness at all. The car had not driven far when a security guard sitting next to Lin Shi received a call. After a while, he looked at Lin Shi strangely and handed the phone to the security guard who had confronted Lin Shi before. "Captain, I'm looking for you." Turns out he's a captain. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. The security guard who was called the captain took the phone. His face turned pale, then red, and then black. He just nodded. "Yes, yes, yes, okay, yes, yes." After hanging up the phone, he immediately said, "Parking." The car quickly pulled over. "You can go now." The security guard called captain looked at Lin Shi with hatred, seeming very unwilling, but helpless. Lin Shi smiled, stretched out his hand and said, "My phone. There is evidence in your phone. You need to cooperate with the investigation." Lin Shi shrugged, got out of the car and left. Lu Ting kept watching Lin Shi walk away before he looked away. Lin Shi turned around and bought a new card, and then bought a new phone. The video he sent out has indeed caused an impact. And it's a huge impact. If the end of the world had not come, Lin Shi would have no idea how many people he would have offended with this wave of operations alone. As a person with no background or identity, he might disappear in the vast crowd at any time. But now he is not afraid of anything. Lin Shi removed the video from the internet and also cancelled his social media accounts. As long as his goal is achieved, he doesn't want to become more famous. When we returned to the warehouse, Lao Huang was still calling for a taxi. He didn't expect Lin Shi to come back so soon. I was also stunned. Lin Shi settled the wages, sent Lao Huang away, closed the warehouse door, and counted the items inside. What was burned were a small number of 10 sleds that I had ordered online. Originally, Lin Shi wanted to buy a few sled dogs to raise for use in the apocalypse. Now that this thing is burned, let's forget it. What was thrown into the rain were just some equipment, and there was no major damage. After putting the things into the space, Lin Shi immediately booked a flight to Shushi and left Haishi. Soon, news broke in Hai City that a shareholder of a famous company was suspected of engaging in power-for-sex transactions with senior government officials. The shareholder was Li Duoyu's father. It seems that if the end of the world doesn't come, this rich second generation won't be able to do it. Many people were implicated in this incident, including a security guard who was fired. However, Lin Shi's focus was not on this matter, but on the words, Apocalypse New Energy Company, a famous enterprise. There was a flash of deeply hidden hatred in his eyes. A few days after this incident, the school suddenly called Lin Shi and said that Lin Shi had been absent from class for a long time and had been expelled. Lin Shi knew that someone had taken action, but this method was of no use to him. He spent the next 2 months in Shushi overseeing the construction of the shelter. I spend most of my time practicing the health preservation secrets. I took some time to go back to Hai City to pick up the goods I ordered from Lao Xie. I didn't stop and just left. This also allowed him to escape a conspiracy against him. On May 25, the shelter was finally completed. The total construction period was more than 2 months, and Lin Shi spent more than 9 million yuan, all of which was spent on materials and labor costs. The semicircular shelter had no windows except for a chimney and an entrance and exit passage. From the back, the entire shelter looks like an iron ball embedded in the soil. There are two doors, an outer door and an inner door, both are heavy explosion-proof doors. You have to go through two doors whether entering or exiting. Some workers joke that the shelter would survive the aftermath of a nuclear weapon. The shelter is equipped with squat toilets, kangs, stoves, heaters and other designs that do not require electricity. All wires are installed indoors. Although it affects the appearance, it is more convenient for maintenance. A water pipe was also made from the well to the shelter to supply water to the shelter. Lin Shi asked people to seal the well cover completely so that the well water would not freeze so easily. Next, just put the daily necessities in the space and you can move in. And there are only 6 days left before the solar flare erupts. Lin Shi spent a day setting up the shelter. Except for the electrical appliances, everything else was ready. I also bought several carpets and laid them in the living room of the shelter. Electrical appliances must be turned off after the geomagnetic storm is over to avoid being damaged by it. After the shelter was built, Liao Peng stayed with Lin Shi and had nothing to do. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, "Go prepare some supplies and put them in your rental house. The end of the world is coming soon, and he doesn't mind giving Liao Peng a hand as a reward for Liao Peng's hard work over the past 2 months. It is impossible to pay him subsequent salary. Of course, if he doesn't listen, Lin Shi will not remind him again." After sending Liao Peng away, Lin Shi took out his cell phone and pulled a number out of the blacklist. Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi dialed the number. "Lin Shi. Is it really you? Where have you been recently? Last time I saw you in a short video being taken away by the security guards, are you okay?" Zhao Xiao's voice sounded very surprised. It was really a surprise. He had been almost blamed to death by his parents for more than 2 months, and his family's plan to buy a new house was delayed because he failed to borrow money from Lin Shi. Lin Shi said, "I'm fine. I've been in a bad mood recently and I'm traveling in Shushi. Do you want to come over and play for a few days?" Zhao Xiao on the other end of the phone agreed without even thinking. "Okay. I'll take a few days off and spend some time with you." After chatting for a while, Lin Shi hung up the phone. How could he forget Zhao Xiao, the person who killed him in his previous life? It is impossible for Shi to go back, but that doesn't mean he will let Zhao Xiao go. The same is true for bringing Zhao Xiao to Shushi for processing. Lin Shi also replenished 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite food in Shushi. The thing that is least lacking in extreme cold is water. There is snow everywhere, and eating snow can quench your thirst. Although this will make the body colder, compared to the difficult-to-obtain food, water is something that survivors do not need to worry about. Viruses and bacteria are everywhere, so eating snow or not has little to do with whether you will get sick. Most of the survivors had already developed antibodies in their bodies a few years after the end of the world. Eating raw meat, eating snow, and wearing animal fur, humans slowly adapted to the harsh living environment. Those who could not adapt had already died. Lin Shi prepared some water just in case. I bought 2 more computers and copied countless materials and some movies, animations, and games from the internet. This includes some information on making various tools, repairing electricity, generators, etc. This information may become extremely valuable in the future. Apart from some of the copied gold bars, there was less than 100,000 yuan in cash left. Everything is ready. 3 days before the SSS-class solar flare erupted, Zhao Xiao hurried over from High City. It can be seen that Zhao Xiao has not had a good time in the past 2 months and has lost weight. When Zhao Xiao saw Lin, he just greeted him and apologized, behaving very humbly. While apologizing, he observed Lin Shi's expression. "Lin Shi, I really treated you as my own brother, so I didn't think too much about it. Can you forgive me? I will definitely do more for you in the future." Lin Shi showed an ambiguous smile on his face and nodded perfunctorily. "Stay here for a week before leaving. I'll pay for all the expenses." Zhao Zhao's face was visibly filled with joy. As expected, Lin Shi is still the same Lin Shi who was taken advantage of. It seems that he was too obvious last time and made Lin Shi angry. "Okay." Zhao Xiao naturally agreed. He also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Lin Shi about borrowing money. By the way, when did you come to Shashi alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true? Zhao Xiao seemed concerned, but he couldn't hide the gloating in his eyes. It's true. Lin Shi nodded and pretended not to see it. Zhao Xiao pretended to comfort Lin Shi and then discussed the arrangements for the next few days with him. Lin Shi really wants to relax these days. It would be risky to take action before the end of the world, but Lin Shi could afford to wait for a few days. What he wants to do is to keep Zhao Xiao in Shashi, and when the end of the world comes, let Zhao Xiao feel the despair of the end of the world and then die. Lin Shi never thought of himself as a good person. After he lost the love of his parents in his previous life, he placed all his emotions on Zhao Xiao and his good friends. At the beginning of the apocalypse, when money was still of some use, he distributed the gold bars left by his father to several people, giving them hope of survival. In the end times, when he and Zhao Xiao depended on each other, he always took the initiative to do dangerous things. However, he did so much, but only got betrayal in return. This is also because he is too weak and does not know how to judge people. Therefore, in this life, he will never be soft-hearted again, and will never believe in ridiculous feelings again. Although many things from his previous life, including betrayal, have not happened yet, Zhao Xiao is such a person that even if it happens again, he will still use him thoroughly. Lin Shi lowered his eyes to hide the coldness in his eyes. Eh? Isn't Su Qin also studying at a university in Shashi? Do you want to invite her out to play with you? Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, giving him a look that every man could understand. Su Qin is the second girl in the group of 6 besides Su Feifei. Lin Shi's impression of this person still remains from 8 years ago. In high school, the other students always tried to match him and Su Qin together and talked about things together. After being told this so many times, Lin Shi began to have different feelings towards this girl. But for Lin Shi, he hasn't seen this person for 8 years, and he can't even remember his face. When this person was mentioned again, Lin Shi didn't feel anything, but Zhao Xiao kept encouraging him, so Lin Shi agreed casually. They found a hotel and settled Zhao Xiao in, and Lin Shi also lived next door to Zhao Xiao. And Zhao Xiao indeed made an appointment with Su Qin. On the second day, May 29th, there were 2 days left until the SSS-class solar flare. Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao came to the beach in Shashi and met Su Qin, whom they hadn't seen for 8 years. Su Qin is a student of the dance department at the Art College of Shashi University, so she naturally has an excellent figure. Because they were playing at the beach today, Su Qin boldly wore a bikini. Zhao Xiao's eyes widened. Lin Shi was wearing swimming trunks underneath his clothes. After he took off his clothes, his solid but not strong muscles made Su Qin's eyes sparkle. Lin Shi, when did you get in such good shape? Su Qin completely ignored Zhao Xiao, who had an average figure, and kept staring at Lin Shi's abdominal muscles. I've recently started to like working out. Lin Shi answered casually, opened the beach chair, put on sunglasses, and started to enjoy the sunbath. In 2 days, people will no longer need to wear sunglasses and will be able to look directly at the fireball in the sky. Before the end of the world, Lin Shi also prepared to enjoy the last 2 days of warm sunshine to relax his tense mood. Su Qin also lay next to Lin Shi basking in the sun. The two of them chatted idly and completely ignored Zhao Xiao. There was a gloom in Zhao Xiao's eyes, but he still forced a smile and joined in the conversation between the two. The 3 of them stayed until sunset before leaving the beach, finding a place to have a meal and then leaving. On the last day, Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao and Su Qin spent the whole day playing in Shashi. The time has finally arrived on June 1st, Children's Day. An SSS-class solar flare erupted on this day. On the morning of June 1st, Lin Shi practiced the health-preserving techniques on the flat ground outside the shelter as usual. Zhao Xiao also asked him to go diving today, but he refused on the grounds that he had something to do. He wanted to stay in the shelter and observe what was different about the sun when a solar flare occurred. After today's solar flare, the violent solar storm will not reach Earth until June 4th. So before the 4th, the blue planet is still safe for the time being. The strange thing about this solar flare is that no country noticed anything unusual. With Blue Star's current technology, this situation is very bizarre. At this moment, Lin Shi was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Although his body movements were constantly changing, his eyes never left the sun in the sky. This posture is undoubtedly a bit funny. Several villagers from the foot of the mountain saw this scene from afar and started talking about it. What is that young man doing? What is he doing? It looks pretty evil. Look at the thing he built. It doesn't look normal. Do we still need money? Yes. We must. What are we afraid of? Let's go and ask for it tomorrow. I'll go and discuss with Uncle Li how to ask for it this time. After practicing 5 sets of health preservation techniques, when Lin Shi started the 6th set, he suddenly stopped. The sun he had been staring at did not change at all. The reason he stopped was because the cornucopia interface, which had not changed much since the upgrade, turned into a bunch of garbled characters. What's going on? Lin Shi was shocked and immediately stopped practicing to observe the treasure bowl. I discovered that not only did the interface of the cornucopia turn into garbled characters, but even the space could no longer be sensed. Lin Shi's pupils suddenly shrank. This was a huge shock. The space contains all the supplies he has stockpiled over the past 3 months. If the space suddenly loses its function, the advantage he has after his rebirth will be greatly reduced. At this moment, Lin Shi suddenly realized that his dependence on space was too strong. After about a few dozen seconds, the garbled code in front of me formed a bunch of Chinese characters. The 3rd reset of the blue planet Doomsday has begun. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. It has been detected that the cornucopia has recognized intelligent creatures as the main body, and the host protection plan has been launched. Lin Shi's pupils trembled. This passage contains so much information. Apocalypse reset. The 3rd time. He experienced the end of the world in the previous life, went back to before the end of the world, and experienced it again. Does this count as twice? Then why does the cornucopia show this is the 3rd time? Could it be that the end of the world had already been restarted once in his previous life before his rebirth? Before I had time to think about the meaning of the following words, the interface in front of me formed a new sentence. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours, please be prepared. Lin Shi's heart was beating like a drum. Is this a hint? This cornucopia is smart. After more than 10 seconds, the text disappeared and the cornucopia interface returned to normal. Lin Shi was also sensed by the space again. Only the countdown of 71 hours and 43 minutes in the upper right corner made Lin Shi realize that it was not an illusion. Lin Shi turned around and went back into the shelter, made himself a cup of coffee, took a few sips, and calmed himself down. Recall in my mind the abnormal changes that occurred in the cornucopia interface before. He speculated that this wave of changes was most likely related to the so-called SSS-class solar flare eruption. The solar flare explosion marked the beginning of this apocalypse, and the text that appeared before the cornucopia. The 3rd reset of the blue planet Doomsday has begun. This process will accelerate the evolution of species. It has been detected that the cornucopia has recognized intelligent creatures as the main species, and the fire protection plan has been launched. It also states that the end of the world has already begun. Lin Shi is very concerned about the number 3rd time. If he thought about it carefully, apart from himself, perhaps no one in this world knew that he would experience the end of the world again. When Lin Shi thinks back on the experience of rebirth, he still finds it bizarre. He died, but he was reborn 8 years ago. All human beings, the entire blue planet, have returned to the state they were in 8 years ago. Is this a step back in time? Or delete the file and restart? As far as humans know, time cannot be reversed, unless it is considered from a theological perspective. The Mandela effect. God's work. A game for high-level civilizations. Or is it a correction of the power of nature's own rules? And this might be the 3rd time this has happened. Before he got this treasure bowl, time had gone back and humans had experienced the apocalyptic disaster that would occur in a few days. And when the apocalypse was reset for the first time, was I also like the billions of other humans and countless creatures today, knowing nothing about it? Why does it reset 3 times? Is it because all life forms on the blue planet became extinct the previous 2 times? This guess is too shocking and too terrifying. What exactly is the cornucopia? Why does this message appear? No wonder it is said that knowing too much is not a good thing. The more Lin Shi thought about it, the more doubts he had. His breathing became rapid and his head was buzzing, almost about to explode. My heart was beating very fast and I couldn't calm down at all. He was scared. Thinking in this way, Lin Shi began to doubt whether the universe as humans understand it today is controlled by some higher civilization. They are like other people's guinea pigs, being experimented on again and again. Lin Shi closed his eyes and hummed a song to divert his attention. After humming the song, he finally threw away these strange thoughts in his mind. He took out his computer and started looking up some information about the Ice Age. The blue planet has experienced several ice ages. Before this extreme cold apocalypse, human ancestors experienced an ice age that lasted more than 2 million years. It ended more than 10,000 years ago. This period is also known as the Quaternary Glacial Age. Lin Shi only briefly glanced at the details of whether humans were involved in the previous 3 ice ages. The Quaternary Ice Age alone caused the extinction of almost all animals that were not cold-resistant. Most of the animals that survived in the ice and snow were long-haired animals. But humans survived. As to why humans have been able to survive, some scientists speculate that it is because humans have extremely strong creativity and adaptability. However, Lin Shi felt that this statement could not stand up to scrutiny. Those who have not experienced extreme cold cannot imagine how terrifying it is. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, there are less than 1 million people left out of the world's 7.8 billion. This shows the horror of the end of the world. At that time more than 2 million years ago, there were no technological items and resources were extremely scarce. There was a lack of plants and even less medicine. Countless large carnivorous mammals such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, brutal lions, dire wolves, etc. lived in this period. They are huge, ferocious, and carnivorous. With the size and speed of a normal human, they can only become food for these large carnivores, and even if they can survive in extremely low temperatures, it is difficult for them to survive. What's even more bizarre is that after the Ice Age ended, these ferocious large creatures became extinct. And humans still thrive today. This is difficult to explain in terms of adaptive creativity. But if there is the participation and help of advanced civilizations, then everything will make much more sense. But these are just Lin Shi's guesses. His original intention was just to survive in the apocalypse. No matter what the reason was, since he had been given a second life, he had to live well. Only by surviving can you find out more clues about this disaster. If it is true as he guessed, the end of the world will be reset every time all species become extinct. As the only person who knows the inside story now, perhaps he really needs to do something. Because no one knows how many times this reset can be done again. If this is the last chance, will the blue planet become a lifeless planet like other planets in the solar system? Lin Shi took out his computer, plugged in the wireless network card, and started surfing the internet. The news of the solar flare was posted anonymously on the internet. 3 months ago, if he had said that an SSS-class solar flare would erupt today, he would undoubtedly have been regarded as a madman or a charlatan. No one would believe that he could predict the future. But today, he broke the news ahead of time based on facts that had already happened, and added speculation that the Ice Age was about to come. It is much easier to gain people's trust. Perhaps a scientist will discover something abnormal about the sun and ask all countries to prepare in advance. After 71 hours, all electronic equipment will lose signal and become scrapped. Lin Shi will no longer be at risk of being exposed. I just don't know if my post can be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. Lin Shi closed the computer, unplugged the network card, and reclaimed the space. The rest depends on God's will. Lin Shi tried to establish communication with the cornucopia, but there was no response. In order to prevent the situation of being unable to sense the space from happening again, Lin Shi took out a portion of each type of supplies in the space and placed them in the basement of the shelter. The next day, the countdown in the upper right corner had jumped to 47 hours. This process of watching the end of the world come is tormenting. Lin Shi could only keep practicing the health-preserving techniques to keep himself calm. However, it wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests disturbed Lin Shi's peace. A tractor arrived outside Lin Shi's shelter. There are no windows in the shelter, so Lin Shi installed a camera at the peephole of the outer explosion-proof door to check the situation outside. 4 people got off the tractor and looked around the shelter. The 4 were still discussing who would come up and knock on the door of the big iron ball, but Lin Shi had already opened the door and walked out. The middle-aged woman among the 4 people looked through the crack in the door that Lin Shi had opened, wishing she could throw her eyes in to take a look. However, there was another door inside, and she couldn't see what was inside even if she puffed her eyes out. "What's up?" Lin Shi glanced at the 4 people coming. An aunt in her 40s or 50s, an uncle in his 50s or 60s with a cane, a farmer in his 30s, and a woman in her 20s. The 4 of them were also looking at Lin Shi with different eyes. Since a villager and a construction worker heard that the sphere on the top of the mountain would cost several million. Everyone in the village already knows that Lin Shi is very rich and a big fat sheep. The first person to speak was the farmer Li Chang. "Little brother, your ball has destroyed the feng shui of our village. Several chickens and ducks have died in our village recently. What do you think we should do about this?" Lin Shi looked towards a forest. "What does it have to do with me if your chickens and ducks die?" Aunt Li put her hands on her hips and glared at Lin Shi. "How come it's none of your business? It's because of your ball that our chickens and ducks started dying. Maybe someone will die in a few days." Lin Shi sneered. These villagers were really good at finding excuses. And they were right. More than just a few people will die in the next few days. Why don't you move away quickly? If you delay, everyone in your village might die. Rural people are most taboo about this, and Lin Shi made the 4 people very angry as soon as he opened his mouth. "Hey kid, why are you so mean? How dare you curse us?" Aunt Li pointed at Lin Shi's nose and cursed. "You little brat. What did you say? If you can't speak, I'll teach you how to speak." A fierce light flashed in Li Chang's eyes, and he slapped Lin Shi in the face with a palm as big as a palm fan. It seemed reckless, but this was something the 4 of them had planned before going up the mountain. Young people are not easily frightened and will behave themselves after a slap in the face. They have elderly, weak, women and children among them, so they can just fabricate some crime to pin on Lin Shi without worrying that Lin Shi will call the police. The other 3 seemed to have seen Lin Shi being slapped in the face. Pa! A heavy slap sounded. The noise was much louder than they expected. What really surprised them was that the person who got slapped was not Lin Shi, but Li Chang. Lin Shi raised his hand and grabbed Li Chang's hand, then slapped Li Chang in the face with his backhand. Li Chang was stunned by Lin Shi's slap. His head was buzzing and his face was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 4 of them obviously didn't expect that Lin Shi would be so arrogant and dare to fight back when facing 4 of them at one. Moreover, at such a young age, his hands are so strong. Seeing his son being beaten, Uncle Li, who was leaning on a crutch, relied on his age and swung the crutch at Lin Shi. Lin Shi nimbly dodged to the side and avoided the cane. Uncle Li's eyes rolled, he cried out ouch, fell to the ground and closed his eyes. This is the signal to start the second plan. Dad. What's wrong with you, Dad? Li Tsue reacted immediately and glared at Lin Shi. You hit my dad. I didn't even touch him. Lin Shi glanced coldly at Uncle Li, who was lying on the ground with his eyelids twitching. The 4 of us here all saw it. Don't try to cheat. Aunt Li knelt in front of the old man, hugged his body, and cried. Oh, how heartless city people are bullying us country folks, my dear. If you leave me, I will die on this iron ball, and I won't live anymore. Li Tsue also started sobbing. My father is already in poor health, what should I do now? Pay compensation. Pay 50,000 yuan and we'll let it go. Li Chang covered his face and clenched his fists tightly, as if he would fight him to the death if Lin Shi said no. Aunt Li threatened. If you don't pay, we'll call the security guards and reporters to expose you. Okay. Lin Shi said. The 3 of them looked delighted, thinking that Lin Shi agreed. Who knew that Lin Shi had the second half of the sentence? Call the police immediately. It is naturally impossible to call the police. Seeing that Lin Shi refused to budge, Li Chang glared at him fiercely and said. If you don't pay, then pay for my father's life. He couldn't bear to take that slap in vain, so he ran to the tractor and took down an axe. Wait. Lin Shi made a thoughtful expression and walked around Uncle Li twice, as if observing Uncle Li's situation. In fact, Lin Shi could call the police. After all, there was a surveillance camera on his door, and these people couldn't do anything to him. However, the security officer who came during the Li Duyu incident left Lin Shi with a bad impression of the Public Security Bureau. He had several ways to get rid of these 4 people. Lin Shi chose the most stress-relieving one. Aunt Li, Li Chang, and Li Tsuitsue exchanged triumphant looks, thinking that Lin Shi was already scared. Li Chang was secretly proud of himself. I told you, she's just a young girl in her 20s, just scare her a little. Suddenly, Lin Shi stretched out his foot and stepped on the back of Uncle Li's hand that was hanging on the ground. Ah! Uncle Li screamed and opened his eyes. Lin Shi turned his head and said to Li Chang, who hadn't reacted yet. I cured your father and brought him back to life. Now I don't have to pay for my life, right? Li Chang. Li Tsuitsue. Aunt Li. Lin Shi's unconventional approach made it difficult for the 3 of them to handle the situation. It was not until Uncle Li's wailing sounded that the 3 of them came to their senses. Ouch, my hand is broken. Uncle Li covered his hands with trembling hands, the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together in pain. Lin Shi's kick was not light. I originally just wanted to pretend to be injured, but now I'm really injured. The other 3 were furious and were about to explode. Lin Shi suddenly said. How about you take this old man to the hospital first, and then I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses. This sudden compromise startled the 3 of them again, and they all felt as if something was stuck in their chest. Aunt Li almost fainted. She was just about to greet Lin Shi's 18 generations of ancestors. But they have already agreed. If they continue to make a fuss, what if they change their mind? You have to pay for the medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and mental damages. And also the loss of work time. Aunt Li took 2 breaths and spoke tentatively. Lin Shi nodded, surprisingly easy to talk to. Okay. You guys go first. My house is here and I can't run away. Treatment is urgent. Why do they feel so aggrieved in their hearts even though their goal has been achieved? Uncle Li's wailing continued. Li Chang did not dare to delay and pointed at Lin Shi. Boy, if you don't pay me back, I'll make you regret it. After saying a few harsh words, the 3 men helped Uncle Li onto the tractor and drove down the mountain. Lin Shi watched the tractor drive away. Of course he couldn't afford any medical expenses. I just wanted to get rid of these 4 people. If they can still get up the mountain when a snowstorm hits in a few days, he will lose. Lin Shi walked towards a forest. As soon as he left the shelter, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him in the woods. Since his rebirth, Lin Shi has become particularly sensitive to other people's gazes. He is so sharp that he can sense anything as long as you look at him within 50 meters. As Lin Shi walked into the woods, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance, which quickly faded away. He only saw a vague black shadow disappearing into the layers of trees. Lin Shi took out his cell phone and the caller ID showed Zhao Xiao. He answered the phone unhappily. What? Lin Shi guessed that since he had left Zhao Xiao alone for 2 days, this guy probably couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Shi, guess who I met here? Zhao Xiao asked in a mysterious tone. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. Who? Zhao Xiao's voice on the phone was a little excited. The son of the richest man in our high city, Shen Jinbin. Lin Shi's grip on the phone suddenly tightened. Shen Jinbin. Yes, he even took the initiative to talk to me. He knew I was playing in Shushi, and he made an appointment with me to go diving together tomorrow, and asked me to ask you to come along. Lin Shi, you actually know such a super rich second generation. You hit it too well. It's really not nice of you. Zhao Xiao talked a lot on the phone, but Lin Shi's mind was full of Shen Jinbin in Shushi, and he couldn't hear a word of what he said afterwards. Shen Jinbin, one of the culprits who killed me in my previous life. But in fact, the hatred between Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin started a long time ago. Lin Shi's father was once an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day when Lin Shi's father had the accident, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company brought his son to the factory to inspect the situation. At that time, we came to the power area where Lin Shi's father was responsible. During the operation of Lin Shi's father, the chairman's son suddenly poured a drink in his hand on the circuit equipment, causing a short circuit and explosion. Lin Shi's father died on the spot. Shen Jinbin, chairman of Weather New Energy Company, paid everyone present a huge hush fee in order to calm the matter. They made them sign a confidentiality contract, and then ended the matter with a sky-high death compensation. However, an employee who had a good relationship with his father secretly told Lin Shi about this. Only then did Lin realize that his father did not die because of a mistake at work, but because he was killed. And the son of the chairman is Shen Jinbin. At that time, Lin Shi told his mother what had happened. Lin Shi will always remember the look his mother gave him. It was a look of confusion, hesitation, disgust, and pity mixed together. Finally, her mother said she would investigate the matter and asked Lin Shi to study hard. Since then, the employee who secretly told Lin Shi the truth has disappeared. Within a few months, my mother also remarried. And the person she remarried was actually Shen Jinbin, the chairman of Weather New Energy Company. Lin Shi felt that he was involved in a huge conspiracy. It would lead to death. In his previous life, Lin Shi never mentioned this time to anyone else. He only mentioned it to Zhao Xiao after the end of the world. He wanted to collect evidence secretly, but found that the Shen family had everything in Haishi and had already cleared away all the evidence. The Shen family also established the Haishi survivor shelter in the previous life. He couldn't find any chance for revenge at all, and the only chance he had before dying was interrupted by someone. Now that Shen Jinbin is in Shashi, if I want to kill him this time, there should be no one who can save him, right? The knuckles of his fingers turned white from exerting so much force, and it was not until he heard a cracking sound from the phone screen that Lin Shi came to his senses. Lin Shi. Lin Shi. Give me a firm answer whether you are going or not. Zhao Xiao on the other end of the phone was still urging. Now Zhao Xiao still doesn't know that Shen Jinbin is the murderer of Lin Shi's father. Yes, of course. No matter what Shen Jinbin's purpose of appearing in Shashi this time is, he must kill him. Lin Shi lowered his eyes were deep and dark, and a cold smile appeared on his face, which made people shudder at the sight of it. The birds in the woods sensed the murderous aura and flew away in all directions. At 1 p.m. on June 3rd, there are still 21 hours left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia. Lin Shi came to a pier where private yachts were docked. From a distance, Lin Shi saw Zhao Xiao talking to a white-haired young man with his back to him, spitting heavily. Lin Shi recognized the figure at a glance, Shen Jinbin. Restraining the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi walked towards the two men. Lin Shi, why did you come just now? Young Master Shen has been waiting for a while. Zhao Xiao stood beside Shen Jinbin and said in a blaming tone. Is it looking like the target has shifted to Shen Jinbin? Lin Shi sneered in his heart. As expected, no matter in the past life or this life, as long as he met Shen Jinbin, Zhao Xiao would turn against him. Lin Shi said with a normal expression. There was a traffic jam on the road, so we are late. Shen Jinbin turned his head, revealing a pale face that was caused by excessive drinking and sex. With a head of short white hair, he looks a bit ruffian. His eyes were still the same as in his previous life, looking down on Lin Shi, as if he was looking at a cheap commodity. At this time, Shen Jinbin did not have the cruelty of the apocalypse. In his previous life, Shen Jinbin would often beat people to death just for a word he didn't like. He would take possession of any girl he liked, completely treating himself as a local tyrant. Shen Jinbin waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter, as long as the people are here. Let's go and get on the boat. Shen Jinbin boarded the yacht first, and Zhao Xiao followed closely. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and followed the two people onto the yacht. As soon as he stepped onto the yacht, Lin Shi was stopped by a big man in black. Sir, I want to check if you have anything dangerous on you. Zhao Xiao was already being examined by another big man at the front, and he seemed to be accepting it well. Lin Shi frowned. I was invited to play, is this how you treat guests? This is just a normal procedure for the safety of everyone on the yacht. The big man in black stared at Lin Shi with an unyielding look. Oh, in that case, I won't play anymore. Lin Shi turned around and was about to leave. However, the bodyguard took a step and stopped Lin Shi. What? You won't let me go? Lin Shi's face turned cold. Sir, if you don't have anything dangerous with you, just let me search it. This is Master Shen's private yacht. Since you are here to play, please cooperate. Give our young master some face. This yacht is Shen Jinbin's private yacht, so these people are also Shen Jinbin's personal bodyguards. Lin Shi smiled and glanced at Shen Jinbin, who was standing a few meters away watching the show, with a cold look in his eyes. Who is he? Do I want to give him face? Do I know him? You. The black-clothed bodyguard stared, and a powerful aura emanated from him, oppressing Lin Shi. At this time the yacht also left the dock. Lin Shi frowned. What? You want to do something in broad daylight? Only then did Shen Jinbin step forward and said with unclear meaning. Biao, this is my half-brother, how can you be so tactless? Younger brother. Lin Shi is Shen Jinbin's younger brother. Everyone looked at Lin Shi in shock. The looks of the bodyguards were filled with shock, contempt, and disdain. The most shocked person was Xiao Xiao. He had known Lin Shi for so many years, so how come he didn't know that Lin Shi had this relationship with the richest men in High City? However, this incident was an insult to Lin Shi. My mother married my father, the murderer of my father. What brother? It was the first time they met in their lives. It was just something Shen Jinbin used to humiliate him for some unknown reason. Lin Shi clenched his teeth and tried to restrain his murderous intent. He kept himself calm. To Shen Jinbin, he was just an insignificant ant. In his previous life, Shen Jinbin had never met him before the end of the world. There must be some purpose for him suddenly coming to me this time. He can't be provoked and exposed first. Lin Shi looked at Shen Jinbin in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't even know you. Shen Jinbin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and pointed at Lin Shi and said. Oh, yes, you didn't come on the day your mom and dad got married. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Shen Jinbin, and I'm your mother's stepson. She's a good mother, and she treats me better than her own son. Lin Shi clenched his fists. A black-clad bodyguard named Biao stood in front of Shen Jinbin, ready to take Lin Shi down at any time. Lin Shi clenched and unclenched his fists, lowered his eyelids to hide the murderous intent in his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Oh. Really? It seems like you really like being someone else's son. Shen Jinbin's face changed immediately, his eyes filled with cruelty. You, say it again. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Xiao Xiao quickly tried to smooth things over. Ha ha ha, aren't we out here for fun? We should be happy when we go out for fun. Look, the sea is so beautiful today. Xiao Xiao was not trying to ease the atmosphere for Lin Shi. The atmosphere on the yacht was indeed a bit strange. Apart from Lin Shi and Xiao Xiao, there were Shen Jinbin and 8 burly men in black, all of whom were staring at them covetously. This is not a good sign. Shen Jinbin put away his brutality, revealed a sinister smile on his face, and turned to enter the cabin. The other men in black followed in. Only Lin Shi, Xiao Xiao, and the bodyguard named Biao were left on the deck. Mr. Lin, please let me search you. Biao asked again. Xiao Xiao gently pushed Lin Shi and whispered in Lin Shi's ear. Lin Shi, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He is a young master of a wealthy family, and it won't be shameful for us to go along with him. Lin Shi glanced at him coldly, opened his arms and said to the black-clad bodyguard. Search. Biao looked at Lin Shi with contempt. After searching for a while, he confirmed that Lin Shi did not have any dangerous items on him, and then he walked into the cabin. In the yacht room, Shen Jinbin swept the last cup on the table to the ground. The bodyguard at the side was cleaning up the broken glass on the ground. Even though his hand was pierced by the glass, he still frowned and endured the cleaning. Biao walked into the room and said. Master, I've confirmed that they didn't bring anything. But that guy named Lin Shi has been exercising for a long time, so he should be quite capable. I'll take action after we get into the water and finish him off. Shen Jinbin slammed the table heavily, his face full of cruelty. Killing him like this is too easy for him. How dare he play tricks on me? I will make him regret ever coming into this world. A Biao seemed to have thought of some bad memories, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Young master, this is China after all, a Biao reminded. Shen Jinbin reluctantly lowered his head on the table again and gave a Biao a cold look. Do the one that came with it as well. Yes. Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao were enjoying the sea view on the deck, and servants brought them wine and drinks. Not long after, Shen Jinbin also came out, returning to his original ruffian self, chatting and laughing with the two of them. We are going to dive somewhere farther away this time. I know a small island. There are not many people around there. The underwater environment is very beautiful. I guarantee that you have never seen such a beautiful scene. Shen Jinbin exaggeratedly introduced the beauty of that sea area. Zhao Xiao kept nodding and said expectantly, I'll follow Mr. Shen's arrangements. I can do anything. Lin Shi did not object. About 2 hours later, the yacht sailed near an uninhabited island. There were no ships or people around. The sunlight shines on the light blue sea, making it sparkle. A few thousand meters ahead is the clean beach and the lush green forests on the island. The scenery really looks beautiful. A bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready and led them to the other end of the yacht. When the three of them walked over, a Biao had already put on his equipment. Shen Jinbin directly picked up a diving suit and put it on. A Biao placed the other two sets in front of Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao looked at a Biao and rubbed his hands. I've never been diving before, so why don't I just not go down? Lin Shi glanced at Zhao Xiao in surprise. A Biao is a diving expert who can protect us underwater. We agreed to go diving together. Are you not giving me, Shen Jinbin, face? Shen Jinbin frowned and looked at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao waved his hands repeatedly, turned around and saw that Lin Shi had already picked up a diving suit, so he had no choice but to put it on as well. As they watched the two men gradually get dressed, Shen Jinbin turned around, with mockery and hostility flashing in his eyes. After everyone was dressed and put on their breathing equipment, Zhao Xiao, who was standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly pulled Lin Shi and squeezed at him a few times with the eyes behind the diving goggles. Lin Shi laughed, Why are you squinting your eyes? Is there sand in your eyes? It seems that Zhao Xiao is not too stupid. He has discovered something is wrong. Let's put aside Shen Jinbin's identity as a top rich second generation. A stranger suddenly invites you out to play, brings 8 strong-looking men with him, and takes you to a deserted place. This sounds very dangerous. Zhao Xiao wanted to cling to Shen Jinbin's thighs at first, so he didn't notice anything unusual. In other words, when ordinary people meet someone who is particularly powerful, they will instinctively respect and trust the person and ignore many things. And Lin Shi naturally didn't want to expose it. Hearing Lin Shi's words, a Biao looked at Zhao Xiao with a scrutinizing look. Zhao Xiao cursed inwardly. With an awkward smile on his face, he said, My eyes are a little uncomfortable. It's okay, it's okay. The four of them checked their equipment, and a Biao explained to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao the meaning and precautions of several underwater hand gestures. Then he was the first to go into the water. After Lin Shi went into the water, Zhao Xiao turned around and looked at the bodyguards who were eyeing him covetously, and had no choice but to follow him into the water. Zhao Xiao felt uneasy, but he secretly comforted himself that things might not be as bad as he thought. The underwater world is beautiful. Lin Shi swims at the front and looks around. It would have been a nice trip if it weren't for the vague gaze and murderous intent behind me. When everyone swam near a coral reef, Shen Jinbin gave a Biao a gesture to take action. When a Biao saw the order, he nodded, pulled out a dagger from his thigh, and swam towards Lin Shi. Watching a Biao getting closer and closer to Lin Shi, Shen Jinbin's eyes behind the diving goggles were filled with crazy excitement. Because it was Zhao Xiao's first time diving, he had been swimming at the back of the group, and he was scared to death when he saw this scene. He wanted to remind Lin Shi, but when he opened his mouth, the respirator in his mouth almost fell out, so he quickly shut up. Seeing that a Biao had swam behind Lin Shi and raised the dagger with a cold glow, Zhao Xiao was so scared that his legs went limp. Zhao Xiao quickly turned his head and looked at Shen Jinbin. I found that Shen Jinbin was actually excited. Finished. Zhao Xiao was desperate. This is murderous. Realizing that this was a murder, Zhao Xiao immediately turned around and swam to the surface. As for Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao had already determined in his heart that Lin Shi was dead. With Lin Shi's physique, there is no way he can be a match for a bodyguard. He must run now. If it's too late, you'll be silenced. Zhao Xiao wanted to turn around and dive up, but as it was his first time diving, he forgot to remove the weight in his panic and kept floundering in the same place. Lin Shi felt an unusual flow of water behind him. He turned around immediately without thinking. A dagger with a cold glow slid past his side. A Biao didn't expect Lin Shi to be able to dodge, and he moved his flippers and slashed at him again. Lin Shi finally saw clearly that the knife was aimed at his respirator. Sure enough, in the peaceful Xia kingdom, these people would not do it recklessly even if they wanted to kill people. This was intended to cause death from lack of oxygen, thus creating the illusion of accidental death. Affected by the resistance of the water, Lin Shi had nowhere to hide. He reached out and grabbed a Biao's hand holding the dagger to prevent the respirator from being cut. A Biao reached for the respirator on Lin Shi's face with his other hand, but was also grabbed by Lin Shi. The two men wrestled underwater. A Biao's face was full of ferocity, and there was a hint of shock and astonishment. He tried his best to break free from Lin Shi's hand, but it was like being clamped by a pair of pliers and he couldn't move forward at all. This kid is so strong. Lin Shi raised his foot and kicked a Biao hard, and he retreated more than a meter away. Just when a Biao was about to rush forward again, Lin Shi reached his hand behind him and then in front of him again, with a pistol in his hand. A Biao's body, which was originally rushing forward, suddenly froze, and his eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief and panic. When did the boy hide the gun? Impossible, he clearly searched Lin Shi and confirmed that he had nothing on him. And there was no place to hide a gun when changing into a diving suit in plain sight. This was impossible. A Biao even thought he was hallucinating underwater. Because compared to the hallucination, the gun in Lin Shi's hand made him feel more mysterious. However, the blood exploding from his chest brought a Biao back to reality. The speed of a bullet in water is 772 times slower than on land due to water resistance. But the person on the other side also became sluggish in his hands and feet. At this distance, even the battle-hardened A Biao couldn't dodge. 3 shots in a row hit the vital points. Until his death, a Biao never figured out how Lin Shi brought the pistol into the water. Zhao Xiao also looked at this scene in disbelief. He felt that today's experience was really magical. How could Lin Shi have a gun? Is the Lin Shi who is so calm, decisive, and knows how to use a gun really the Lin Shi I know? The situation where everyone thought Lin Shi was doomed to die suddenly took a turn for the worse. The person who reacted the fastest among the 3 was Shen Jinbin. When Lin Shi took out his pistol, Shen Jinbin swam flexibly towards Zhao Xiao who was still struggling in the same place. When Lin Shi turned the gun around, Shen Jinbin had already swam to Zhao Xiao, grabbed the terrified Zhao Xiao, and blocked him in front of him. At the same time, he pressed the deflation button on the diving suit. Zhao Xiao was so frightened that his soul left his body. As he ascended, he kept shaking his head as he looked at Lin Shi's raised gun. The underwater range of a pistol is no more than 1.5 meters. Seeing that the distance was about to be widened, Lin Shi's eyes turned cold and he fired without hesitation. The bullet broke through the water flow, but there were too many interference factors in the water. It was originally intended to shoot at Shen Jinbin's head, but it hit Zhao Xiao's neck instead. Zhao Xiao's eyes behind the diving goggles widened in horror, the respirator in his mouth fell out, and blood continued to flow out of his mouth, nose and neck. Lin Shi wanted to fire a second shot. At this time, a school of fish swam between the two of them. By the time the fish swam over and he regained his sight, the distance between him and Shen Jinbin had exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired another shot, but the bullet ran out of power and fell off halfway. Seeing that Lin Shi's pistol posed no threat, Shen Jinbin let go of Zhao Xiao, whose pupils had dilated, and swam towards the surface at a faster speed. Lin Shi. Shen Jinbin's eyes were filled with hostility, and he looked at Lin Shi with extremely vicious eyes. During the ascent, he even made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lin Shi. No one had ever made him so embarrassed. He must kill Lin Shi. Shen Jinbin was getting closer and closer to the water surface, and the distance between them had widened to 3 meters. Lin Shi's eyes were deep. He filled the diving equipment with air to the maximum, removed the weight, and surfaced faster than Shen Jinbin. Approaching Shen Jinbin rapidly. People who dive frequently know that the ascent from the dive cannot be too fast, otherwise the body will not be able to bear the load and tissue hypoxia damage will occur. Seeing Lin Shi approaching quickly while he was still 4 or 5 meters away from the water surface, Shen Jinbin was visibly panicking. Regardless of the fact that his body could not bear the weight, he swam upwards as fast as he could. Shen Jinbin, who didn't dare to look back, didn't see that Lin Shi had stopped chasing him and gave a mocking look at Shen Jinbin, who was fleeing in a hurry. This time he no longer hid, but took the pistol back into the space and took out a black killing weapon. Intercept the crossbow. He slowly tied a rope to the tail of the arrow and aimed at Shen Jinbin, who was getting closer and closer to the sea surface. An arrow shot out. The rapid ascent made Shen Jinbin's face paler, but his eyes were bright. The water surface was getting closer and closer. Finally, Shen Jinbin's head emerged from the water. He took off his respirator and was about to call for the bodyguard to pull him up. However, at this moment, his body trembled violently. Looking down, he saw a sharp arrow piercing through his abdomen, and blood quickly dyed the surrounding sea surface red. The bodyguard also noticed Shen Jinbin and immediately jumped into the water to pull Shen Jinbin up. However, in the blink of an eye, a huge pulling force came from the arrow, and Shen Jinbin was pulled back into the water. Shen Jinbin suddenly returned to the water, and the severe pain in his abdomen made him faint. Lin Shi no longer had the interception crossbow in his hand, but only a rope, and he used it to pull Shen Jinbin underwater. The bodyguard realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately dived into the water to rescue Shen Jinbin. However, without a respirator, I could only dive a few meters before having to return to the surface due to lack of oxygen. By the time the bodyguards went into the water wearing diving suits, Lin Shi, Shen Jinbin and others were no longer visible under the water. Lin Shi dragged the unconscious Shen Jinbin like a dead dog and threw him on the beach of the island. Because he ascended too quickly, Shen Jinbin had already developed symptoms of decompression sickness, and his entire upper body was extremely swollen. The wound on the abdomen was turned white by the sea water, and infection was only a matter of time. In addition, he choked on the water and was almost out of breath. Lin Shi first took off his diving suit and gave Shen Jinbin some first aid measures. The arrow was not pulled out. If it had been pulled out, there was a high probability that Shen Jinbin would have died immediately. He still had questions that had not been answered, and he couldn't let Shen Jinbin die so soon. Cough, cough, cough. Hiss. Shen Jinbin spat out a mouthful of water and started coughing violently, which affected the wound on his abdomen. He twitched in pain on the ground. When he saw Lin again, Shen Jinbin no longer had the tyrannical and arrogant expression on his face, and begged. "Let me go. I can give you a lot of money. Why do you want to kill me?" Shen Jinbin's eyes moved. "I didn't mean to kill you." Lin Shi's eyes suddenly turned cold. He placed his hand on Shen Jinbin's abdominal wound and dug into it with force. Ah! The intense pain made Shen Jinbin's expression distorted, and his body twitched and he screamed. Lin Shi waited for Shen Jinbin to recover and asked again. "Why are you killing me? My patience is limited." This time Shen Jinbin didn't dare to play tricks. You exposed Li Duotsai's affairs on the internet last time, and dragged my father's company into trouble, causing the company's stock to hit the limit down for a week. I want to teach you a lesson." Shen Jinbin didn't dare to say directly that he wanted to kill Lin Shi. "Then why did you kill my father?" Shen Jinbin's expression changed. "What are you talking about? What about your father? 3 years ago, when you visited the factory, you poured a drink into the machine, causing it to explode. A power electronics engineer died on the spot. Do you need me to help you recall?" Lin Shi's voice was like the cold frost in December, and he placed his hand on Shen Jinbin's abdomen again. Shen Jinbin was so frightened that his body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, I'll tell you. I don't know your father. It was my father who asked me to do this. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Go find my father. Please let me go. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. You said, your father asked you to do this. Why did he do this? Shen Jinbin swallowed his saliva and said. Because he had long had his eyes on your mother and wanted to monopolize her, but that bitch said that cheating on her would ruin her reputation, so she refused to agree. So my father ordered me to kill the engineer. The truth was so cruel that his mother was the culprit who killed his father. The real mastermind behind the murder of his father was the chairman of Apocalypse New Energy Company, Ltd. The man who controlled the entire high city in the end times in his previous life. Seeing Lin Shi's eyes becoming more and more terrifying, Shen Jinbin defended himself. I was forced to do this. If I didn't do this, my father would deprive me of my inheritance rights. He has several sons outside. At this time, the sound of a yacht engine appeared in the distance, and a hint of joy and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shen Jinbin's eyes. One last question. Lin Shi moved closer to Shen Jinbin. Ask me whatever you want, I promise to tell you everything. Shen Jinbin's eyes were full of anticipation due to his huge desire to survive. He wished Lin Shi would ask a few more questions so that his men would have time to rescue him. What does hell look like? Go and help me see it. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He pulled out the arrow that had pierced Shen Jinbin's abdomen from behind and thrust it fiercely into Shen Jinbin's heart. Listening to the engine sound getting closer, Shen Jinbin's eyes were filled with resentment and malice. No. He can't die. He still has a brilliant life, endless money, and endless women to play with. How could he be willing to die at the hands of an ant whom he wanted to tease and take revenge on? The strong desire to survive made Shen Jinbin's already blurred eyes regain clarity for a moment. Seeing Shen Jinbin's eyes, Lin Shi was ready to stab him again, but at this moment he felt a thorn in his back. Lin Shi quickly rolled on the ground, and at the same time a loud gunshot rang out. The bullet shot into the sand where Lin Shi had just stood, and dust flew everywhere. It's actually a sniper rifle. If he hadn't dodged just now, the bullet would have hit his head. Lin Shi felt a chill in his heart, and turned around to see that the yacht had appeared within 200 meters. 7 black gun muzzles were pointed at him, and a series of flames appeared. Lin Shi dodged left and right, but was still hit in the arm by a pistol bullet. Not daring to stop, Lin Shi ran quickly towards the woods in front of him. Only after running into the woods did the strong sense of crisis subside. There were bloody scratches on his hands and feet from the bushes and weeds. But he did not stop and continued running towards the depths of the forest. Author's note, spoiler alert in advance, Shen Jinbin is not dead, but he will die in 4 chapters. This is to introduce an important setting. I hope readers will not criticize this point. I guarantee that he will die soon. Only when he could no longer hear any sound behind him did Lin Shi lean against a big tree and catch his breath. After an underwater battle, he swam several kilometers with Shen Jinbin to the island. Lin Shi's physical strength has been almost exhausted. At this moment, his hands and feet were shaking slightly unconsciously. This is a sign of exhaustion. If it weren't for 3 months of training, he wouldn't even have the strength to escape. But it was all worth it. He had learned the truth about his father's death and had killed the person who killed his father. With a fatal wound and a penetrating wound to the abdomen, as well as decompression sickness and wound infection, he didn't believe that Shen Jinbin could still be alive under such circumstances. But he didn't expect that the Shen family's bodyguards were equipped with so many heavy firepower weapons. Lin Shi always thought that he did not underestimate the power of the Shen family, but he did not expect that he still underestimated it. In a peaceful society, bodyguards can be equipped with such heavy firepower weapons. These bodyguards cannot be ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shen family can directly control the entire high city in the extremely cold apocalypse. After making sure that no one was chasing him for the time being, Lin Shi found a secluded valley. Take out bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic spray, and dagger from the space. After disinfecting the dagger with disinfectant, Lin Shi gritted his teeth, dug out the bullet from his left arm, sprayed it with hemostatic spray, and bandaged the wound. After doing all this, Lin Shi was already sweating profusely. In his previous life, he had suffered more serious injuries in the apocalypse. There was no medicine at the time, but he still managed to get through it. So this is nothing now. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and simply treated the wound that had just been cut by the branch. Lin Shi changed into a set of clean clothes from the space, took out some water and canned luncheon meat and started to replenish his energy. So much time has passed and no one has come after us. Either the bodyguards had already left with Shen Jinbin's body, or they were waiting somewhere to ambush him. After resting for a while, Lin Shi continued to walk deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, standing on the commanding heights of the island, Lin Shi overlooked every movement of the entire island. Shen Jinbin's yacht had disappeared, and his body was no longer on the beach. But on the other side of the island, a lifeboat was towed into the woods on the beach. Although the bright orange-yellow color is partially obscured by the shadows of the trees, it is still very eye-catching. Of course, if Lin Shi hadn't been standing on the commanding heights, he wouldn't have been able to find the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat means that someone remained on the previous yacht. It seems like he is really planning to ambush me. Originally, Lin Shi was still thinking about how to return to Shushi. This uninhabited island is not far from Shushi, but it is impossible to swim there by hand. Now this is exactly what he wants. At this time, the sun is setting and there are only 17 hours left in the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia. Lin Shi did not delay any longer. He took out his combat uniform and put it on neatly. This is the military winter clothing that Lin Shi spent a huge amount of money to order from Xie Jinxin. The full name of military winter clothing is Cold Weather Special Forces Combat Uniform. There are a total of 16 pieces inside and outside the suit, which are extremely warm and waterproof, keeping you warm without affecting combat. In this kind of weather, Lin Shi naturally didn't wear all of his clothes. Instead, he took off several pieces of thermal underwear, put on the bulletproof vest inside the outer clothes, and put on a tactical helmet and thermal sensing night vision goggles. Arm yourself fully and wait for night to fall. When night falls, it is the best time to start killing. The forest was pitch black at night and full of mosquitoes. 5 figures in black were crouching behind bushes in 5 locations, waiting for their chance to strike. Their exposed necks and hands were covered with mosquito bites, but they still frowned and endured it. Originally, they were out for fun with Shen Jinbin, so they had prepared only guns, which was their limit, and they did not prepare any other equipment at all. The only sniper rifle is hidden at the bottom of the yacht for emergency use. After all, this is the safest country in the world, not the Middle East where guns are rampant. They never expected that just an ordinary dive would lead to serious mistakes in their work. Clatter. A slight sound made the 2 bodyguards tense up. Duh, duh, duh. A bodyguard looked up and saw big raindrops falling from the sky hitting the leaves of the surrounding bushes. The sound of rain turned from a tapping sound to a pattering sound. Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue waiting? A bodyguard whispered into the intercom. Wait. This island is so big that if someone wants to hide, we only have 5 people and we won't be able to find him in such a short time. If we disperse and go into the dense forest to fight the killer one-on-one, we will be courting death. Wait, he will definitely find a way to leave here, then we will have to test our patience with him. If we fail to get rid of this person this time to atone for our sins, we will not end up well either. Several bodyguards saw Shen Jinbin's injuries and speculated that Lin Shi was a premeditated killer who had prepared in advance to assassinate Shen Jinbin. Perfect disguise and ruthless attack, how could an ordinary person do it? And being able to know their destination in advance, hide things underwater and wait for opportunities, is a skill that only professional killers or agents can possess. They would never have imagined it. Lin Shi appears to be an ordinary person, but is actually a survivor who has come back from the apocalypse and gone through countless crises. There is no need to hide weapons underwater in advance, but there is a space where you can retrieve them at any time. However, some of the bodyguards still felt something was wrong. I don't think that person looks like a killer, and didn't Master Shen say that this person is his stepmother's son? The man named number 2 was silent for a moment before saying. The young master had investigated Lin Shi's information before it came out, and it was just an ordinary college student. If you tell Master Shen that an ordinary college student took out a crossbow from nowhere and killed a Biao and almost killed Master Shen, will he believe it? Could it be that the 8 of us who once licked blood at the edge of a knife can't even guard against a college student? It would be more logical to say that there is a killer disguised as Lin Shi. It is also better to find reasons for one's dereliction of duty. Number 2 continued. This time we gave the young master all the gene repair drugs to keep him alive. It's hard to say whether he can be rescued. If the young master dies, think about the consequences. The bodyguards were silent. Lin Shi didn't know that Shen Jinbin, who he thought was dead, was not dead yet. At this time, he had carefully groped his way into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The sudden sound of rain startled him at first, and then surprised him. Even God is helping him. The heavy sound of rain could easily cover up the sound of his footsteps. And several burly men were clearly visible through the night vision goggles. Lin Shi was lurking 300 meters away and took out a crossbow. The interceptor crossbow is powerful, but its sound is not stealthy. The crossbow in Lin Shi's hand is called a crossbow. It makes very little noise when fired and is suitable for close-range combat. He got it last time when he went to pick up the goods. Carefully placing a few crossbow arrows into the quiver, Lin Shi cautiously approached the ambush position of the 5 men. All he could hear was the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves. Lin Shi tried his best to step on the exposed stones and soil to avoid noticing any unusual movements. When he was within 200 meters, Lin Shi stopped and became fully alert. If the other party has an infrared sensing device, they will definitely be able to detect you at this distance. Lin Shi waited there for a while, but the other party did not respond. This distance is also the range of the crossbow. He set up his crossbow and aimed at a figure that was not hidden by the trees. An arrow is shot. Although I have not been practicing with the crossbow for a long time, the crossbow has the characteristics of high aiming accuracy and easy to use. He can use guns and is also adept at using bows and crossbows. Brush. Although there is no sound when the crossbow arrow is shot out, it still makes a different sound when it passes through the leaves of the bushes. The unusual sound amid the heavy rain made number 2's ears move. Something's happening. Well. Number 2's alarm and another bodyguard's groan rang out at the same time. The arrow hit a bodyguard directly. Under the thermal sensing night vision goggles, the positions and movements of the 5 people hiding behind the bushes appeared in front of Lin Shi with incredible clarity. Get down. The bodyguards reacted quickly and immediately lay down on the muddy ground. The 4 of them lay in the mud, not daring to move. There is no moon tonight, and in the pitch-black rainforest, I have no idea where the enemy is or where the attack is coming from. Be careful, the other party has heat-sensing equipment. Number 2 reminded in a low voice. If the enemy came close, it would be impossible for them to not notice it at all. The only possibility was that the enemy was sniping them from a distance. There are snipers among them, but sniper rifles are completely useless in this kind of jungle. It's a crossbow. Number 2 crawled forward and climbed to the side of the team member who was shot by the arrow. Seeing the arrow stuck in the team member's head, he became more certain of this. Now they are really caught in a dilemma. If they advance, they don't know where the enemy is, and if they retreat, they will become sitting ducks if they retreat to the beach. The other bodyguards were also a little desperate. They didn't expect that the killer was so well prepared and had placed equipment on this island in advance. Those who originally didn't quite believe that Lin Shi was a killer in disguise were also shaken. In the dark night with heavy rain, Lin Shi's sharp eyes were focused on the sight, his expression was cold, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. With a pull of the trigger, the black arrow broke through the layers of water curtains, passed through a few blades of grass, and shot towards a bodyguard at an extremely fast speed. Puff. There was an inaudible sound of the arrow entering the flesh, followed by a suppressed groan. Someone got shot again. But after waiting for a while, Lin Shi found that the thermal sensing night vision goggles did not show any signs of rapid loss of body temperature. This person is not dead. It seems that it didn't hit the vital point. The remaining 4 bodyguards are now lying in the grass. The island is covered with dense weeds and bushes, which greatly affect the accuracy of the crossbow. Lin Shi looked around and locked onto a pine tree on the right. Lin Shi flipped his hand to put the crossbow back into space, and used his hands and feet to climb up the tree like a nimble mountain cat. He quickly found a good foothold and hid his body, then a crossbow appeared in his hand. He aimed and shot. A wow! There was another short scream, and a bodyguard's chest was pierced by a sharp arrow. Heisey. The other man next to the bodyguard who was shot raised his head and called out. But another arrow came through the rain and hit the bodyguard right in the forehead, who wanted to check on his companion. Number 2 frowned and said in a low voice, "Northwest direction, on the tree." After saying that, he stood up and moved forward in a Z shape for more than 10 meters, leaned behind a tree, pulled out his gun and started shooting. Bang. The shooting was very accurate and hit the spot where Lin Shi had just hidden. Unfortunately, the place is now empty and there is no trace of Lin Shi. After Lin Shi shot 2 arrows, the crossbow in his hand disappeared from his hand immediately, and he jumped up and slid to the ground holding the tree trunk. Snipers have a saying that they move to another location after each shot. How could he be so stupid as to shoot continuously in the same place? When number 2 fired, Lin Shi had already climbed up another tree a few meters away from his previous position. This extremely accurate shot also startled him. This person was most likely the sniper who shot him on the yacht. After hearing number 2 report the location, the other bodyguard stood up and imitated number 2 to hide behind a tree and attack. However, just as he stood up, he heard number 2 shout, "Don't get up." But it's too late. Brush. The last thing the bodyguard saw was a dark and cold arrow. Puff. The arrow hit the eye right away, killing him with 1 shot. With this, only one of the 5 bodyguards was left. Number 2 hid sideways behind a tree. The freezing cold rain slid down his resolute face. He was once a well-known international mercenary and a sniper. He was the one firing the sniper rifle on the beach earlier. It was only because he was disheartened by the betrayal of his comrades during a mission that he left that circle and became a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he is the least sociable one. Used to being alone, he is silent all day long. And a Biao is capable of handling things, good at flattery and pleasing others, and has the trust of Shen Jinbin, so he can become the leader among the 8 people. From the moment he started licking blood from the knife, number 2 knew that the day would come when he would die at the hands of someone else. Now, that day has finally come. He knew that this time he might not be able to leave the island. At this moment, there was an arrow stuck in number 2's right arm. The arrow pierced his arm, and a trace of his flesh and blood was still hanging on the sharp arrowhead with barbs. Having his right hand, which was good at shooting, crippled meant losing more than half of his combat power. But there was no emotion in his eyes, nor any fear of dying. The rain was getting heavier. He, holding the gun in his left hand, found that the enemy had changed position. He wanted to remind his teammates, but it was too late. A slight sound of breaking through the air and the death of his teammate made him discover Lin Shi's location again. Number 2 took a deep breath, his eyes became calm, he quickly calculated Lin Shi's position in his mind, and quickly left the cover. Shoot resolutely. After Lin Shi on the tree shot an arrow, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged. The feeling of danger is even greater than when I was targeted by a sniper rifle on the beach before. His grip loosened and he leaned back to narrowly avoid a bullet. But the tree was extremely slippery, and he fell into the air. This situation is very dangerous. Once he is suspended in the air, the enemy can predict his position and shoot him by simply moving the muzzle of the gun down. And there was no way he could dodge in midair. However, Lin Shi was already prepared. He flipped over and returned to the tree. He was actually holding a rope in his hand. The rope had already been tied to the tree. At this moment, Lin Shi was also extremely shocked. The enemy's shooting skills were so accurate that he could find his position in the dark rainy night from more than 200 meters away. Once can be considered a coincidence, but twice can only mean that the opponent has amazing marksmanship. So after being discovered for the first time, he was prepared to dodge this time. Without the sensing night vision equipment, Lin Shi didn't believe that the other party could still find his location. However, this time he was wrong. Bang. Another gunshot was heard, and the moment Lin Shi returned to the branch, a bullet hit his left shoulder. Even though he defied the laws of physics and returned to the tree, the enemy still discovered his location. How is this possible? Lin Shi was surprised. A blind cat catches a dead mouse. Although this shot was blocked by the bulletproof vest, the impact force caused Lin Shi to fall under the tree again. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis swept over his whole body. The intense life and death crisis made Lin Shi loosen the rope in his hand. But that's not enough. There was suddenly something in front of him. A riot shield. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 bullets hit the riot shield almost at the same time with a slight difference. What scared Lin Shi was that the 3 shots were aimed at his 3 fatal parts. The enemy even expected that he would let go later. How is this possible? With a dull thud, Lin Shi fell to the ground covered with rotten leaves and weeds. He rolled over on the spot and hid behind a tree as thick as a man. His heart was beating very fast, proving that Lin Shi, who had just escaped a fatal blow, was not calm at the moment. If he hadn't had the space. If he couldn't just pick it up at will. If he hadn't reacted quickly. The 3 bullets just now should have hit his head, neck and heart. The other 2 positions were okay, but the neck had no protection. If he had been shot, he might have died here today. What a terrible shooting skill. Lin Shi leaned against a tree and calmed his heartbeat. Ugh! A scream suddenly sounded from 200 meters away. Lin Shi was shocked and carefully used the thermal sensing night vision goggles to investigate the situation. The only bodyguard who was still alive was found lying on the ground twitching. There were no other living creatures around. Lin Shi suspected that there was a trick and did not go over. Instead, he took out a crossbow, aimed an arrow at the man. After being hit by an arrow, Lin Shi found that the man was still twitching and did not show any dodging reaction. Lin Shi then approached carefully. When I got closer, I found that the bodyguard was bleeding from his mouth and nose, with a distorted expression, and seemed to be in great pain. The body continued to spasm uncontrollably. The arrow just now hit this person's thigh. There was also an arrow in the man's arm. But it seems that this person no longer cares about these injuries. When he saw Lin Shi's figure, number 2's eyes flashed with shock, as if he couldn't believe that Lin Shi was still alive. He tried to control his mouth. How could you not be dead? Lin Shi picked up the pistol that number 2 had dropped on the ground and pointed it at number 2's head. What's the matter with you? It's a genetic breakdown. Genetic collapse. Lin Shi frowned. The aftermath of unlocking the genetic lock. Number 2 wanted to say something, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gene lock. Is there anyone who can unlock the genetic lock in peacetime? Shocked, Lin Shi asked, how can I save you? It's not that I really want to save this person, but I want to know the secret about the gene lock. This was the first human Lin Shi encountered who had unlocked his genetic lock. The end of the world is coming, and danger is everywhere. If we can get something out of this person and unlock the genetic lock in advance, we will have a stronger ability to protect ourselves. Pocket. Number 2's eyes have begun to roll up. Lin Shi squatted down, fumbled around, and found a box in the lining of the man's coat. Is this it? Number 2 nodded with difficulty. Lin Shi opened the box and found a blue pill inside. He glanced at number 2 who was staring at the pills in his hand. Lin Shi broke the pill into 2 halves and put 1 half into number 2's mouth. He took 2 steps back and raised the gun again, aiming at number 2. Number 2 swallowed the pills with blood and his body slowly calmed down. He lay still. Is there anything you want to ask? Ask it. I don't have much time. Number 2's voice was a little hoarse, and he obviously knew the purpose of Lin Shi's help. Lin Shi asked. How do I unlock the genetic lock? Tell me and I'll give you half of this pill. Number 2 smiled and asked. Do you know what a gene lock is? Lin Shi shook his head. He only knew a little bit. In his previous life, he had always been an ordinary person. Even in the 8th year of the apocalypse, he had only accumulated some combat experience. Gene lock, I don't know who named it. I also found some information after I opened the gene lock. There are 5 gene locks in the human body. When you activate the first stage of the gene lock, your brain will block out all external interference, and you can remember things that you would normally forget after just one look at them. When fighting in this state, you can make use of everything around you, and your brain will calculate as calmly as a computer. When you activate the second stage, you can perfectly control every bit of strength in your body and every inch of muscle. Even if you only have 50 kilograms of strength, you can kill a boxing champion. I don't understand the later stages, I have only started the first stage. To unlock the first order gene lock, you need pain, extreme pain. Lin Shi frowned. Pain. Can you be more specific? I don't know the details. When I first opened the gene lock, I went into shock. I don't know how I managed to survive. Number two's eyes were dazed, as if he was recalling something. So those shots you fired just now are the result of activating the gene lock. Is the reason why you are like this now also related to the activation of the gene lock? Lin Shi asked quickly. There was something obviously wrong with number two's complexion, and it became paler and paler. That's right. I just entered the gene lock state, but my body can't bear the sequelae of opening the gene lock. This is the 5th time I have unlocked my gene lock. My genes are already on the verge of collapse. If I hadn't unlocked my gene lock this time, I might have been able to live for a while. Now even if I have drugs to maintain my life, wow. Number two spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the black blood emitted a foul odor. What was this medicine you just took? Lin Shi still had half a pill in his hand. This medicine is what controls the aftereffects of unlocking the gene lock. It also has the function of repairing injuries, but it's no longer useful to me. Number two's cracked, bloody teeth. You want to know where this came from? Answer me a question first, and I'll tell you. You ask. How did you dodge my shot just now? I calculated all your reactions. It shouldn't be possible for you to dodge it. Lin Shi's eyes flashed. This was related to his biggest secret. However, facing the increasingly distracted look in the man's eyes, Lin Shi still said that he also wanted to know where the medicine came from. Because I just blocked the bullet with something. There was a flash of confusion in number two's eyes, not understanding what Lin Shi was using to block it. However, he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Knowing that it was not his fault, number two smiled. It's okay to tell you. This was made by the Shen family. The outside world thinks that the Shen family is just a company that studies energy. In fact, the Shen family is involved in many fields. It is even bigger than you think. Number two said slowly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Shi stared closely at the men in front of him whose life was about to come to an end, judging the truthfulness of his words. Number two smiled bitterly. I am a lone man, and I am not a member of the Shen family. The Shen family gives me money, and I work for them, that's all. What does it have to do with me what happens to the Shen family after I die? You were able to dodge the 3 shots I fired to open the gene lock, which is great. But unfortunately, if you get out of here, you won't live long. The Shen family will not let you go, and you will definitely not be able to escape the Shen family's annihilation. Number two's nostrils also began to bleed, but his complexion improved. He knew that his time was up. Let me tell you one more thing. Shen Jinbin is not dead yet. With the Shen family's medicine, he won't die so easily. Number two's lips moved a few times, and Lin Shi couldn't hear what he said next. Shen Jinbin is not dead yet. Lin Shi's expression finally changed. Shen Jinbin didn't die. I clearly pierced Shen Jinbin's heart, how could he not be dead? Lin Shi still wanted to know some details, but at this time number two's head tilted and he lost his voice. Lin Shi frowned, squatted down, and felt number two's pulse. Already dead. He searched the men and found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an ID card. Li number two. It's this person's name. Perhaps knowing that he was going to die, Li number two did not let Lin Shi feed him the remaining half pill until his death. Li number two said that in addition to the energy field, the Shen family also dabbled in other fields, and even trained people to unlock the gene lock. It turns out that this is the reason why the Shen family is so powerful after the end of the world. In my previous life, I was like a frog in a well, knowing nothing. Lin Shi had never expected that Shen Jinbin was not dead. Lin Shi spread out his hands and looked at the half-blue pill in his palm. He carefully put the pills into the space. Shen Jinbin was injured so badly that even if the Shen family had a way to save him, it would be impossible for Shen Jinbin to recover in a short period of time. The injury may recur due to the bumpy journey, so Shen Jinbin may still be in Shushi. Lin Shi stood up and walked towards the other bodies. After quickly recovering all the arrows from the corpse and collecting the spoils, Lin Shi went to look for the lifeboat. It is almost 1 a.m. now, and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl still has more than 9 hours. He must rush back as soon as possible, find Shen Jinbin and kill him before the solar storm reaches the earth. However, when Lin Shi arrived at the beach, he found that he couldn't walk at all. It was raining heavily at the moment, and the sea was rough. Without the moonlight, the sea was dark and deep, making it almost impossible to tell the direction. Putting a small lifeboat into the sea at night in such weather is tantamount to seeking death. Lin Shi could only retreat back into the woods. When the rain stops at dawn and he returns to Shushi, he may not have enough time to find out which hospital Shen Jinbin is in. He must return to his safe house before the solar storm reaches Blue Star. Lin Shi remembered the satellite phone he found on Liao, took it out, and dialed a number. Su Qin, I need your help with something. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shi found a place with slightly higher terrain, pitched a tent, and rested for the night. Lin Shi didn't dare to fall into a deep sleep in such a place. When the early morning light appeared, he packed up the tent, took out some water and food from the space and ate a little. The rain has stopped. It is 5 o'clock in the morning and there are still 5 hours left in the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. Lin Shi changed his clothes. On the way to the beach, they happened to pass by yesterday's battlefield, and Lin Shi took another look at the body of Li No. 2 from yesterday. The body of Li No. 2 was actually in a state of advanced decay. It was just one night, no, to be exact, only about 4 hours had passed. The skin of many corpses had fallen off, revealing the flesh and muscles underneath after being washed by rain. In some places, white bones were faintly visible, which was extremely horrifying. Is this a genetic breakdown? Recalling the shots fired during yesterday's battle with Li No. 2. Extremely accurate prediction, extremely accurate shooting skills, and super calculation ability. It is difficult for humans to achieve that level without external help. Gene Lock, a terrible double-edged sword. Lin Shi walked towards the beach. The sea had returned to calm. Lin Shi pushed the lifeboat into the sea, started the engine, and headed towards Shushi. After more than 3 hours, Lin Shi finally approached the coast of Shushi. At this time, as shown in the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia, there is still more than an hour before the solar storm reaches the earth. Lin Shi took out his phone and contacted Su Qin. Su Qin, have you found that person? Lin Shi told Su Qin that one of his friends was seriously injured and was dying. I couldn't contact him, and he was out at sea. I was rushing back to see him for the last time. He asked Su Qin to help look for the patient in major hospitals in Shushi and promised to give her a big red envelope. Lin Shi told Su Qin Shen Jinbin's name, age and other characteristics, and asked her to start looking in the hospital with the best facilities. Su Qin wanted to ignore it, but when she heard Lin Shi say that he would give her a big red envelope of 20,000 yuan, she didn't even sleep and took taxis to various major hospitals to look for him that night. Found it. It's in Shushi First Hospital, Intensive Care Unit No. 1 on the 8th floor. There are so many experts here for consultation. Who is your friend? How can he be so powerful? Su Qin yawned, her voice sounding tired. In fact, she found the person at the first hospital she went to, but she was afraid that if she found him too easily, Lin Shi would regret it. Thank you, I'll give you the red envelope. Lin Shi hung up the phone, found a deserted beach, went ashore, and put the lifeboat into the space. At this time, the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia still has 1 hour and 26 minutes. Lin Shi took out a baseball cap and a mask and put them on. He walked to the side of the road, stopped a car, and headed towards Shushi First Hospital. Shushi First Hospital. There were more than a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman standing outside the intensive care unit No. 1 on the 8th floor. What is shocking is that these dozen doctors are all famous experts who frequently appear in major newspapers and magazines. These people should have been waiting in line for appointments at Kaishi or Kyoto hospitals. But now they are all gathered here to discuss countermeasures for one person's condition. Dip, drip, drip. In the ward, Shen Jinbin was covered with bandages and tubes, lying on the bed with weak breathing. Doctors, how is my son? Can he be saved? The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman, wearing a high-end custom-made suit and dress. She looked very capable, with a beautiful face that looked slightly tired, and a hint of resentment in her eyes. Last night, Shen Fanren, who had been divorced for several years without contact, suddenly called her and said that something happened to her son and that she had something to do in Haishi and couldn't leave, so he asked her to go over and take care of him. Li Huilan didn't know until she arrived at Shushi that her son was so seriously injured. That heartless man and beast didn't even care about his own son. I just want to accompany that vixen. All the experts looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed. Master Shen is too seriously injured. Although I don't know what I was using to hold my breath, and my will to survive is very firm, this injury would be enough for most people. We can only do our best. Everyone said it euphemistically, but the meaning was self-evident. It's a miracle that I survived until now. How can they save him? Li Huilan collapsed and cried bitterly. Please, aren't you experts and famous doctors? You must save my son. One of them asked carefully. We found out that there is a special substance in young Master Shen's body. This substance maintained young Master Shen's last bit of vitality. I wonder what young Master Shen took before. The eyes of all the experts were shining, and they also wanted to know. What? I don't know. Li Huilan turned to look at the bodyguards who brought Shen Jinbin to the hospital, as if grasping a life-saving straw. What did you feed Jinbin? Is there anything else? Take it out quickly. The two bodyguards looked at each other. No, that's the life-saving medicine Mr. Shen asked us to keep. There's only one pill. But the person who delivered the medicine is already on the way. At this time, one of the bodyguards answered the phone. Hello, it's on the 8th floor. The bodyguard hung up the phone and looked at Li Huilan. The medicine delivery person is here, downstairs. Li Huilan was excited. That's great. Jinbin is saved. Countdown 48 minutes. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital and walked towards the inpatient department. The hospital was full of people wearing masks, and Lin Shi's outfit did not attract anyone else's attention. The intensive care unit and the general ward are in two different buildings, and there are not many people there. Soon, Lin Shi walked to the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the elevator button. A person walked over to me, and seemed to be waiting for the elevator as well. At this moment, the elevator door opened with a ding. Lin Shi was about to walk into the elevator when he saw the figure reflected in the reflector in the elevator and was slightly stunned. The person standing behind Lin Shi was reflected in the reflective mirror inside the elevator. He was dressed in black, had a strong body, a grim face, and was holding a box in his hands. This man's temperament is very similar to Shen Jinbin's bodyguard. Lin Shi didn't stop and walked into the elevator as usual. The man in black also walked in. The elevator door slowly closed and Lin Shi pressed 7. If the person next to him is related to Shen Jinbin, he should go to the 8th floor. Sure enough, the next second the man in black took a step forward and pressed 8 on the elevator button. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes under his baseball cap. Now he was sure that this person was Shen Jinbin's man. The elevator slowly rises. There were not many people in the building, and the elevator went straight to the 7th floor without stopping. Well. Lin Shi suddenly covered his chest with his hands and bent over, looking like he was having a seizure. The man in black turned his head and glanced at Lin Shi, but ignored him and took a step aside. Ding, we arrived at the 7th floor and the elevator door opened. There is usually no one outside the elevator of the inpatient department of this hospital. If you want to visit a patient, you need to walk out of the elevator and enter a door to enter the inpatient department. At this time, Lin Shi had fallen face down on the ground in pain, and was stuck in the middle of the elevator door, so the elevator could not close. Except for the men in black, it seemed that no one could help Lin Shi. If Lin Shi is not helped up, the elevator will not be able to operate normally. The man in black frowned and tightened his grip on the suitcase. Finally, he walked to Lin Shi, bent down and extended a hand to Lin Shi, preparing to pull him up and throw him out of the elevator. However, at the moment when the man in black's hand touched Lin Shi suddenly rushed towards the black-clothed man's arms, and a dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the black-clothed man's abdomen. And stirred it vigorously. The man in black's eyes were bloodshot and he collapsed into Lin Shi's arms in disbelief. He never thought that someone would dare to kill someone in this place full of surveillance cameras. Lin Shi did not draw out the dagger to avoid getting splattered with blood. I'm not sure how many people like Shen Jinbin are upstairs, so I'll deal with them as soon as I can. At this point he was no longer afraid of being discovered. In less than an hour, the whole world will be plunged into chaos. All he had to do was get rid of Shen Jinbin and leave before the hospital security could react. Knock down the man in black and place him outside the inpatient department on the 7th floor. Lin Shi saw the box that the man in black was holding tightly in his hand and reached out to grab it. Then he stepped into the elevator whose door was about to close. Bite. The elevator to the 8th floor opened and Lin Shi walked quickly into the inpatient department. When Li Huilan saw Lin Shi, who was dressed in black, she quickly walked over and held out her hand. You're here to deliver medicine, right? Where's the medicine? Lin Shi took a look at the woman who looked 3/4 like Shen Jinbin and confirmed her identity. Without answering, he walked straight towards Shen Jinbin's ward. Wait. One of Shen Jinbin's bodyguards noticed something was wrong and stopped Lin Shi. Why haven't I seen you before? Another bodyguard also stood behind Lin Shi, and the two blocked Lin Shi's retreat. They were the two bodyguards who escorted Shen Jinbin back on the yacht. Lin Shi lowered his eyes and lowered his voice. I am the person responsible for guarding the pills. This time, Mr. Shen was in a hurry, so he asked me to deliver them. This sentence is ambiguous, that is, it can be understood that Lin Shi is the person who usually guards the pills, but this time he came out to deliver other things. It can also be understood that Lin Shi came to deliver pills. How to understand it all depends on the person listening. After hearing this, the two bodyguards obviously relaxed a little, but they still said, open the box and take a look. Lin Shi's lowered eyes flashed. Originally, Lin Shi hadn't seen what was in the box. In the elevator, he had already used space to replace the contents with a pistol. Hearing this, Lin Shi put the box on the ground without hesitation and unbuttoned it. Many experts gathered around, wanting to see what this thing was that could save a dying person. Lin Shi slowly lifted the lid of the box with one hand and reached into the box with the other hand. He quickly pulled out a pistol and shot the bodyguard blocking his way. Puff. The silenced gunshot rang out, and bright red blood spurted out from the chest of the bodyguard in front of Lin Shi. Everyone widened their eyes and watched this scene in horror. Ordinary people have only seen guns on TV in their entire lives and have never seen such a scene. They were all so scared that they couldn't even speak. The one who reacted the fastest was the bodyguard standing behind Lin Shi, who had already reached out to his side. However, Lin Shi was unexpectedly faster and pulled the trigger with just a turn. Puff. A shot from below sent the bullet through the bodyguard's chin and straight into his brain. A pool of blood exploded on the back of the bodyguard's head. At this time, all the experts and Li Huilan reacted. Ah! Li Huilan fainted from fright. Murder, murder. Run. Lin Shi took advantage of the chaos to push open Shen Jinbin's ward, and after confirming that it was Shen Jinbin, he pointed the gun at Shen Jinbin's head. Puff. 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 After 3 consecutive shots, Shen Jinbin's blood mixed with brain matter splattered all over the snow-white pillow. The heart monitor beeped piercingly. This time Shen Jinbin couldn't die anymore. Lin Shi put away his gun and left. At this time, a group of hospital security guards saw Lin Shi killing people in the elevator from the surveillance camera, and they were rushing towards Lin Shi with batons and riot shields. There are 35 minutes left in the countdown to the end of the world. 5 minutes have passed since Lin Shi killed a bodyguard from the Shen family on the 7th floor. The security guards in the monitoring room have gathered people and are rushing towards the building. The police were called, but it took more than 10 minutes for the security guards to arrive. Lin Shi walked out of the ward quickly, preparing to enter the safe passage of the inpatient building and leave via the stairs. However, at this moment, a hand grabbed his trouser leg. Li Huilan woke up at some point and lay on the ground, holding onto Lin Shi's trouser legs tightly. She just fainted out of fear, and when she heard the gunshots coming from the ward, she forced herself to wake up. Li Huilan's red eyes were full of tears. She stared at Lin Shi with despair and resentment in her voice. You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you? Lin Shi struggled but failed to break free. He lowered his head and looked at the desperate mother, without any sympathy in his heart. Your son killed many people, you know that, right? He deserves to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not teaching him well. Li Huilan screamed. He killed someone and the law can punish him. Why did you kill him? Why? And even if my son killed someone, they were just some lowly ordinary people. My son was born noble. It would be an honor for him to kill a few untouchables and send money to their families. You executioner, give my son back to me. If it weren't for these vicious words, the tragic look of losing a beloved son would be quite touching. Lin Shi sneered, his exposed eyes full of sarcasm. In that case, let the law punish me. After saying that, he kicked the woman away and ran towards the emergency exit. Li Huilan looked at Lin Shi's back with a ferocious expression and resentment, and said in a hoarse voice. If you kill my son, I want your parents, brothers, all relatives and friends to bury my son with him. No matter how far you go, I will make you suffer to death. Lin Shi turned around suddenly, and his eyes instantly became cold and filled with murderous intent. He should have thought that a person like Shen Jinbin would grow up like that, and it was inseparable from his family. Shen Fanren is not a good person. Shen Jinbin's mother is also a wolf in human skin. Every wrongdoer has his own debtor, and he originally didn't want to kill more people. Seeing Lin Shi stop and realizing something, Li Huilan backed away in horror. No, no, no. I was joking just now, Before Li Huilan finished speaking, Lin Shi had already fired without hesitation. After a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. Li Huilan's eyes widened and she fell to the ground with a bang. After Lin Shi fired the shot, he didn't even look at Li Huilan, and rushed down the corridor like the wind. As soon as Lin Shi left, the elevator door on the 8th floor opened. 5 hospital security guards rushed out of the elevator and ran to the outside of the intensive care unit, where they were shocked by the bloody scene before them. The entire corridor was filled with flowing blood. Oh my God! What kind of hatred or grudge is this? It says the person inside is the richest man's son. Come and see if he's still breathing. Dead, dead. These were all shot to death. What should we do? Should we chase him or not? At this time, a voice came from the intercom. The murderer escaped through the safe passage. Chase. You don't have to run too fast, just hold them back. When Lin Shi ran to the 2nd floor, he heard dense footsteps coming from downstairs. It came pretty quickly. He murmured, opened the window in the corridor, took a look, and jumped down. He rolled over to slow down the momentum, then stood up and ran into the registration hall. The murderer jumped out of the window and ran to the registration hall. People downstairs quickly surround him. There were a lot of people in the registration hall, and with only a few security guards, they couldn't keep an eye on him. Lin Shi quickly avoided the security guard and slipped into the restroom. When he came out again, Lin Shi was dressed casually and had taken off his mask and hat. Left the hospital openly. If today wasn't the end of the world, the sheriff could have targeted Lin Shi by monitoring people entering and leaving the hospital. The world-famous Xia Kingdom's Sky Eye is not just talk. It takes time to screen suspicious persons with available surveillance, and now, there is no time. Lin Shi stopped a taxi and glanced at the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes, please be prepared. He looked out the car window at the ordinary people on the street outside who were unaware of the danger. The end of the world is approaching, and this should be the last peace and tranquility. It seems that his last post didn't work. The era of peace and prosperity is about to disappear. Lin Shi kept his eyes on the countdown on the cornucopia interface. When they were still about 4 kilometers away from Lin Shi's safe house, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the taxi radio. ZZZZ, all vehicles, please take note, this is the National Security Agency. At 10:05 a.m. local time, a solar storm will arrive on the blue planet. For driving safety, all vehicles are requested to pull over immediately for 10 minutes. There is no traffic penalty for illegal parking within 10 minutes. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Agency. This passage was repeated over and over again on the radio. Lin Shi was stunned. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Time goes back 15 minutes. The top floor of the Tianqi New Energy Office building in High City. In the office of Shen Fanren, chairman of Tianqi New Energy. Shen Fanren was standing in front of the window, listening to his subordinate's report with a solemn expression. Mr. Shen, we found out that someone above has stopped all export materials from Xia State in the past 2 days. Moreover, external orders have actually increased dozens of times in the past 2 days. In addition, our people found out that the military also suddenly received a first-level combat readiness order. The mayor received a call in the early morning, and the entire high city was without power for a day starting at 10 a.m. We haven't found out the specific reason yet. Oh. Shen Fanren frowned. He did not go to see his son, whose life was in danger, but stayed in Haishi because there had been a lot of big moves in the past 2 days that were difficult to understand. In recent years, there have been constant frictions between countries. Could it be that there is going to be a war? But why would there be a power outage when the war started? Shen Fanren was a little anxious about not being able to see through the country's actions this time. At this time, Shen Fanren's personal phone suddenly rang. The special number of the Public Security Department on the caller ID made Shen Fanren frown. He answered the phone and a serious voice came. Mr. Shen, this is the Shushi Public Security Department. We regret to inform you that your son Shen Jinbin, his ex-wife Li Huilan, and 3 bodyguards were killed more than 10 minutes ago. Shen Fanren was shocked. What did you say? The voice on the phone continued. In addition, we found illegal weapons such as pistols and daggers on these 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Haishi Public Security Department. Please do not leave Haishi for these 2 days and cooperate with our investigation. After listening to the call from the Public Security Department, Shen Fanren's expression became a little ferocious. He slammed his phone on the ground, turned around and looked at his always capable subordinate with suppressed anger. You said last time that it was Lin Shi who made Jinbin seriously injured and on the verge of death. But the news they reported on number 2 is that this Lin Shi is a killer in disguise. Number 2 sent a message yesterday afternoon saying that this person will be dealt with, but there is no news yet. Wang Ji didn't know why Shen Fanren was suddenly so angry, so he told the truth. The killer disguised himself. Then why did Lin Shi happen to be in Shushi? Didn't you find out whether Lin Shi was himself all night? Now people come to the hospital and kill my son, and they also let the security guards find guns from our people. Okay, that's really good. Veins popped out on Shen Fanren's forehead, and his eyes that were calm and self-possessed showed terrifying murderous intent. What? Did they fail on the second? Wang Ji quickly took out his mobile phone and contacted number 2. However, a few minutes passed and there was still no contact. 1 night passed. If number 2 had succeeded, he would have been reported to him long ago. Even if it is not completed yet, I will answer the phone immediately. The fact that we can't be contacted is already telling the problem. Wang Ji realized the seriousness of the matter and whispered. I will immediately handle the matter with the Public Security Department, and personally go to Shushi to bring that Lin Shi back to you for disposal. Shen Fanren's voice was cold. Find that Lin Shi and bring him back to the scientific research room alive. Regardless of whether he is the one who killed Bin or not, I will make him regret having ever been in this world. Yes. Also. Ask someone to bring back all my illegitimate children. Yes. After Wang Ji left, Shen Fanren swept all the documents on the table to the ground. Waste. They are all waste. Shen Fanren's chest was rising and falling, showing that he was very angry, but he did not feel any sadness at losing his son. A beautiful woman opened the door and came in. There is no trace of age on the woman's gentle face, and she looks very peaceful in a floral dress. If Lin Shi were here, he would recognize this woman. This woman is his remarried mother, Liu Xiyue. Liu Xiyue pressed against Shen Fanren's back, gently pinched Shen Fanren's shoulders with her soft and boneless hands, and exhaled softly. What are you so angry about? If the anger destroys my body, what will happen to my happiness in the rest of my life? Shen Fanren usually did this very well, but today, he grabbed Lu Siyue's hand and threw her to the ground. What's going on? Your precious son, you killed my son. You even asked the sheriff's department to find me. If the higher-ups focus on me because of this, I'll take care of you too. Lu Siyue was thrown to the ground and wanted to be angry at first, but she was shocked when she heard these words. What? Jinbin is dead. Lin Shi killed him. How is this possible? Even when she saw Shen Fanren's expression of wanting to eat someone, Lu Siyue was still in disbelief. Having raised Lin Shi for more than 10 years, she can be said to be one of the people who knows Lin Shi best in the world. Lin Shi is easygoing, obedient, affectionate, and a little smart, but he is too simple and trusts others easily. I haven't even killed a fish since I was a child, how could I kill someone? Moreover, Shen Jinbin was surrounded by skilled bodyguards. Lin Shi was just an ordinary college student. How could he kill Shen Jinbin under the protection of so many bodyguards? Lu Siyue carefully looked at Shen Fanren, who was in a rage, and spoke out his doubts. Didn't Jinbin have several mercenary bodyguards from Southeast Asia around him? Lin Shi is just an ordinary person, how could he kill Jinbin? It seems that your son is hiding very deep. Even your mother doesn't understand him. Shen Fanren had a gloomy face and stared at Lu Siyue with scrutinizing eyes. Call him now and ask him where he is. Tell him to return to Haishi immediately. Realizing that this was true, Lu Siyue panicked. Okay, I'll call now. Lin Shi's cell phone rang. He just took a look and hung up. Lu Siyue. In his previous life, from the time Lu Siyue remarried to the time Lin Shi died, a full 11 years, this woman never contacted him once. Lin Shi hasn't seen this woman for 11 years. I've only heard about Lu Siyue through some sporadic rumors. She was high up as the wife of the director of the Haishi shelter. He was competing for food with wild dogs outside the shelter. It was only after experiencing the end of the world that Lin Shi realized that there could be such cruel mothers in the world. Now he learned that it was this woman who killed his father. Even though she was his mother, Lin Shi had already drawn a clear line between him and this woman in his heart. Just after he killed Shen Jinbin, Lu Siyue suddenly contacted him. For what reason? The answer was self-evident. A sad mockery suddenly appeared on Lin Shi's face. Sure enough, as Shen Jinbin said, his mother treated him better than her biological son. But Lin Shi didn't know that because he was reborn and killed Shen Jinbin, from this day on, Shen Fanren would no longer trust Lu Siyue, nor would he love her as he did in his previous life. The taxi radio continued to repeat the warning for all vehicles to pull over. The taxi driver was confused when he heard the announcement. What the hell? A solar storm. Holy crap. I've never heard of such a thing in my entire life of driving. At this time, Lin Shi discovered that many traffic policemen had appeared on the street unknowingly, maintaining traffic and requiring all vehicles to stop. All the traffic lights on the entire road turned red. This scene did not happen in the previous life. When solar storms broke out in previous lives, vehicles suddenly broke down, causing countless traffic accidents and paralyzing traffic. Many people died in this solar storm. Did the post I posted earlier work? Or did my rebirth cause the butterfly effect? This scene not only happened in Shashi, but also happened all over the country. Soon all the vehicles on the street slowed down and stopped. This also includes the taxi that Lin Shi was riding in. Lin Shi glanced at the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes, please be prepared. He casually threw a $100 bill on the car, opened the door and ran away. He is the only one who knows that this wave of danger is not just a solar storm. The electromagnetic pulses brought by solar storms do have little effect on the human body. But there are also super-strong geomagnetic storms caused by solar storms. It will cause drastic changes in the magnetic field of the blue planet. Almost everyone will experience symptoms such as physical discomfort, dizziness, and vomiting. People who are sensitive to magnetic fields may even fall into a coma. And it was on this day that Lin Shi fell into a coma in his previous life. He had to get back to his safe house to be safe. Fortunately, there is still time. Lin Shi ran to the side of the road, took out his mobile phone, scanned a shared bicycle, and rode quickly onto the non-motorized vehicle lane. rushing towards his safe house. The bicycle, which could only ride at a speed of 20 yards per hour, was now ridden by Lin Shi at a speed of 40 to 50 yards per hour. Stop! Danger! The traffic policeman shouted from behind, but Lin Shi seemed not to hear it. After riding for a while, Lin Shi noticed that the billboards and LED lights on the nearby buildings were all off. The billboards in the city center and various 24-hour LED lights that could be seen even from several kilometers away were not turned on at this moment. There was electricity in the hospital just now. Why did the power go out suddenly? This thought just flashed through Lin Shi's mind. Without giving it any thought, he pedaled as hard as he could and finally made it back up the mountain at the last minute. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds, please be prepared. He simply threw the shared bike in his hand, walked quickly to the door, and opened it as quickly as possible. Enter the first door, close and lock it. He then removed the surveillance camera facing the peephole at the front door and put it into the space. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds, please be prepared. Lin Shi quickly inserted the key into the second door. Click, the door opened. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds, please be prepared. Walk in the door. Lin Shi slammed the door shut with his backhand and fell into the lazy sofa. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second, please be prepared. Solar storm arrives, geomagnetic storm is forming, source material is being generated rapidly. The moment his eyes went dark, the thoughts in Lin Shi's mind were: source matter? What is that? At the same time, an invisible solar storm outside the blue planet swept across the entire blue planet. There are more than 1,000 satellites of all sizes outside the entire blue planet, exploding with sparks of different sizes, like a fireworks show. All satellites were destroyed, and even those that did not explode no longer function. The fragments of the satellite explosion splashed onto manned spacecraft of various countries like cannonballs. The screens of space stations of various countries all turned black in an instant, and then electric current and sparks suddenly burst out. All astronauts still working in the space station were the first to bear the brunt of this solar storm and face destruction. Even though they had received news about the approaching solar storm last night, they ultimately had no time or chance to return home. At this moment, all the equipment on the blue planet suddenly lost its signal. But this is just the beginning. The extremely strong electromagnetic pulses from the solar storm swept across the entire blue planet. The terrifying energy created an invisible ripple, instantly destroying all electronic equipment containing circuits around the world. Electromagnetic pulses can destroy not only equipment containing circuits that are in use, but also equipment that is not in use. In this technologically advanced age, almost all appliances contain circuits. At this moment, all the planes in flight fell straight down from the sky. Ships, aircraft carriers, submarines, all without exception turned into piles of scrap metal. At this moment, electrical appliances in countless homes suddenly burst into sparks. Those who are lucky will see black smoke, while those who are unlucky will directly catch fire. People fled their houses in panic, but some people fell into a coma like Lin Shi under the geomagnetic storm and were directly engulfed by the sea of fire. People who were around the transformer were horrified. There was a burning smell around the transformer and the wires connected to the transformer also started to catch fire. All power stations in the world, whether they are hydropower stations or nuclear power stations, as long as it is still running, all the energy will be overloaded at this moment, causing an overload situation, the fuse will be quickly burned out, and even a fire will occur. There was even an explosion at a nuclear power plant, burying an area of hundreds of kilometers. The entire world suddenly lost all power supply. Most of the Blue Star country, which was in the night, fell into darkness in an instant. Countless people lying in hospitals, relying on medical machines to keep them alive, died in a coma. This is not the end. All the cars, energy vehicles, and electric vehicles that were in motion suddenly malfunctioned without exception. It is common to see chain accidents involving dozens or even hundreds of cars on the entire street. When people wanted to seek help, they were horrified to find that their phones were either overheated and burned or had black screens. They couldn't contact anyone or get any rescue, so they could only desperately escape from the gradually spreading fire. In just a few minutes, the entire blue planet was engulfed in flames. If someone could stand in outer space, they would be able to appreciate this short-lived moment that marks the end of the technological era on the blue planet. The achievements of mankind's explosive technological development in the past few hundred years came to an end on this day. Lin Shi had experienced all of this in his previous life. At this moment, Lin Shi had fallen into a coma due to the drastic changes in the magnetic field of Blue Planet, just like many people who are sensitive to magnetic fields. Because the electricity was not turned on, and all the electrical appliances were put away by Lin Shi, the danger had no effect on him. He didn't know that because of his reminder, the entire Xia country shut down the country's power supply in the morning. Compared to other countries that are in flames and dire straits. Although there were casualties in Xia Kingdom, the casualties were greatly reduced. The butterfly effect caused by his rebirth began to change the entire future direction from that moment on. Lin Shi, who was in a coma, could not see the changes that happened to the treasure bowl interface in front of him. This restart is generating a large amount of source, which will speed up the evolution of all creatures on the blue planet. The fire is detected to be in a safe environment. Absorb the source as soon as possible to complete the evolution. Detected that the fire has lost consciousness, the auxiliary program is activated. The cornucopia starts automatically, is starting, and has finished starting. Begin to absorb the source. Lin Shi closed his eyes tightly. A faint golden light emanates from between the eyebrows. There were invisible tiny substances around him gathering towards his body and merging into his body, his cells, and his genes. If Lin Shi's gene chain was observed at this moment, it would be seen that his gene chain was rapidly absorbing this substance. The gene chain broke quickly and reassembled in an instant. This situation is so similar to unlocking a gene lock. But normally when the gene lock is unlocked, the recombination speed after the gene breakage is far less fast. Therefore, Lin Shi, who was in a coma at the moment, did not feel any pain of unlocking the genetic lock. At the same time, other living beings on the blue planet are also absorbing the source unconsciously. Animals absorb the fastest, followed by plants, and finally humans. There are also individual differences among humans. But even the most powerful animal could not absorb as much as Lin Shi at this moment. After a day and a night, the geomagnetic storm is coming to an end. The formation rate of source matter in the air also slowed down. People who fell into coma and felt unwell due to the sudden change in the magnetic field gradually returned to normal. The golden light between Lin Shi's eyebrows was also slowly disappearing. At the same time, a new prompt appears on the cornucopia interface. The end of the world has officially begun. The countdown to the next wave of danger will begin within 72 hours. After a while, Lin Shi's eyelids twitched and he woke up. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. The safe house was completely dark with no light source. Are the solar and geomagnetic storms over? Lin Shi held his forehead. My head is still a little dizzy. He flipped his hand and took out an emergency flashlight from the space. Open and hang on the wall. Then get out a household gasoline generator and connect it to the home's electrical wiring. As the power switch was turned on, power was restored to the entire safe house. Lin Shi didn't know how long he had been in a coma. In his previous life, he was in a coma for a day and a night. He didn't know if it was the same in this life. The mechanical watch on my hand shows that the current time is 11:34. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The hunger in his stomach made Lin Shi feel as if he had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. Lin Shi planned to replenish some water, eat something, and then go out to see the situation. He suddenly vaguely remembered the clue about the appearance of the cornucopia before he fell into a coma. Solar storm arrives, geomagnetic storm is forming, source material is being generated rapidly. What is the source substance? I checked the cornucopia interface and found no changes, and the original countdown also disappeared. Goo. My stomach is protesting again. Lin Shi suppressed the doubts in his heart and took out a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from the space. Pour a pot of water, put the hot pot base in the bottom of the pot and bring it to a boil, then cut the beef into slices and put it into the pot. They were all fresh beef. Lin Shi cut it and picked up a piece to eat. With some fresh vegetables, 5 pounds of beef was eaten in no time. When did I become so good at eating? Even though my stomach was full, for some reason I still felt like I wasn't full. The aftermath of a geomagnetic storm. Lin Shi touched his stomach, put the dishes in the sink, turned on the faucet and tested the water. Ordinary electric pumping equipment will be destroyed by electromagnetic pulses. Therefore, when building the pumping device, Lin Shi asked the master to use a traditional unpowered pumping device. The water was still able to flow out, proving that Lin Shi's foresight was correct. The water temperature was slightly cold, but still normal. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi changed into long-sleeve shirt and long pants and opened the first door of the safe house. The safe house has excellent sound insulation. Lin Shi walked to the door and took a look outside through the peephole. Then the door opened. It was raining heavily outside the door, and Lin Shi stretched out his hand to catch a handful of rainwater. The temperature outside was just a little cool. It seems that he was unconscious for about the same time as in his previous life. After the solar storm in the previous life, the sun's light weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the temperature on the blue planet dropped by dozens of degrees within 3 days. Lin Shi was in High City at that time. He remembered that the temperature dropped by about 10 degrees Celsius the next day after he woke up, and it was raining heavily outside. At this time, people were still panicking about losing electricity and being unable to receive news from the outside world after the solar storm. We didn't find any abnormal weather and just thought it was a wave of strong cold air. But on the third day, the temperature dropped by more than 20 degrees. Extreme weather such as hail, strong typhoons, and blizzards occurred in many places. People began to realize that something was wrong and rushed around to grab supplies in the heavy snow. On the fourth day, the temperature dropped again, falling by more than 30 degrees in one day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon is 20 to 30 degrees, which is extremely scary. Many people who went out to buy supplies and did not have time to return home died of hypothermia in the blizzard. The temperature in the south has dropped to around -50 degrees Celsius, not to mention the north. It takes a process for the human body to adapt to temperature. And the sun simply did not give humans time to adapt. Even if they hide at home and wrap themselves tightly in quilts, many people still cannot withstand the sudden change in low temperatures, and there are many people getting sick, getting frostbite, and freezing to death. The hospital was overcrowded, all equipment and ambulances were destroyed by the solar storm, and there was no electricity. The speed of treatment could not keep up with the number of patients, medicines began to be in short supply, and countless people died within a day. People began to panic and become confused. Finally realized that the end of the world has come. Shashi is close to the equator and it is summer now, so the temperature should not drop as fast as in Haishi. The daytime temperature in Shashi was still 32 degrees Celsius 2 days ago. Lin Shi flipped his hand and took out an electronic air temperature meter. The measurement was 22 degrees Celsius. He went back inside, put on a coat and a backpack. He wanted to go out and collect some things before the snowstorm came. Although the supplies in the space were enough for him to use, no one would complain about having too many supplies. Excess supplies can be traded or kept in reserve for emergencies. Now that there is no surveillance outside, he no longer has to be cautious and afraid of exposing the existence of the space. Putting on a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi went outside and picked up the shared bicycle that he had casually thrown on the ground. The electronic locks of shared bicycles were damaged by electromagnetic pulses, but it did not affect their use at all. He got on the shared bike and sped down the mountain. After coming down from the mountain, Lin Shi found that riding a bike today was very easy. Before, I had to pedal with all my strength to reach 40 or 50 yards, but now I can do it easily. After a good night's sleep, your physical condition suddenly improved. Lin Shi was lost in thought and didn't notice that there was an intersection at the corner ahead. A group of people were walking out from the intersection. This group of people were wearing the same raincoats, and each of them had a resolute face and looked serious and vigilant. If you look closely, you can see the uniform army green uniforms showing from beneath the collars of their raincoats. Among this group of people, there was a girl wearing a transparent raincoat and a white dress, who was tightly protected in the center. Seeing someone suddenly appear from the corner, it was too late for Lin Shi to brake. Squeak! A sharp brake sound was heard, but the shared bicycle still rushed towards the group of people. Ah! A girl's exclamation came from the crowd. A middle-aged man in the group frowned, took a step forward, and kicked as fast as the wind. He kicked the handlebar above the wheel of Lin Shi's bicycle. If a normal person kicks like this, the interaction of the forces will definitely cause their leg to break. However, the expected cry of pain did not come. Instead, Lin Shi was kicked backwards along with his bicycle. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed, and he retreated a few meters before he stabilized the car. Looking down, I saw that the bar under the front of the shared bicycle had been dented. Who is this person? So strong. Who is it? The others became alert and looked at Lin warily, some even put their hands into their raincoats. Lin Shi reacted quickly, reached behind his head and scratched his head, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I came out to buy something and was in a hurry to go home. Luckily I didn't bump into you. Uncle, is your leg okay?" The middle-aged man didn't say anything, but just frowned and stared at Lin Shi, his eyes full of scrutiny and vigilance. Lin Shi clenched his hands slightly around the handlebars. Both parties fell silent and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. At this time, a female voice came from the group. "Uncle Chiu, forget it, he didn't mean it." It was the girl who was frightened and screamed just now. The girl pushed aside the people standing in front of her and stopped only when she was stopped by a man called Uncle Chiu. The girl said to Chiu Jun impatiently, "Let's go quickly. It's raining so hard that my clothes are soaked." "Hey, you hit us. We won't compensate for this bicycle." The second half is addressed to Lin Shi. The girl was about the same age as Lin Shi, with fair and flawless skin. Although her facial features were pretty, the impatience on her face at the moment ruined the girl's beauty. Lin Shi waved his hands and said with a look of self-blame, "No, no. It's my fault. I shouldn't have ridden so fast. If this uncle is injured, I can go home and get money to compensate for the medical expenses." After 8 years of struggling in the apocalypse, Lin Shi thinks his acting skills are pretty good, and he portrays the appearance of an ordinary big boy vividly. The middle-aged man called Uncle Chiu looked at Lin Shi deeply, pulled the girl behind him, made way for her, and said to Lin Shi, "Ride slower next time. It's unsafe to ride so fast." The others also moved aside to make way. Lin Shi chuckled, his smile was simple and honest. "I see. Thank you, uncle." After saying that, he got on his bike and passed by the group of people. It was not until I rode a few hundred meters and turned a corner that the feeling of being stared at from behind disappeared. Only then did Lin Shi realize that a thin layer of cold sweat had appeared on his back. The group of people just now gave him a sense of danger. Especially the middle-aged men, who gave him the greatest pressure. Given the situation just now, if a conflict occurred, he might not necessarily win even if he had room to surprise the opponent. Fortunately, there was no harm. He didn't care at all who those people were or what they were going to do. He just came out to look for supplies and didn't want to cause any trouble. After what happened just now, Lin Shi slowed down a bit this time. After driving onto the main road, the streets were full of scrapped vehicles. What was different from the previous life was that the vehicles were parked neatly on the roadside, and there were no dozens or hundreds of cars crashing into each other and blocking the road. There were people walking in 2s and 3s on the road, some were in a hurry, and some were returning home with bulging bags. Now the entire city is in a situation where there is no electricity and no information from the outside world can be received. Many people have consciously purchased reserve supplies. There are also people who are hoping that there is a problem with the power supply facilities in their city and that it will be restored soon. But when people realized that the electricity would never be restored, the electronic products they were used to could no longer be used, the environment became harsh, and people started dying everywhere and no one cared. They will realize that this city can do whatever it wants. At that time, the evil thoughts deep in human nature will break through the sense of rules engraved in people's bones, turning this city into an icy hell. People who still spend money to buy supplies now may be able to buy them for free in a few days. Lin Shi wanted to go and buy a wave of products for free before these people could react. Nowadays, there are many people going to supermarkets to buy supplies. His target is the containers in the port. More than an hour later, Lin Shi finally arrived at the southern port of Shushi. Looking across the entire southern port, there are countless containers and gantry cranes. There are also many cargo ships docked neatly at the port. The number of cargo ships was greater than Lin Shi had expected. Yes, since the cars have been notified to stop driving, maybe the ships have also been notified to temporarily dock. Maybe my post didn't turn into a white hair and it really worked. Lin Shi looked around and made sure that no one saw him, then he put the bicycle back into the space. Normally, there are many managers in this port, but after the solar storm, the port was forced to stop operating, and many people were scared by this incident and ran back home. Even if there are still people guarding, there won't be too many. There are no surveillance cameras in such a large port now, so as long as Lin Shi is careful, it will be difficult to be discovered. There was no other sound in the entire port except the sound of raindrops falling on the containers. Lin Shi walked towards a container and placed his hand on it. With a thought, the things inside were transferred into the space. From the outside, the container looked intact, but inside it was empty. Only Lin Shi could take things away in this way without anyone noticing. The first container he collected contained a box of watermelons. Not bad, a good start. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Shi's face. The fruits in Shushi receive plenty of sunshine and are sweet and delicious. This container of watermelons can last for a long, long time. He walked to the next container. There is fruit in this container again, this time it is coconuts. After collecting 6 containers of fruit in succession, Lin Shi walked towards the containers on the other side. This time, our luck was bad and the container was empty. And 3 in a row were empty. Lin Shi soon discovered that the locked containers basically contained goods. Those without locks are empty. Containers with cargo and goods are stacked separately. After discovering this situation, Lin Shi bypassed the unlocked containers and walked towards the next pile of containers. This time, a container of clothes was stored in the space. But they are all short sleeves. Lin Shi just picked up a container and didn't accept any more. He suddenly remembered that it is summer all year round in Shushi, so most of the clothes in the local residents' wardrobes should also be summer clothes. At most there are a few spring and autumn styles. When the extreme cold comes, no one knows how many of these indigenous people will freeze to death. Maybe more people died than in Haishi. Then, Lin Shi received 3 boxes of snacks, 4 boxes of frozen seafood, and 2 boxes of daily necessities. In one of the containers, Lin Shi found several imported cars. The market prices are tens or even millions. The sealed metal boxes can block the impact of electromagnetic pulses to a certain extent. These cars may be intact or damaged. Anyway, there is still a lot of space, so Lin Shi can collect them. Electrical appliances, handicrafts, daily necessities, food, industrial products. There are nearly 10,000 containers in a port. Lin Shi walked through each container like opening a blind box, putting the things inside into space. But not long after, a group of uninvited guests also arrived at the southern port. Brotherly, will we really be okay like this? 5 young men in their 20s and 20s, who looked like hooligans, walked together to the port. The one who spoke was one of the bald young men. He looked timid and looked around as if he was afraid of something. Li Kuei hit the bald young man hard on the head, his face full of displeasure. Don't be afraid. Didn't I tell you? There is a power outage in the entire city, and those surveillance cameras are also out of power. There are so many containers here, we can just empty one and no one will notice. These people actually set their sights on the containers too. But what if there's still surveillance and electricity? The bald young man said cautiously, his eyes full of worry and a hint of fear. Li Kuei pointed his finger at the bald young man's nose and said angrily. That's why I said you can't get rich. You don't have any observation skills. Look at the whole Shushi now. Where is the electricity? Even the traffic lights are not working. Li Kuei glanced at the 4 brothers who had been with him for 2 years, took in their struggling expressions, and said in a gentle and persuasive manner. I brought you out here to make money because I saw you guys have been with me for so long. If I cheat you, can I also cheat myself? Now is a good opportunity to make a fortune. When the power is restored, we will have no chance. Think about those people who look down on you. Why do they look down on you? It's because you don't have money. Now that there are opportunities to make money right in front of you, do you want to be a pauper for the rest of your life and be looked down upon by others? Li Kuei spoke passionately, with saliva flying everywhere. The reason he worked so hard was that he owed a loan shark when he went out gambling a few days ago. Those loan sharks are different from small thugs like him. They have powerful forces behind them, so dealing with them is like a piece of cake. If he can't pay back the money, he will be missing some limbs in a few days. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy, but suddenly the whole Shushi lost power. Wasn't this God helping him? So he decided to move the port near his home, but he knew he couldn't move much by himself, so he called these 4 cowards. Seeing that the 4 people seemed to be persuaded by him, Li Kuei struck while the iron was hot. There are so many boxes here, no one will notice if one is empty, and there is no surveillance now. Even if someone finds out, they won't know it was us. Don't be afraid. If you get caught, just say I ordered you to do it. Seeing that what Li Kuei said made sense, he patted his chest and took the responsibility. The other 4 people finally put aside their worries, and there was a flash of greed in their eyes to varying degrees. They are all in their 20s, and none of them has a proper job, so they spend most of their time relying on their parents. That's why people with similar tastes get mixed together. A yellow-haired man spat on the ground. Let's do it. These are all the blood and sweat that the capitalists have taken from us ordinary people. We are robbing the rich to help the poor. Brother Li is right. There's no surveillance now, so there's nothing to be afraid of. After I finish this job, I'll throw the money in front of my old man and let him see that his son is not a good-for-nothing who only knows how to spend money. The person who spoke was a fat man with 4 layers of fat on his neck. The last young man with a buzz cut and earrings, done. Seeing his companions all express their opinions, the bald man gritted his teeth and said, I'll follow Brother Li. Okay. Li Kuei nodded with satisfaction, be quick in a moment, let's go. At this time, Wang Mao suddenly spoke. Brother Li, there's someone over there. Could it be the manager here? A blond young man stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Shi, who was opening a blind box, no, collecting containers of supplies 100 meters away. Li Kuei looked in the direction his younger brother pointed, and after a few glances at Lin Shi, he could tell at a glance that Lin Shi was not a manager. The staff here all wear uniforms. Leave him alone. Let's go to the other side. After saying that, he took his younger brother and walked towards the container in another direction. Some of the containers in the port are imported, some are exported, and there may be anything in them. Lin Shi had just received a container of medicine and a box of luxury goods. Luxury goods are useless, but medicines are very precious. He placed his hand on the container in front of him and moved his mind. There is actually a box of seeds in here. A container was filled with more than 2,000 cartons, each labeled with the name of the seeds. Seeds are very small, and there may be tens of thousands of them in a small box. There are at least hundreds of millions of seeds in this entire container. If he didn't take them away, the seeds would be frozen in 2 days and would be unusable. However, even if they were collected, they could no longer be planted in the environment of the apocalypse. In the extremely cold apocalypse, except for a few mutated plants, most plants will be frozen to death. Green plants were no longer to be seen, and the whole world had no other color except white. Lin Shi shook his head with some regret, but still put it into the space. After collecting hundreds of containers of supplies, his space was reduced to just a small corner. With the current size of the space, it is not a problem to load more than 20,000 containers of supplies. Lin Shi continued to walk towards the next container. Bang. 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 Suddenly, there was a metallic knocking sound in the distance. Lin Shi frowned and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Due to the obstruction of the view by the container, Lin Shi could not see what was happening several hundred meters away. He approached carefully, hid behind a container and looked sideways. It was discovered that the sound was caused by 5 masked men chopping the door lock of the container with a fire axe that was stolen from somewhere. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Shi's face. It was surprising that someone reacted so quickly and had the same goal as mine. However, these people had no space, so they could only break the locks and move the things inside. Without a vehicle, they couldn't move much. And although the noise was covered by the rain, it was very likely that the noise could be heard by nearby managers. Sure enough, when Lin Shi looked around, he saw 2 managers in raincoats jogging towards him from a few hundred meters away. It's open, the door is open. quick. Come and see what it is. Isn't this the bag that female stars on TV often carry? This is the donkey brand. I have an X brand here. This big iron box is full of valuables. We are going to get rich. All 5 of them ran into the container and started unpacking the boxes. The 5 people, who were surrounded by great surprise, did not notice that 2 managers were approaching. Lin Shi dodged and hid behind a container to conceal his figure. Then he put the materials in the container into the space. 2 port managers followed the sound and quickly discovered the open container. Hey! What are you doing? The 5 people were frightened. The box containing the donkey brand bag in the bald young man's hand fell directly to the ground. Brotherly, we've been discovered. Shut up, idiot. Li Kuei growled. 2 managers pointed batons at the 5 people and shouted, come out. Li Kuei glanced at the container full of luxury goods, his eyes full of greed. With this box of things, he could not only pay off the loan sharks, but he could even buy a house in the suburbs and live a stable life in the future. If today's operation fails, he will not be able to pay back the high-interest loan of more than 100,000 yuan, and will have his hands and feet cut off and be taken to the police station. There is no surveillance here. If we deal with these 2 people, no one will know that he did it. A fierce look flashed across Li Kuei's face. He picked up the fire axe beside him and rushed towards a port manager. The 2 managers did not expect these people to be so ferocious, and one of them was chopped down while they were distracted. A man fell to the ground, blood all over the ground. The other person was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, his face full of fear, and he tried his best to move backwards. No, don't kill me. Li Kuei chopped the man's leg with an axe, his bloodshot eyes swept fiercely towards the 4 people behind him, and he held a bloody fire axe in his hand. Why don't you do it? This scene is extremely shocking to those who have always lived in a safe and peaceful world of rules. The 4 were afraid that Li Kuei would kill them as well, so they mustered up the courage to walk up to the 2 managers who were still alive. Lin Shi didn't read on. This kind of scene will happen everywhere after a while. Without meddling in other people's business, Lin Shi changed direction and continued to collect supplies. More than 2 hours later, most of the supplies in the containers of the entire port were stored by Lin Shi. It was a rainy day, the sky was gloomy, and the light in the evening was already very dim. The temperature dropped a few degrees compared to noon, and there was a hint of coolness in the humid air. There were no street lights at night and there was no moon in this weather, so Lin Shi prepared to go back. Maybe I was unlucky today, as I ran into those 5 people again when I was leaving. The 5 people looked nothing like they did before, and 3 of them even had their raincoats removed, revealing their true faces. There were a lot of blood stains on their clothes. Especially the first person to attack someone, the blood on his body almost dyed his green clothes so that the original color could not be seen. Brotherly, it's that kid from before. Huang Mao recognized Lin Shi's clothes immediately. After Lin Shi left, they had been moving things for less than half an hour when they met 3 staff members who were looking for someone. Killing 2 is killing, killing 5 is also killing. This time the 5 men acted in unison without saying a word. After experiencing 2 murders, the 5 people had basically overcome their fears and became bloodthirsty, and would kill anyone they saw from then on. Another person appeared, a man with a crew cut, with a ferocious expression on his face, holding a fire axe in his hand and rushing towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi reached into his raincoat, actually took out a pistol equipped with a silencer from the space, and fired directly. Puff! A bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the man with a crew cut. He ran 2 more steps due to inertia, then the fire axe in his hand loosened and he fell directly to the ground. The other 4, including Li Kuei, suddenly woke up from their bloodthirsty state. Thump! The bald young man fell to his knees, holding his head in his hands. Don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender, don't kill me. Lin Shi pulled out his gun and fired smoothly, and the bald man subconsciously thought Lin Shi was a security guard. Li Kuei's face was full of ferocity, and he shouted. Don't be afraid. The people we killed today are enough to kill them all. He only has 1 gun. Let's attack together. After saying that, he rushed over first. When the fat man and the yellow-haired man saw this, a fierce look flashed across their faces and they also pounced towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi fired decisively, 3 shots in a row, and the 3 men fell to the ground one after another. The last yellow-haired man had almost grabbed Lin Shi's arm, but how could such a yellow-haired man with unsteady steps be a match for Lin Shi? In just one encounter, 4 bodies were lying on the ground. The only one left in the 5-man team that robs the rich and helps the poor is the bald young man who is now kneeling on the ground and pissing his pants with fear. Lin Shi turned the gun towards the bald young man. The bald man was so desperate and frightened that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Just as he was about to take a few steps closer to silence the witness, Lin Shi's ears suddenly moved. A burst of dense footsteps was heard not far away. The footsteps sounded very orderly. Lin Shi subconsciously felt that something was wrong and retreated behind the container. A team of fully armed soldiers with guns in hand trotted out from behind a pile of containers, only a dozen meters away from Lin Shi. Who is there? Lin Shi frowned. Is he from the military? When he came to Shushi, he learned that Shushi's troops were stationed on a small island. Now that there are no ships, did all these soldiers come here by rowing boats? It was getting close to evening, and it was raining heavily, so the light was dim. Lin Shi didn't even notice whether there were any ships on the sea. These thoughts flashed through Lin Shi's mind. He lowered his footsteps and quickly retreated, using the container to conceal his body and evacuate. However, Lin Shi's luck today was really bad. He had just dodged a wave of soldiers and had not run far when another group of soldiers appeared from behind a container a few dozen meters ahead. More than a dozen black gun muzzles were pointed at Lin Shi. Who is it? Lin Shi immediately stopped, raised his hand, pretended to be panicked and said, "I'm a student." When they heard that it was a student, the soldiers immediately lowered their guns, but they still did not let down their guard and surrounded Lin Shi. "Don't move." As soon as they landed at the port, they found several bodies nearby. They also discovered that the locks of the containers had been damaged and the cargo was missing. This was undoubtedly a vicious murder case. As a troop from Xia country, although their mission was to take over the supplies here, they also had the obligation to catch the murderer. A soldier came forward and searched Lin Shi. Lin Shi had already put the pistol back into the space and cooperated obediently. Report. No dangerous items. The soldiers returned to their ranks. A man who looked like the leader of this group of people walked up to Lin Shi with a serious face, confirmed Lin Shi's age, and asked, "Which school are you from and why are you here?" "Shushi Art College." Lin reported to Su Qin's school. The identity of a student makes it easier for people to let down their guard. Besides, Lin Shi was just a student before. "I originally wanted to go back to school, but I got lost without navigation," said Lin Shi. This makes logical sense given that there are no taxis or navigation systems to guide you. "Show me your student ID." "I didn't bring my student ID." Lin Shi looked a little uneasy. "Will my ID card be okay?" Seeing the person in front of him nod, Lin Shi took out an ID card from the interlayer of the mobile phone case that had not been searched by the soldiers. Lin Shi has a habit of putting his ID card or door card in the interlayer of his phone case. Wang Chao took the ID card and returned it to Lin Shi after confirming that it was correct. Lin Shi's clothes were clean and intact, without any blood stains, and he had no weapon on him. In addition, he was only 19 years old, so it was impossible to associate him with a murderer. However, Wang Chao always felt that there was something wrong with the man named Lin Shi in front of him. "Come with me to the front first, I'll have someone take you back to school later." Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat, but he said calmly, "Okay." Soon Lin Shi was taken to an open space. With a quick glance, he saw at least several hundred soldiers, each equipped with a gun. Hundreds of port managers in uniform were also gathered in the open space. At this moment, a fat and big-eared man who obviously looked like the port leader was talking to a man who looked like his superior in tears. In addition, Lin Shi saw the bald young man who was the only survivor among the 5 people. The bald man was tied up tightly with ropes and was guarded by 2 soldiers with a desperate look on his face. At this moment, the bald young man suddenly raised his head and looked towards Lin Shi. I noticed the bald young man looking up. Lin Shi quickly turned his back and hid behind a tall man, so as not to be recognized. "What are you hiding from?" A familiar voice sounded from behind my head. Lin Shi's body stiffened slightly. He turned around and noticed that the person he was using as a shield was the commander of the team of soldiers who had just brought him here. Wang Chao. Wang Chao stared at Lin Shi's eyes with a sharp look, as if he wanted to see something. Lin Shi knew that he was suspected. Before Lin Shi could answer Wang Chao's question, another group of soldiers came to the open space. Report. We found 2 students at the port exit, saying they were lost. Lin Shi heard the voice and turned to look. When he saw one of the 2 students being brought over, the expression on his face immediately became somewhat interesting. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Shi and walked towards the 2 students. For some reason, his intuition from years of military service told him that this boy named Lin Shi was no ordinary person. Wang Chao walked up to the 2 female students and asked the soldier who brought them here. Which school are they from? Have their identities been verified? Report to the commander, the people from Shushi Art College have confirmed it. Brother soldier, we have been walking around for a long time and can't find the way. It's getting dark and we are so scared. What happened in Shushi? Why don't mobile phones work suddenly? Woo woo woo, I want to go home. One of the girls burst into tears when she saw Wang Chao. Wang Chao frowned and wanted to ask something. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and waved at another female student. Su Qin. The day before yesterday, Su Qin went shopping with her roommates with the 20,000 yuan given by Lin Shi. As a result, I fainted for some reason. When I woke up, I found that my phone was out of battery. When I went outside, I realized that great changes had taken place in Shushi. Without a car or a cell phone, she and her companions tried to walk back to school based on their memory but got lost. I was happy to see the soldiers and wanted to ask for help, but I was brought here. Faced with a strange environment, strange people, and so many soldiers with guns, Su Qin's face was filled with anxiety and tension. Su Qin. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice and turned around. Lin Shi. Su Qin responded with surprise. Why are you here too? In this strange and solemn environment, having a boy you know will undoubtedly greatly increase your sense of security. Wang Chao saw how familiar the 2 were with each other and asked Su Qin. Do you know each other? Su Qin nodded repeatedly, looking very happy. Yes, we are classmates. Su Qin got excited and spoke faster, missing the word high school. She originally wanted to say high school classmate, but since she had already said it, it didn't matter. Wang Chao's eyes softened as he looked at Lin Shi when he heard this. It seems he was overthinking it. Wait here. I'll find a comrade who is familiar with the terrain of Shushi to take you to school. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoqin, who is this? Li Xiaoxiao asked with sobs in her voice. I'm a student of sculpture. Lin Shi winked at Su Qin. Su Qin was wondering when Lin Shi became a sculpture student, but she immediately understood after meeting Lin Shi's eyes. This requires your own cooperation. Lin Shi was so generous that she could still help with this insignificant matter. Yes. He's a freshman, too. Su Qinmeling said ambiguously. The 3 chatted for a while, and soon Wang Chao came over with a soldier who looked not much older than the 3 of them. This is Li Wei. He is also from Shushi and knows the way to your school. Just follow him. Lin Shi and the other person expressed their gratitude. This is what we should do. Be careful on the road. If you can't see the road at night, come back tomorrow morning. Wang Chao said. The second half of the sentence was directed to Li Wei. Li Wei agreed and led the 3 people away. Not long after Lin Shi and his companions left, a soldier came up to Wang Chao and reported. Sir, we have found the murderer who killed the nearby management staff. The murderer confessed that he and his accomplices killed those people. But his 4 accomplices have been shot dead. According to the bald man, it was a young security guard in a black raincoat who fired the shots. Young vigilante in a black raincoat. For some reason, Wang Chao's mind immediately flashed with Lin Shi's face, and he said, Take me to the murderer. After walking for a while, Li Wei found that the 2 girls were walking very slowly, so he urged them. We have to walk faster. It will be dark soon. The city has no power and there are no street lights. It is not safe to walk at night. Lin Shi glanced at his mechanical watch and it was already 5:27. He memorized the map of Shushi and knew it was about a 5-kilometer walk from here to Shushi Art College. At the current speed, it would take them about an hour to walk back like this. Lin Shi is now disguised as a student of Shushi Art College. In order not to reveal his identity, he has to go back to Shushi Art College with Su Qin and then leave. The officer had already suspected him. If he left and didn't go to the academy, his identity would be exposed when the soldier returned. Shushi is so small, it would be a trouble if we encounter it again. Forget it, it's just a few kilometers, and he has a flashlight, so he is not afraid of walking at night. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao quickened their pace a little and followed behind Li Wei. Lin Shi followed Li Wei. "Brother soldier, why is there a power outage in Shushi?" Li Xiaoxiao asked. Li Wei thought about it and realized that their superiors had not asked them to conceal the news, so he said. "There was a solar storm the day before yesterday that disrupted the city's electrical circuits. How long will it take to fix it? How can we live without electricity? My cell phone is also damaged, can you fix it? If you can't fix it, I won't have money to buy a new one." Li Xiaoxiao seems to be a chatterbox and never stops talking. Li Wei was somewhat confused by this series of questions and replied. "The leader has sent people to repair the power. Before the power is restored, you should all stay in the school and don't come out again. In a couple of days, people from other troops will go to the school to distribute emergency supplies." "What emergency supplies?" "Just food, candles, matches, lighters and the like." "What? Candles? Oh my God, I have to live with candles from now on. How scary it is at night. Xiaoqin, what should I do?" Su Qin's face was also full of worry. The two girls complained about how inconvenient it would be for them to have no electricity for some time. But Lin Shi knew. When the extreme cold comes, even if there are unburned electrical wires, as long as they are exposed outdoors, they will be frozen. All the machines that process precision parts have been damaged and no one can repair the power station and transformer with bare hands. Not to mention having to reconnect the wires in a snowstorm. The power would never be restored. Lin Shi remembered his father telling him when he was a child that decades ago, when electricity was not yet widely available, people used candles and flashlights. Go to bed as soon as it gets dark and get up before dawn. They work all the time, and they work very hard to cure their stuttering. Their physical fitness is also very good. I seldom walk at night and there is not much entertainment at night. There won't be any young boys and girls addicted to the internet. Human beings today have become too dependent on electronic products, and there are many people who are addicted to the internet and mobile phones. This makes the physical fitness of most people worse and worse. This solar storm destroyed electronic products and set human technology back hundreds of years, which can be regarded as a forced way for humans to quit their internet addiction. The extreme cold is coming. The arrival of extreme cold has made survivors pay more and more attention to physical exercise. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Lin Shi's mind, and an idea flashed through his mind. Too fast to catch. The third restart accelerates evolution. When Lin Shi was lost in thought, the two girls behind him started complaining about the power outage and kept talking about Lin Shi. "Student Lin Shi, you are so handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" Seeing that Lin Shi didn't say anything, Li Xiaoxiao took a few steps forward and prepared to pat Lin Shi's shoulder from behind. Lin Shi, who was lost in thought, grabbed the hand that Li Xiaoxiao extended to him, and was then surprised at his own reaction speed. "Ah! It hurts!" Li Xiaoxiao cried out in pain. Seeing Li Wei turning around to look at him, Lin Shi let go of his hand and put on a fake apologetic smile on his face. "Sorry, I was just thinking." The two were very close to each other, and Li Xiaoxiao's eyes scanned back and forth across Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi looks nothing like his parents. His father has ordinary facial features, while his mother is too gentle. Lin Shi's face is more three-dimensional, as if it was carved out with the most precise knife, with deep eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and slightly thin lips. But there is a 1 centimeter scar on the brow bone, which ruins this perfection. Lin Shi has had this scar since he could remember. His father said it was caused when he fell out of his crib as a child. The clear eyes of the past made Lin Shi's face look somewhat warm. Now there was only coldness and indifference in Lin Shi's eyes. When he didn't smile, the aura on his body gave people a feeling that Northwest strangers could get close to him. The sense of incongruity that Wang Chao noticed was actually that Lin Shi's eyes were simply not what a normal 19-year-old could have. Facial expressions can be faked, but eye contact is difficult. Li Xiaoxiao was obviously a bit nervous, rubbing her wrist. Forget it, I forgive you because you're so handsome. I just asked you if you have a girlfriend. Lin Shi replied directly, no. When Li Xiaoxiao heard that Lin Shi didn't have a girlfriend, her eyes curved into crescent shapes. And you? Su Qin stepped forward and stopped Li Xiaoxiao from being obsessed with sex. Xiaoxiao, what time is it now? Stop making trouble. We need to go back quickly. It's getting dark. Seeing Li Xiaoxiao being infatuated with Lin Shi, Su Qin felt like someone was targeting her. Li Xiaoxiao curled her lips where Su Qin couldn't see. Lin Shi didn't care about the two girls' thoughts. The end of the world has come and it is already difficult to survive. Naturally, Lin Shi has no interest in love between men and women. After all, the people who can hurt you the most are often the ones you trust the most. Li Wei glanced at the sky and urged, hurry up and go. After walking for half an hour, the sky was getting darker and the rain had stopped. The surrounding temperature is lower than in the afternoon. Lin Shi took off his raincoat and felt the temperature. He estimated that the temperature was at least 5 degrees lower than when he went out at noon. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao were both wearing cool shorts and short-sleeved shirts, and at the moment they were hugging each other's arms to keep warm. Li Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Shi's long-sleeved coat and whispered in Su Qin's ear. Su Qin, aren't you familiar with this boy? Ask him to lend us his coat. Even if Li Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, Su Qin was about to speak. With her charm, it was not easy for a boy to lend her his coat. What's more, Lin Shi had liked me a little since high school and even followed me to Shushi. That's right, Su Qin had already imagined that Lin Shi came to Shushi because he came for her. Su Qin said confidently. Lin Shi, can you lend me your jacket? Lin Shi directly refused, no. He would not take the risk of catching a cold for an unrelated woman. The smile on Su Qin's face froze. Li Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Qin's embarrassed expression. Although she didn't show it on her face, a hint of gloating flashed through her heart. It turns out that even the beautiful Su can fail sometimes. How come you don't have any gentlemanly manners at all? Su Qin was a little angry and embarrassed. Lin Shi didn't even turn his head. Gentlemanly manners. Can I eat it? Poochie. Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. But soon, Li Xiaoxiao couldn't laugh anymore. Because it was too dark, she stepped on something and fell to the ground. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao screamed. Seeing this, Li Wei took out a flashlight from the bag he had been carrying on his back and turned it on. Li Xiaoxiao fell into the dirty mud and screamed angrily. You have a flashlight, why didn't you take it out earlier? Li Wei explained, there are only a few flashlights and batteries left in the army, so we have to use them sparingly. Flashlights and batteries are extremely precious commodities nowadays. Li Xiaoxiao was so angry that his chest heaved, but he didn't dare to do anything to the soldiers. Half of her body was soaked in mud and water. She felt even colder when she stood up, and she shivered while hugging her arms. When Li Xiaoxiao approached Lin, her face looked aggrieved and pitiful. No. Lin Shi knew what she was going to say and refused decisively. Li Xiaoxiao was furious. How can you be like this? Are you still a man? However, no matter what she said, Lin Shi remained unmoved. When the four of them arrived at the entrance of Shashi Art College, it was already completely dark and it was almost pitch dark. The school's automatic door is broken and is locked at the moment. The four of them walked to the security room and knocked on the glass. The security guard in the security room saw Li Wei, who was dressed in military uniform, asked a few questions and learned that he was sending 3 students back to school, so he let them in through the small door. Young man, do you have a flashlight? It's pitch dark here and I can't see anything. The security guard stared at the flashlight in Li Wei's hand and asked. Sorry, I only have one flashlight. Someone from the army will come to distribute lighting supplies in the next 2 days. Hearing what Li Wei said, the security guard did not force it. He sighed and nodded. I don't know when the electricity will be repaired. Please go in. The campus is dark and silent at night. Under the guidance of Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, the four of them first walked towards the girls' dormitory. Halfway through the journey, Lin Shi suddenly stopped. What are you doing? Li Xiaoxiao now looks at Lin Shi with no good intentions. So what if he is handsome? His personality is so annoying. Stop talking. Lin Shi let out a low cry and listened attentively to the sounds around him. There was a slight rustling sound next to my ears, which seemed to be getting closer. Where's the nearest building? Lin Shi turned to look at Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, his voice sounding somewhat anxious. Why are you asking this? We're only 10 minutes away from the dormitory. Let's go. Li Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to go back to the dormitory to change her wet clothes, which were sticking to her body and making her feel uncomfortable. Su Qin looked serious when she saw Lin. She didn't understand what was going on but still pointed to the darkness on the left. The gymnasium is a few hundred meters in this direction. Run. It's hailing. Lin Shi reminded, snatched the flashlight from Li Wei's hand, and ran in the direction Su Qin pointed. As for whether they would follow him, he couldn't care less. What? Before the two girls could react, Li Wei had already chased in the direction Lin Shi was running. Wait for us. It was pitch black around them, and without any light source, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had to keep up. However, Lin Shi disappeared in a flash, leaving only a tiny flashlight spot, and the two men could not catch up with him at all. Why are you running, psycho? Wait for us. We can't see. Li Xiaoxiao was so angry that she screamed hysterically. The rustling sound became louder and louder, and something was really getting closer. Su Qin thought of what Lin Shi said and started to panic. She tried her best to squeeze out her physical strength as a dance student and ran to the gymnasium according to her memory. Gymnasium, gymnasium. Su Qin ran as fast as she could, not noticing that Li Xiaoxiao was already far behind her. Oops. A cry of pain came from Li Xiaoxiao behind him. Xiaoqin, I fell down. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared. Su Qin paused slightly. The sound of ice falling to the ground became clearer and clearer in her ears. She hesitated for only a second before gritting her teeth and continuing to run forward. After a while, a scream was heard from behind. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao behind him screamed, and then there was no movement. Su Qin's eyes were red, and she ran desperately with her lips pursed. However, her speed was never as fast as the hail. A marble-sized hailstone first hit Su Qin's forehead, and then a fist-sized hailstone hit her left shoulder. Su Qin felt pain, but didn't dare to stop. The next second, a hailstone the size of a human head brushed past Su Qin's nose and hit the ground, almost hitting her. Lin Shi, save me. Intense fear and panic swept over Su Qin, and she could only turn to the only life-saving straw. The light of the flashlight not far away had stopped moving, proving that the gymnasium was right in sight. But this distance was like a chasm between heaven and earth, and all around her there was the sound of huge hailstones hitting the ground and shattering into pieces. Perhaps she would die in the next second. Not getting a response, Su Qin cried and ran in despair. In places she couldn't see, the genes in her body were rapidly mutating, breaking and recombining. While running, Su Qin used incredible agility to narrowly avoid several hailstones the size of human heads. Then, with only a few meters left to reach the gym, she ran out of energy. Her hands and feet suddenly went limp, and Su Qin felt her vision becoming blurry. Before she lost consciousness, she suddenly saw a figure appear in front of her, carrying her on his shoulders and running. Then she knew nothing. Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the gymnasium and watched Li Wei running back carrying Su Qin. Who? Li Wei was breathing heavily. A hailstone just fell on his head. Luckily he was wearing a helmet, so he was able to run back. However, he inevitably suffered several injuries on his body. There were also a lot of bloodstains on Su Qin's clothes. Only Lin Shi was still neatly dressed and hid under the eaves of the gymnasium before the hail fell. Then he looked coldly at the people struggling in despair. Li Wei looked at Lin Shi angrily. Aren't you classmates? Why didn't you help? Lin Shi laughed coldly. The laughter was full of sarcasm. Aren't this woman and that woman classmates? Why didn't she save them? At a distance of several hundred meters, they naturally heard Li Xiaoxiao's cry for help. Since Su Qin was able to run over, she definitely didn't go to save Li Xiaoxiao. Li Wei was speechless. Why not save? Because I'm afraid of death. Because other people's lives are not as important as your own. Because that's human nature. Lin Shi turned around, picked up the flashlight and walked into the gymnasium. He doesn't care if others act like saviors, he has already done his best by giving them a reminder. The gymnasium was pitch black. Lin Shi walked in and checked with a flashlight. There are several corridors on the first floor. Each corridor is marked where it leads. There is an arrow with the word gym written on it at the corner not far ahead. Lin Shi walked straight towards the gym. The gym is filled with various fitness equipment and several yoga mats. Seeing Li Wei carrying Su Qin in, Lin Shi gave the gym to them. You guys sleep here, I'll sleep somewhere else. Don't follow me anymore. He wasn't used to having strangers around him during his breaks. Wait a minute. Your classmate seems to be ill. Li Wei put Su Qin down. Only then did Lin Shi notice that Su Qin's body was curled up, her beautiful facial features seemed to be twisted in great pain, and her limbs were twitching unconsciously. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Qin's current appearance is similar to the state of number 2 sequelae after the gene lock was unlocked. He pushed Su Qin. Su Qin. Su Qin. However, Su Qin was unable to respond to Lin Shi at all. She clenched her teeth, and at this moment every cell in her body seemed to be groaning in pain, so painful that she couldn't even faint. Li Wei took out a piece of cloth from somewhere, folded it and stuffed it into Su Qin's mouth, explaining. This will prevent her from biting herself. She looks like she's having an epileptic seizure, probably from running too fast just now. Lin Shi could not deny it. In the years that he had known Su Qin, he had never heard that she had epilepsy, although he did not rule out the possibility that she was concealing her medical history. Li Wei laid Su Qin's body flat, tilted her head to one side, and then massaged her hands and feet. The response method is quite appropriate. Lin Shi placed the flashlight at a higher place so that most of the gym could be seen clearly. Time passes by every second. Because she bit too hard, Su Qin's gums were bleeding. Lin Shi really wanted to confirm whether Su Qin's current condition was a sequelae of unlocking the genetic lock. He remembered that number 2 had half a blue pill left. But after thinking about it, he rejected the idea of feeding it to Su Qin. Number 2 had said before that his genes would collapse only after he unlocked the gene lock for the 5th time. So he survived the first 4 times. At least from what number 2 said, he definitely handled it by himself the first time. Although Lin Shi still had doubts in his heart about an ordinary person being able to unlock the genetic lock, now that the end of the world has come, judging from the information obtained from the cornucopia, this restart of the species will accelerate the evolution of the species. Then it is not impossible for ordinary people to unlock the genetic lock at the critical moment of life and death. Lin Shi was in deep thought. We're going to watch her like this. Li Wei felt a little sorry when he saw Su Qin in pain. Then what do you want? Lin Shi sneered. Are you going to take her to the hospital? Without any means of transportation, it would take an indefinite amount of time to bring someone to the hospital on foot. It's hailing outside now. Going out is tantamount to seeking death. There is also a school doctor in the school, Where are you going to find it at this time? Also, you, don't take me with you. Lin Shi corrected. Aren't you classmates? How can you just stand by and watch someone die? Li Wei was furious. As a soldier, the accusation of protecting ordinary people was engraved in his bones. If he could speak swear words, he would have burst into swearing. This is the second time you've said that. I thought I made it clear before. Lin Shi said coldly. He glanced out the window, and after a moment, he saw that the hail outside had become much smaller. Li Wei took out a candle from his backpack, lit it, and took the flashlight away. I can't just stand by and watch her die. You stay here and take care of her. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Shi watched Li Wei leave, muttering in a low voice. There is no one left in this world whom I would risk my life to save. After Li Wei left, Lin Shi sat cross-legged aside and observed Su Qin's changes. No matter how painful Su Qin looked, he remained unmoved. The sweat from the pain soaked Su Qin's hair and clothes. The thin white t-shirt clings to her body, revealing her exquisite figure. If it were an ordinary young man, a single man and a single woman in a room, and the beautiful woman in front of him had no ability to resist, even if she didn't make any dirty moves, he would have his blood boiling and his face would have blushed. However, Lin Shi did not have any romantic thoughts about the scene before him. 10 minutes later, the pain on Su Qin's face faded away, and her body gradually calmed down. After she recovered, she opened her eyes weakly and rolled her eyeballs. Where is this? I'm not dead. Lin Shi helped Su Qin up and leaned her against the wall. This is a gymnasium. Did you just have a seizure? I'm sick. I'm not sick. I don't know what happened. I had fainted and suddenly I felt severe pain all over my body. Su Qin looked confused and frightened. The pain just now was so painful. Lin Shi's eyes moved, and he became more suspicious that Su Qin might have accidentally opened the gene lock. Did anything special happen to you or did you have a special feeling before you entered the gym? Su Qin shook her head. I was so scared that I just ran, but I fainted while running. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? Su Qin stared at Lin Shi closely. It was that soldier who saved you. Lin Shi said directly without admitting it. Su Qin lowered her head, and the dim candlelight made it impossible to see the expression on her face. Where's the soldier? I went to see the school doctor. After listening to this, Su Qin fell silent. The atmosphere was quiet for a long time. Su Qin suddenly spoke softly. Why? Lin Shi looked at her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower and used the flashlight to illuminate the road, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have died. Why have you become so cold-blooded? You killed Xiao Xiao. When she said the last sentence, Su Qin almost shouted out. She had been conscious during the painful period just now. I also heard the conversation between Lin Shi and Li Wei, but I was unable to speak. After experiencing a series of life-threatening situations, Su Qin's spirit had long been in a state of tension. And the question just now was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Xiaoxiao called her name before he died, but she didn't look back or even stop. Her conscience could not accept that she was responsible for Li Xiaoxiao's death, so she pushed all the blame onto Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was full of accusations and resentment, and her red eyes stared at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes turned cold, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in them. He has experienced too much of this kind of thing. You can say he is cold-blooded or selfish. The end of the world taught him a bloody lesson: don't be sincere and kind to anyone. Even though the person who saved Su Qin before was Lin Shi, Su Qin would still feel that he was the one who killed Li Xiaoxiao. But Su Qin didn't think about it. Lin Shi and Li Xiaoxiao had no relationship at all. Why would he risk his life to save her? Lin Shi's mind moved, and a dagger appeared in his hand behind his back. He couldn't allow someone who hated him to live in this world. Or someone who may have unlocked the genetic lock. That is a threat to oneself. Su Qin was frightened by Lin Shi's eyes and stepped back, but there was a cold wall behind her. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the gym, and Lin Shi put away the dagger behind him. Li Wei walked quickly into the gym, holding someone in his hand. Seeing Su Qin, he said in surprise, "You woke up." Lin Shi stood up and noticed that there was a man in a white coat and carrying a medicine box behind Li Wei. The man walked quickly forward and squatted down to check Su Qin's condition. "Su Qin, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" This man actually knows Su Qin. Su Qin was also slightly surprised. School Dr. Chu. Lin Shi and Li Wei walked aside and watched School Dr. Chu inquire about Su Qin's condition, check her physical condition, etc. Lin Shi did not ask how Li Wei, who already had a bruised face and nose, found the school doctor. He listened carefully to what Su Qin said. Su Qin's words were the same as what she had just said to Lin Shi. School Dr. Chu suddenly turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei and said, "Student Su Qin has a lot of external injuries. I'll treat and bandage her. The two gentlemen, please go out and wait for a moment." Su Qin lowered her head shyly. Lin Shi turned and left, and Li Wei followed him out of the gym, closing the door behind him. As soon as the gym door closed, Su Qin threw herself into the arms of School Dr. Chu and began to cry softly. It turned out that just now, when School Dr. Chu approached Su Qin to examine her, Su Qin took advantage of School Dr. Chu's body shape to cover herself, secretly pulled his clothes, and wrote the word "help" on his palm. "Woo woo woo, School Dr. Chu, someone wants to kill me." Just now, Su Qin saw Lin Shi's back reflected in the glass by candlelight. I also saw a dagger appear out of thin air in Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi wanted to kill her just now. School Dr. Chu felt the soft fragrance in his arms, and a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. Patting Su Qin's back gently, he said soothingly, "Tell me slowly, what happened?" Lin Shi and Li Wei stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment and said to Lin Shi, "The escort mission has been completed, and it's time for me to go back." Hearing that Li Wei was leaving, Lin Shi nodded. Li Wei took out the only soldier's rations he had brought with him from his backpack and handed them to Lin Shi. "Share this among you later. Blow out the candle when you go to bed. Don't waste it. It will be very valuable in the future." Li Wei left after he finished speaking, not giving Lin Shi a chance to refuse. He had just taken a few steps when Lin Shi's voice came from behind him. "Actually, you don't have to blame yourself. If you hadn't followed me at that time, all three of you would have died." Hearing Lin Shi's words, Li Wei stopped in his tracks and his eyes immediately turned red. Li Wei thought no one knew how much pain he was in. The question he asked Lin was actually a question to himself. "Why don't you help?" The moment he heard that it was going to hail, and the moment he saw Lin Shi take the flashlight and run away, Li Wei was scared. Running away was his subconscious reaction at the time. He had been in the army for less than 2 years and was only doing his military service when he suddenly received a level 1 combat readiness order and became a regular soldier. "Suddenly I received a notice that the outside world has changed drastically, and some unexpected changes may happen in the future." He is only 21 years old and he is also afraid, and he is afraid of death. But he is already a soldier. It is a soldier's duty to protect ordinary people. What he is doing is tantamount to deserting the battlefield. After running to a safe place, he remembered that there were 2 female classmates behind him. So when he heard Su Qin's cry for help, Li Wei risked his life to run out and carry Su Qin back. That's why he risked his life to find the school doctor when Su Qin seemed to be ill. If he could save one person, he would feel less guilty. What Lin Shi said was true. If he hadn't run away, all 3 of them might have died in the hail. Although it still couldn't completely eliminate his guilt, he felt much better. A gleam of gratitude flashed across Li Wei's eyes. He turned his back to Lin Shi, nodded, and left. Lin Shi looked at the individual rations in his hand, and his originally cold eyes softened a little. He put the thing into the space with his backhand. Some people are inclined towards light, while others fall into darkness. Although Lin Shi considers himself not a good person, he does not reject truly good people. Because good people always die quickly. And 1 less dead means 1 less. After a while, the door of the gym was opened, and School Dr. Chu said, "It's ready, come in." Lin Shi walked into the gym, found a corner and sat down. Su Qin stared at the door and found that no one came in for a long time. She looked at Lin Shi with a vague look and asked, "Where's the soldier?" "He went back." Lin Shi answered casually. "He just left like that. Why didn't he even say hello?" Su Qin's voice was a little shrill. When he arrived at the school gate, his mission was completed. "Do you want to repay him with your body just because he saved your life?" Lin Shi said venomously. Su Qin's face froze slightly. Ignoring Su Qin no longer, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to rest. A flash of panic flashed across Su Qin's eyes, and she turned to look at School Dr. Chu. School Dr. Chu shook his head slightly at her and said loudly, Let's rest here for the night. Su Qin, find a place to lie down. I'm going to blow out the candle. Hearing this, Su Qin found a mat and lay down. The candle went out. After school Dr. Chu lay down, the surroundings became quiet. In the darkness, there was a slight rustling sound of clothes touching each other, and then it returned to silence. I don't know how long it took. A slight rustling sound was heard again in the darkness. Su Qin suddenly opened her eyes in the darkness and reached out to touch School Dr. Chu, who was lying next to her. School Dr. Chu also opened his eyes. Both of them had clear eyes and there was no sign of sleepiness at all. It was obvious that neither of them had fallen asleep. School Dr. Chu couldn't see Su Qin's expression in the darkness, so he could only reach out and gently pat the back of Su Qin's hand, signaling her to rest assured. Then he slowly stood up and took out a sharp scalpel from his pocket. He had taken off his shoes without knowing when, and his steps on the ground made no sound. In the darkness, there was only the barely audible sound of clothes rubbing against each other. Su Qin also sat up, her heart was in her throat, beating rapidly. Su Qin covered her chest, fearing that her heartbeat would be too loud and wake up Lin Shi. After knowing that Lin Shi wanted to kill her, Su Qin turned to the school Dr. Chu, whom she knew, for help. Originally, the best person for her to ask for help was Li Wei, but she didn't find the opportunity and Li Wei left quietly. School Dr. Chu told Su Qin that neither the Public Security Bureau nor the hospital could be contacted in the past 2 days, and all communications and electricity in the entire city were cut off. He even suspected that the entire Xia Kingdom and even the entire Eastern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere had been hit by a solar storm. Today, the principal ran to the nearby police station for help, but the station was overcrowded and there was a serious shortage of security guards, so the school could not get any effective help at all. Perhaps it is only a matter of time before order collapses. Su Qin was frightened by what School Dr. Chu said. She remembered what School Dr. Chu said. Xiao Qin, I like you, and I can't let anyone hurt you. I can help you kill him. As long as you are with me, I am willing to do anything for you. The look in School Dr. Chu's eyes made Su Qin feel unfamiliar. But when she thought about how Lin Shi wanted to kill her, and that she would be killed if she didn't do anything, she didn't want to die. Why did Lin Shi dare to kill people? Why was he so cold-blooded? Isn't it because there is no order now? Even if he hurts or kills people, no one cares. Then no one would know if they killed Lin. Su Qin found a good excuse for herself and finally agreed with School Dr. Chu's idea. However, Su Qin didn't expect this. Why did School Dr. Chu dare to kill people? In the darkness, a cold smile appeared on School Dr. Chu's face. These 2 days were like heaven to him. After the school suddenly received news of a solar storm yesterday, most students developed various unexplained symptoms of dizziness and vomiting at around 10 o'clock in the morning. Many students were still in a coma, and even several school doctors were in the same condition. However, School Dr. Chu was the only one who had no reaction to this, he just felt a little nauseous. In an emergency, the teachers who had not yet fainted sent the students to the school hospital, and most of them were treated by School Dr. Chu. At first he treated the patients well, but later he found that no matter what method he used, the unconscious students would not wake up and were not in danger of life. School Dr. Chu looked at the unresponsive female student lying on the hospital bed and suddenly had evil thoughts. After one time, no one noticed. After hearing from the school security guard that all surveillance cameras were out of order and the Public Security Bureau could not be contacted, School Dr. Chu became bolder. In 1 day and 1 night, he violated more than a dozen girls, feeling their young bodies and becoming addicted to it. Unexpectedly, when he was raping a female student this morning, the female student woke up. As soon as he woke up, he struggled and screamed. In a panic, School Dr. Chu killed the female student, then wrapped her body in a huge garbage bag and hid it in an empty refrigerator. This was like opening Pandora's box. School Dr. Chu used the school hospital's drugs to inject the unconscious female students, making them unconscious. Then he continued his evil deeds. 2 female students never woke up again due to drug overdose. Everyone in the school fell into panic and chaos because of the sudden change. Even after 2 days and 1 night, no one noticed this. Even if someone asked about the missing female student, School Dr. Chu would respond by saying that the person had already left. At night, when School Dr. Chu was continuing to treat a girl in the school hospital, he suddenly heard someone shouting. Seeing the military uniform on Li Wei almost scared him to death, thinking that his crime had been exposed. I didn't expect that Li Wei just came to ask for help. After following Li Wei to the gymnasium, Su Qin asked him for help. When School Dr. Chu learned that Li Wei was only escorting them to the school and would leave soon, he wanted to kill Lin Shi. He then persuaded Su Qin to agree to kill Lin Shi. This time, he didn't want to use dead fish without any feeling. He wants to enjoy a fresh, energetic woman. As long as he kills this guy, he will be able to enjoy Su Qin, the beauty he has been coveting for a long time. Thinking of this, the excitement in School Dr. Chu's eyes became even stronger. He had already walked to the place where Lin Shi was sitting before. School Dr. Chu raised the gleaming scalpel and stabbed hard at the spot. The gleaming scalpel pierced through the air and stabbed fiercely towards where Lin Shi was. Su Qin couldn't see the situation, but the bloody scene in her mind scared her so much that she almost screamed out loud. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. However, the bloody scene that Su Qin expected did not appear, and School Dr. Chu's knife did not hit anything. He was startled and his expression changed suddenly. Where are the people? Are you looking for me? A strong light suddenly appeared in the darkness along with Lin Shi's voice. Lin Shi stood 2 meters away from School Dr. Chu, holding a high-intensity flashlight in his hand. The dazzling light dispelled the darkness of the entire gym. Ah! This time Su Qin really couldn't help but scream out loud. Why are you there? I remember clearly that you slept in this place. School Dr. Chu covered his eyes, which were blinded by the bright light, with one hand, and pointed the scalpel at Lin Shi with the other hand. Oh, because I changed my sleeping place after blowing out the candle. Lin Shi said. Impossible. We didn't hear you move at all. And where did you get this flashlight from? Su Qin's face was full of panic and helplessness at being discovered. Lin Shi shrugged and answered Su Qin's question. I really don't know whether to say you are smart or too stupid. I just need to move to a different position before this school doctor lies down. The sound of his movement will mask the sound of my movement. The flashlight was naturally taken out of the backpack. By the way, you two are not sleeping so late at night, do you want to kill me? Lin Shi turned to look at Su Qin with a smile on his face and asked. But I have a habit of not sleeping in the same room with strangers. If I do that, I will never fall asleep. After struggling in the apocalypse, he was already familiar with the malice of human nature. The first time he saw School Dr. Chu, he discovered that he had a ruthless aura as if he had just killed someone. When the candle went out, I carefully changed my position. Moreover, after his rebirth, Lin Shi became particularly sensitive to other people's gazes. Even in the dark, he could still sense the vague murderous intent. So I opened my eyes a long time ago. I really don't want to live even one more night. Lin Shi's weird smile, coupled with the situation, suddenly made Su Qin feel a chill. Is this person really the Lin Shi that I know? Lin Shi said no more nonsense. He took a few quick steps forward, easily snatched the scalpel from School Dr. Chu's hand, and stabbed it into Chu's chest. Don't want. As Su Qin's voice sounded, the scalpel had already hit School Dr. Chu's heart. The action was so fast that School Dr. Chu had no time to react. He ignored his eyes that were shedding tears under the strong light and glanced at his chest in disbelief. The scalpel was completely inserted into the heart, leaving only the handle, and the eye-catching blood spread out from the scalpel. The next second he fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Shi looked calm, as if he had done something insignificant. He turned to look at Su Qin, who had lost her voice in fear. Ever since waking up from the geomagnetic storm, he has noticed that his physical fitness is abnormal. Whether it's speed, strength, or nerve reflexes, they are all much better than before. Su Qin's eyes widened in fear, her body felt like it was nailed to the ground, and she was shaking uncontrollably. Don't kill me. Su Qin knew her fate and begged desperately. I can be your girlfriend, don't kill me, you can do anything to me, please Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, right? Actually, I've always liked you." There was hope in Su Qin's desperate eyes, and she tried hard to show admiration on her face. "Okay. Then I'll give you a chance." Lin Shi smiled, but there was an icy coldness in his eyes that was hard to melt, and the words he said were even more creepy. "I'm going to shoot you, and if you can dodge, I'll let you go." Su Qin's pupils trembled, and she looked at Lin Shi as if she had seen a ghost, and then a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand and was pointed at her. "I'll shoot after I count down to 3. Lin Shi did not give Su Qin a chance to object and started counting down directly. 3. Su Qin's eyes were filled with despair. 2. Su Qin's eyes suddenly changed. Without counting to 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. At this moment, Su Qin's entire temperament changed. Her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip at that moment. The bullet, which was impossible to dodge, was dodged as she slightly tilted her body. When Su Qin found that she had dodged the bullet, an expression of ecstasy appeared on her face. She screamed in her heart, "I dodged it. I dodged it." Puff. Before the ecstasy on Su Qin's face could fade away, a flower of blood suddenly exploded on Su Qin's shoulder. She cried out in pain, and fell to the ground, holding her shoulder. It turned out that Lin Shi fired another shot. "You can only dodge 1 shot." Lin Shi's expression was somewhat disappointed. Just now, he just wanted Su Qin to make the final use of her value before she died, to verify whether she could open the gene lock at the critical moment of life and death. Now he was sure that Su Qin had indeed unlocked the genetic lock. Now Lin Shi is 70% sure that the unlocking of the gene lock is related to the intense life and death crisis. "You liar." Su Qin also wanted to question Lin Shi why he didn't keep his word. But the next second, she fell to the ground again, convulsing all over. 8 seconds. The time from when Su Qin dodged the bullet to when she fell down. Lin Shi stared at Su Qin. This time Su Qin did not fall into a coma, and her body showed the same reaction as before. "Does it hurt?" Lin Shi observed that the side effects of Su Qin's second gene lock were significantly more severe than the first time. This time, blood oozed from Su Qin's ears, nose, and corners of her mouth, and her eyes were full of bloodshot. Su Qin couldn't make a sound. She stared at Lin Shi, and the meaning expressed in her eyes was very clear. "Kill her." Lin Shi watched indifferently. Finally, 17 minutes later, the side effects of the gene lock ended and Su Qin fell into a coma. Lin Shi put away his gun and stabbed Su Qin in the heart, ending her life. Lin Shi glanced at his mechanical watch and it was already past 3 a.m. It's time for him to go. After thinking about it, he decided to put the bodies of school Dr. Chu and Su Qin into the space. In case someone finds something through the body in the future. A strong wind started blowing outside the window at some point, making the glass windows of the Taekwondo gym whistle. The indoor temperature, which was originally over 10 degrees before going to bed, has dropped to only about 10 degrees. It's probably only 5 or 6 degrees outside. Lin Shi took out a set of warmer clothes and changed into them. Then he took a flashlight and searched out of the Shashi Art College. The dark road was silent, and there were water stains on the ground left by the falling hail. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Shi took out the shared bicycle and tied a flashlight to the front of the bicycle. Ride towards the Shashi Cross Sea Bridge. There are now several corpses in the space. Although the space can keep them fresh and prevent them from rotting, it is always disgusting to have so much food in the space. Lin Shi planned to dispose of the bodies in the dark and windy night. After driving a few kilometers, fog started to form around us and visibility became low. Occasionally 1 or 2 white bodies killed by hail could be seen on the road. Some of the corpses had half of their heads smashed in and their brains splattered. Some were covered in blood, with blood flowing everywhere. In such a dark and silent night, it looks particularly eerie and scary. Lin Shi's expression didn't change much. He had seen many corpses in the apocalypse and had become immune to these scenes. The hail in Shashi occurred at night. If it had occurred during the day like the mirage in the previous life, more people would have been killed. About 20 minutes later, several corpses were thrown into the sea by Lin Shi with plop and plop sounds like dumplings. He also washed the bulletproof SUV. After cleaning all the blood in the car, he drove the SUV directly to the safe house. There is basically no one outside at this time, and even if someone hears the sound of a vehicle running, they cannot see who is driving. The off-road vehicle has a high chassis, so when you see a body you don't have to get out and move it, you can just run over it. Much more convenient than shared bikes. Lin Shi certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to ride his bike in the cold wind. As vehicles drove through the city, some people heard the sound of cars passing by downstairs. "Honey, wake up, I think I heard the sound of a car." "Don't make trouble, honey. Go to sleep. You must be dreaming." Cars? Are there still cars that can be driven now? Someone opened the window and looked downstairs, but was filled with a mouthful of cold wind and quickly closed the window. There were occasional corpses and obstacles on the road, so Lin Shi didn't drive too fast, keeping the speed at around 50 to 60 miles per hour. As the sky gradually brightened, Lin Shi put the bike back into the space and switched back to the shared bike. As the sky brightened, I saw more pedestrians hurrying by on my way to Lin Shi than yesterday. And almost all of them are young and middle-aged. Yesterday there were many people wearing short-sleeved shirts, but today everyone wore long-sleeved jackets. It's just that most people's clothes look very thin. Just as Lin Shi thought, in Shushi, a city where it is summer almost all year round, local residents have hardly prepared winter clothes. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, with sporadic snowflakes falling, which was almost impossible weather in Shushi. Even the most obtuse person could tell something was wrong. People who were rushing to buy food yesterday are busy buying clothes and bedding today. Many people on the road had their lips turned purple from the cold, but even though the wind was biting cold, they still had to go out. There are elderly people and children at home who are in urgent need of cold-proof supplies. But I wonder how many of these family pillars can return alive today. A snowstorm is coming. Lin Shi saw that some people couldn't stand the cold and smashed the windows of shops that were not open for business. Pull down curtains or take away other items from some stores to keep warm. Order also began to break down. The end of the world is coming, and anything can happen in order to survive. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shi finally returned to Wulong village. The mountain leading to your safe house is behind the village, and you need to go around the village or pass through the middle of the village. Given the nature of the villagers in Wulong village, Lin Shi naturally chose to do less trouble and just rode a longer route to get around. Just today, a group of villagers were gathered on the road that must be taken to reach the forest outside the village. On the cement road outside the village, a dozen villagers holding kitchen knives, hoes, chopping knives, sticks and other weapons gathered together to form a circle in the middle of the road. Noisy sounds were coming from this circle. Hit! Hit! Kill it! Liangzi, come on! It's so cold, I've been craving for a dog meat hot pot. What are you afraid of? It's just a beast. There are so many of us. You said you would go up. Among these villagers, a dog that was already covered with scars was baring its teeth at them and making threatening whimpering sounds. Judging from the dog's body shape, it is a large dog, with black and yellow dirt covering its original fur color. The pair of round dog eyes showed a fierce look at this time, and as the teeth were bared, blood could be seen faintly on the exposed sharp teeth. What is surprising is that its eyes are heterochromatic, with the left eye being sea blue and the right eye being scarlet. It's just a beast. With so many of us attacking it together, how can it bite anyone to death? If we kill this beast, we can each get several kilograms of meat. Now we can't buy meat at the market. The person who spoke was Li Chang, who had gone to Lin Shi's safe house a few days ago to commit fraud. Although what Li Chang said made sense, no one went forward first. They were all waiting for someone else to come up first and attract the dog's attention so that they could take the dog down safely. Who wants to be bitten for nothing? It was the oldest village chief in the crowd who made the decision. All right. Qiangzi, Liangzi, you two are the strongest here, you go ahead. Li Chang and Wang Liang looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. Wang Liang said dissatisfiedly, "Uncle, if you say that, I'm going to go home. How can I and Qiangzi have to take the lead every time?" Li Chang also echoed Wang Liang. "That's right. Last time he asked me to go up the mountain, my dad broke his hand. I still haven't gotten the money from that bastard for this. Yesterday, Li Chang was shouting and banging on the door at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe house. He was exhausted, but he didn't see Lin Shi come out. He was very upset. I haven't received the money yet, and I still have several $1,000s to spend on medical expenses. Li Chang has secretly sworn in his heart that he will make Lin look good the next time he sees him. Who would have thought that if you mentioned Chow Chow, he would appear? A sharp break sound was heard. Lin Shi, whose vision was blocked by the wind, snow, and fog, did not realize there was someone about 10 meters ahead until he got closer. Lin Shi saw the villagers, and the villagers naturally saw Lin Shi as well. Li Chang pointed at Lin Shi with his axe and shouted angrily. "You little brat! I finally found you." Li Chang no longer cared about the dog and quickly walked in front of Lin Shi to block his way. He said viciously. "Compensation. My dad's medical expenses. Mental damage compensation. Lost work wages. Nutrition expenses. A total of 500,000. I remember you said 50,000 last time." Lin Shi raised his eyebrows and got off the shared bike slowly. Li Chang stared. Last time was last time. What time is it now? A few days ago, meat cost more than 10 yuan per pound, but now you can't even buy a pound at 50 yuan. How can it be the same? The other villagers also gathered around Lin Shi. According to the rule of the village, no matter how much money is collected, the villagers must share it equally. Compared to 500,000, a dog is nothing. What if I don't give it to you? Lin Shi was surrounded by a group of people, but he showed no fear at all and asked calmly. "No." "Haha, ask the guy in our hands if he agrees. You don't want to call the police to rescue you, do you? Why don't you try calling one?" A villager obviously knew that all electronic products were now inoperable, and he said fearlessly. "Boy, we have the final say in this village and the nearby hills. If you can't pay, don't even think about leaving today." "Yes. Hurry up and give me the money, or we'll break your legs." Another villager holding a stick shouted fiercely. "Young man, if you don't pay the money, they will beat you to death with sticks. You should think carefully." The village chief seemed to be giving good advice, but in fact he was making gestures with his hands behind his back. Seeing the village chief's gesture, Li Chang understood that this meant to teach him a lesson. I was immediately delighted. He was finally able to avenge the slap he received last time. The situation now is different from the past. With more than a dozen of his own people standing behind him, Li Chang is not worried at all that Lin Shi would dare to fight back like last time. This time he must teach this kid a lesson and let him know how powerful he is. Li Chang grinned, took 2 steps towards Lin Shi, and slapped Lin Shi in the face. The slap, as big as a palm fan, was thrown out with a loud bang. It was thrown with full force. If this slap really hit the body, an ordinary person would definitely be knocked to the ground. The other villagers all looked like they were enjoying a good show. However, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them, and he grabbed Li Chang's hand. Bang! An extremely loud slap landed on Li Chang's face. This scene was so familiar that Li Chang was confused for a moment. He was knocked around half a circle and fell to the ground, with the axe in his hand falling out of his hand. My head is buzzing. There seemed to be something in his mouth. When he spit it out, he found that it was 2 bloody teeth. It can be seen that Lin Shi did not hold back this time. A dozen villagers fell silent. The atmosphere was eerily quiet for a moment. There were 13 of them, and Lin Shi was the only one. They had an absolute advantage and they all had weapons in their hands. They never thought that Lin Shi would dare to fight back when surrounded by so many of them, and his fight back was so fierce. Li Chang is crazy. No one except his family saw the last time Lin Shi beat him, but Li Chang always kept it in mind. This time, he was slapped in the face in front of the villagers. The pain on his face deeply stimulated Li Chang, and a surge of furious impulse surged from his heart to his head. "I'm going to kill you." Li Chang quickly got up, picked up the axe and chopped it at Lin Shi's head. It turns out that a small number of people are dominated by momentary emotions and do irrational things that they will regret for the rest of their lives. At this time, Li Chang was overwhelmed by anger. "Li Chang! Stop!" 2 voices rang out in unison. However, Li Chang seemed to have not heard anything at all, and he continued to chop at Lin Shi with the axe in his hand. Lin Shi looked at the axe coming towards him, but he did not move. To outsiders, he looked as if he was frightened. The scene was so horrible that even the more timid villagers dared not look directly at it. But at this moment, a dark shadow flashed by. Ah! Bang! The sound of a gunshot startled the birds within 100 meters. Li Chang's screams and gunshots rang out at the same time. A moment before the gunshot, Li Chang's left leg was bitten tightly by a dog. It was the dog that was surrounded by the villagers just now. It turned out that the dog did not leave after escaping the encirclement, but carefully went around to the weeds next to the concrete ground. Lin Shi was a little surprised. He had just noticed the dog, but he didn't care about it. I didn't expect that he would help me when Li Chang attacked me. Li Chang was shot in the side of his waist, and the axe in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Fell to the ground. The dog dodged aside immediately. The gunshot startled everyone present except Lin Shi. The villagers were in an uproar. Don't move. Put down your weapons. Put your hands up. 2 security guards came out of the village. The 2 men looked extremely serious, with guns in their hands. They were sent out to inform all villages and counties to pay attention to precautions such as keeping warm and storing supplies. Everything was fine when I passed other villages, but when I came to Wulong village to look for the village chief, I couldn't find him. I asked the villagers and heard that the village chief was beating a dog outside the village. When they came over to take a look, they actually saw a knife attack. The person who just fired the shot was one of the 2 people, who was also the one who shouted "Stop" before. The villagers looked at the fallen Li Chang, and then at the gun in the security guard's hand. He actually dropped the thing in his hand. Suddenly, clanging sounds were heard all over the floor. The security guard approached with his gun raised and shouted, "Everyone squat. Squat in a row by the roadside." The villagers did as they were told. Lin Shi also squatted down obediently, next to Li Chang. Li Chang was not dead yet. He was lying on the ground, staring at Lin Shi with wide eyes. If ice could kill, Lin Shi would have been cut into pieces. Seeing Li Chang like this, Lin Shi suddenly felt evil. A normal person would feel more or less frightened when being stared at with such resentful eyes by a dying person. But Lin Shi is obviously not. He opened his mouth slightly, keeping his lips still, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Go ahead and die with peace of mind. You won't die alone. I'll ask your parents and sister to go down with you later." When Li Chang heard this, his eyes were red with anger and he kicked his legs and rolled his eyes. A security guard came over to check on Li Chang. Lin Shi restrained his expression, looking like he had survived a disaster. The security guard found that Li Chang was dead and said to another security guard, "The perpetrator died. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" The security guard asked Lin Shi. Lin Shi, "No, luckily you arrived in time. These villagers were blackmailing us." The village chief rolled his eyes, squeezed out tears, knelt on the ground, and interrupted Lin Shi. "Oh my God! What kind of sin has this happened?" The village chief burst into tears, knelt on the ground and beat his chest hard, crying, "Old Li, your hand was broken by this villain, and your son Qiangzi was also killed by this villain. How can I be worthy of your family?" The village chief knelt in front of the villagers, and the other one made gestures behind him. The villagers who saw it immediately understood. Wang Liang's face was filled with grief and indignation. He pointed at the 2 teeth that Li Chang had spat out on the ground and said, "This bastard broke Qiangzi's father's hand. We went to ask Qiangzi for medical expenses, but he not only refused to pay, he also knocked out Qiangzi's teeth. Sir, look at the 2 teeth on the ground, and then look at Qiangzi's face." The security guard indeed saw 2 teeth on the ground. He checked Li Chang's face and found that he had indeed been beaten severely. His entire face was swollen and purple. It is already a fact that Li Chang committed murder. In that case, let's drag this stubborn guy into the water as well and see if he dares to be so arrogant. A sinister look flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief looked at Wang Liang approvingly, believing him to be his most promising successor. Yes, Xiangzi fought back because he was cornered. You beat someone up like this, and you're not allowing them to fight back. Xiangzi's death was so tragic. What should we do with his two elderly parents and an unmarried sister at home? Is there any justice in this world? The villagers have cooperated dozens or even hundreds of times over the years, and have become very proficient at it and can do it without any hesitation. Both security guards frowned. Asked. Did you hit someone? Lin Shi did not deny. He came at me with a knife first and I fought back. Yes. Next time you encounter this situation, run first. Protecting your own life is the most important thing, understand? The security guard patted Lin Shi on the shoulder and said. This village is well known in the vicinity, and the two security guards have heard of it before. Naturally, I didn't believe what these villagers said. They saw with their own eyes the murderer slashing people with a knife, and a group of villagers surrounded Lin Shi with weapons in their hands, watching him with a fierce look. The most important thing is that Lin Shi doesn't have any weapons in his hands, and he is the victim no matter how you look at it. Lin Shi's expression was slightly surprised, but this time he was not pretending. He originally thought he would have to argue with this group of villagers. But he soon realized what was going on. The villagers were simply dumbfounded. On weekdays, they rely on their numbers and good cooperation, and have made it impossible for security guards to do anything with them many times. Unfortunately, this time they don't have the final say just because they have more people. Sir, he beat people, why are you still favoring him? Wang Liang asked unconvinced. Even if it was a fight, it's not a reason to kill someone, said the security officer. With so many of you pointing weapons at him alone, even if he fights back it is legitimate defense. We saw it with our own eyes when we came here. You all surrounded him with these things. Are you planning to kill him in the street? Another security guard said. We're using these guys to beat the dogs. A villager argued. Where's the dog? The villagers looked around. The dog ran away a long time ago, so there is no dog left. The security guard looked at the villagers and said sternly. You all have to stay in the village recently and wait for investigation, do you know? Things are different now. If it were a few days ago, they would have investigated the matter thoroughly and dealt with it seriously. Bring all these people back to the bureau. But now, they have more important things to do. A dozen villagers looked unwilling. Ordinary people's awe of security guards cannot be eliminated in such a short period of time. Although I knew there was no surveillance now, I didn't dare to attack the security guard openly. Seeing that more than a dozen villagers were just staring without saying anything, the two security guards looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. As people in the system, they know better than ordinary people that the order is now out of control. Although the truth was obvious, the two security guards still pulled Lin Shi aside and asked about the process. Made a simple note. Lin Shi truthfully told the story that Li Chang's family first went to his doorstep to commit fraud, and that he accidentally stepped on Mr. Li's hand and broke it. He then promised to pay him 50,000 yuan in compensation, and then told the truth about the conflict that ensued after he was asked to pay 500,000 yuan today. The two security guards nodded. Things were pretty much as they had guessed. The security guard said to Lin Shi. Why don't you come with us to town? We can arrange a place for you to stay first. It's not a peaceful time these days, and this place is remote, so it's hard for us to take care of you right now. The meaning is self-evident. He is afraid that the villagers will attack Lin Shi again. The villagers gritted their teeth in anger, these damn cops. To everyone's surprise, Lin Shi refused. I'm not going. The security guard pulled Lin Shi aside, leaned in close and whispered. If these villagers cause trouble for you after we leave, we won't be able to help you. Lin Shi looked into the security guard's eyes and saw that he was seriously thinking about him. But he could only refuse the kindness and said, I can protect myself. I have learned some fighting skills. And my home is safe. They can't do anything to me. The two tried to persuade Lin for a few words, but seeing that Lin was determined, they had no choice but to give up. Then if you have any problems, go to the nearest town's sheriff's office for help, okay? Lin Shi nodded. It is impossible to ask for help, and the only people who can ask for help are these villagers. The two security guards who had their backs to the villagers did not see it. At this moment, the dozen or so villagers all looked at Lin Shi with malicious and vicious expressions. Some even made provocative gestures towards Lin Shi. The village chief also looked at Lin Shi gloomily. Their village has never suffered such a great loss. Faced with all this malicious intent, Lin Shi simply curled up the corners of his mouth and sneered. A security guard noticed Lin Shi's gaze and looked back. The villagers immediately returned to normal. However, the security guard still saw some malicious looks from him. You can all go back to the village now. Remember not to go out these few days. The village chief will stay here. The security guard made up his mind to give the village chief a good warning. The other villagers looked at Lin Shi fiercely before dispersing. You should go back too. Try not to go out recently. Keep warm and store some food. The security guard warned Lin Shi. Lin Shi said he understood. Before leaving on the shared bike, Lin Shi glanced at the bushes where the dog had been hiding. There was nothing there. Perhaps my arrival before had unintentionally saved the dog. The dog jumped out to save himself when Li Chang attacked him. What a grateful dog. Lin Shi suddenly felt that it was a pity that he had given up the idea of raising a dog. The journey back to the mountain was smooth afterwards. But when we got back to the top of the mountain, we saw a black dog sitting in the open space at the door. Lin Shi's mood suddenly became cheerful. Are you waiting for me? Are you waiting for me? The dog just looked at Lin Shi without saying anything. Lin Shi casually put the shared bicycle back into the space. He had nothing to hide from a dog. But I still subconsciously glanced at the dog's expression. The dog stared at Lin Shi's hand that was used to put the car back into space. His head tilted slightly, and there was a hint of doubt in his smart eyes. It seems that I can't understand why this hand can make things disappear out of thin air. It looks really funny for such a big dog to make such an expression. This also proves from the side that this dog is very smart. Lin Shi originally planned to raise a sled dog, but later gave up the idea because the sled was burned in a fire in the warehouse. Dogs can't talk and tell their secrets. Nor will he betray him. Although he has never raised a dog, he has heard that dogs are very loyal to their owners. Maybe this dog is also a good choice. Lin Shi took a few tentative steps towards the dog. The dog stood up and took a step back, looking a little uneasy. He stopped immediately, feeling somewhat disappointed. This dog is obviously a stray dog. Maybe it was abandoned by someone and has been hurt. It is normal that it doesn't like people to approach it. If you can't accept his words, he won't force you. There was a container of pet supplies in the container at the port yesterday. Lin Shi casually took out a bag of dog food from the space and placed it in front of it. Eat. Go back. Then walk around the dog and towards the door. After walking a few steps, I felt a familiar gaze coming from behind me. Lin Shi turned around and saw that the dog was actually following him with dog food in its mouth, eyes eagerly looking at him. His eyes flashed, he remembered something, and said, "It was you who spied on me in the woods last time, wasn't it?" After saying this, Lin Shi burst out laughing. How could a dog understand what he was saying? However, the dog was smarter than Lin Shi had imagined. It put down the dog food in its mouth and opened its mouth. Woof. Is it really you? You want to go home with me? Lin Shi was skeptical. Woof. The dog took a few steps towards Lin Shi with the dog food in its mouth, then stopped and looked at Lin Shi's expression, as if to confirm that Lin Shi did not mind its approach. Finally, he slowly walked to Lin Shi, lay on the ground, carefully wagged his tail, and looked up at Lin Shi. Now Lin Shi no longer doubted that the dog could understand what he said. He bent down and reached out to touch the dog's head. The dog subconsciously wanted to dodge, but finally did not move and accepted Lin's hand on its head and touched it. All these reactions indicated subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that if he had not accidentally saved its life, the dog would not have accepted him so quickly given its hostility and vigilance towards humans. It seems we are quite destined to be together. Lin Shi smiled, looked into the pair of mysterious eyes, and said seriously, "Let's go home, we will depend on each other from now on." The dog also looked at Lin seriously, as if responding silently. After bringing the dog back to the safe house, Lin Shi first checked the dog's wounds. The dog had serious injuries, with skin peeling off in several places on its dirty fur, and it was a bloody mess. Most of them were fresh wounds and were still bleeding. Many of the wounds were covered by the black and dirty hair. If Lin Shi had not examined it carefully at close range, he would not have noticed that the dog was so seriously injured. It can actually pounce on people and bite them like a normal dog. You're such a man. Lin Shi's tone was somewhat helpless. If no intervention is given for such a serious injury, the dog will die from inflammation and infection in a few days. He could only hope the dog had no other internal injuries. I'm going to treat your wound and shave your hair. It will be a little painful, so you have to bear with it. Seeing that the dog had no other reaction, Lin Shi took out disinfectant, razor, bandages, medical needles and thread and other tools from the space. Start treating its wounds. Shaving, disinfection, suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging. It took Lin Shi more than 3 hours to treat all the wounds, and he finally gave half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. No anesthesia was used during the entire process, and the dog did not dodge or roar, but rather allowed Lin Shi to toss it around very quietly. You're such a man. She actually let him treat the wound without saying a word, and his technique was not gentle at all. Lin Shi patted the dog's head, took out a blanket and covered the dog. Because there were too many wounds and the dog's hair was very dirty, some of it even clumped together, he shaved all the hair off the dog. Now I'm naked. The whole dog looks a little funny. After shaving the hair, I found that the dog was very thin. You can clearly see the ribs on the belly. Feeling the temperature was getting lower, Lin Shi lit the heater. The warmth quickly dispelled the chill in the living room. After clearing the garbage on the ground, Lin Shi began to prepare lunch. Lin Shigong walked into the kitchen and found that the dog had followed him in and was lying quietly at his feet. You have stitches on your wound, so don't move around too much and stay in the living room. The dog dropped its tail and walked away obediently. By the way, should I give you a name? Lin Shi suddenly thought of it. He had never had a pet since he was a child, mainly because the woman didn't like small animals and hated having excess hair in the house. So he has no experience in raising small animals. When the dog heard that he was going to give himself a name, he stopped walking and looked at Lin Shi hopefully. Call. Lin Shi looked at the ugly naked dog with stitches all over its body and fell into deep thought. Platter. Iron Man. Blue and red. The dog's face visibly collapsed. Haha. I was just kidding. With a new member in the family, Lin Shi unconsciously became more talkative. How about calling the Demon King? Woof. Demon King. Woof. Devil. Woof. A lot of meat was prepared for lunch. After discovering that the Demon King preferred raw meat, Lin Shi directly took out a large piece of raw beef from the space and gave it to it. The man and the dog were eating and drinking their fill, and were just taking a rest when they heard a noise outside the door. Bang. 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 It was the sound of someone banging on the door. Dozens of villagers, young and old, male and female, all holding farm tools or sticks in their hands, stood menacingly at the door of Lin Shi's safe house. Standing in the front were the dozen or so young and middle-aged villagers we met outside the village in the morning. Wang Liang and another villager were banging on the door with hoes. However, after smashing for a while, there was no sign of the door being broken open except for a few marks. My son. You died so tragically. Why is my life so miserable? I have to die young. Aunt Li was supported by Li Tsuei and cried in the crowd. We must tear down this door today to avenge Qiangzi. That kid must pay with his life. Revenge for Qiangzi. The roars of dozens of villagers echoed in the mountains. Although Li Chang was not killed by Lin Shi, they did not dare to provoke the security guards, so they naturally put the blame on Lin Shi. Over the past decade, the villagers have extorted a lot of outsiders with ease, and they have almost never failed, let alone suffered such a huge loss. Not long after the security guard left, the village chief gathered 1/3 of the villagers to come and find trouble. The village chief did not take the security guard's warning seriously at all. I heard that things are in chaos out there right now. Doesn't this mean that the people in their village can be more bold in the future and no one will care? The village chief was silently calculating in his heart. In fact, if Lin Shi had not arrived, Wulong village would have become a small gathering place for survivors in the apocalypse. The leader was the village chief. These villagers have been brainwashed by the village chief for many years. They are extremely united and respond to the call of all. As long as they do not confront the authorities head-on, they can do whatever they want in this small place. Seeing that they couldn't break the door open, someone picked up a hoe and hit the outer wall. Bang! After a loud noise, only a shallow mark appeared on the wall, and the hoe had rolled over. The person who was breaking the wall had his hoe slip out of his hand due to the recoil and almost hit the person standing behind him. "Village chief, this thing is too strong, we can't break it open." Wang Liang was panting. The village chief stared at Lin Shi's explosion-proof door thoughtfully. "Keep smashing. I don't believe he will never come out." Wang Liang could only continue smashing with another villager. Just when the villagers thought Lin Shi was going to be a coward, the door lock made a click sound and opened. Lin Shi walked out of the door, looked at the scratches on the door caused by the hoe, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What are you doing?" After waiting in the cold wind for a while, Lin Shi finally came out. The villagers were already impatient. A middle-aged villager in his 40s took a few steps forward and walked in front of Lin Shi without waiting for the village chief's instructions. Pointing at Lin Shi's nose, he cursed. "Why are you still asking? If you owe money, pay it back. If you kill someone, pay your life. You." Before the villager finished speaking, Lin Shi looked at the finger in front of him, frowned slightly, grabbed the finger and twisted it hard. "Ah!" The crisp sound of breaking fingers and the villagers' screams rang out at the same time, and the middle-aged villager's face turned pale with pain. Lin Shi loosened his fingers and kicked the middle-aged villager in the abdomen to kick away the noise, and the other villagers quickly dodged. The middle-aged villager who fell to the ground held his stomach with a look of pain on his face, and he couldn't even stand up. Lin Shi glanced at dozens of villagers. "If you want to talk, just talk nicely. I hate people pointing fingers at me." The villagers were frightened by Lin Shi's cruelty. But they were not good people either, and soon their eyes became fierce again. The village chief stepped forward and said, "Young man, you were the first to attack me this time. If you hit someone, you will go to jail." Lin Shi felt like he had heard a particularly funny joke. No wonder there is a saying on the internet that some people, you talk to him reasonably, but he acts like a hooligan to you. You act like a hooligan to him, and he talks to you reasonably. Seeing that Lin Shi didn't say anything, the village chief thought he was scared. He rolled his eyes and said, "You are so young. If you have a criminal record, it will affect your future." The village chief looked like he was thinking about Lin Shi. Seeing that Lin Shi did not refute, he continued, "We can choose not to report the case. As long as you compensate our village for the losses, we can forget about this matter and Qiangzi's matter. How about that? I can't let it go. Beat him to death. Beat him to death so that my son can pay for his life. He is the only child of my Li family." When Aunt Li heard what the village chief said, she became very emotional and started crying and shouting. The village chief winked at the people behind him, and someone immediately covered Aunt Li's mouth. "What do you think? Do you want to consider it?" The village chief rubbed his hands and glanced at the safe house behind Lin Shi. He knew better than the other ignorant villagers that things were in chaos outside. There was a power outage, cars couldn't drive, and it was snowing in June. If the situation continues to deteriorate, it might even become the end of the world. He had to plan for himself. I have to say that the village chief of Wulong village is a man of some brains, as he can lead the whole village to get rich. Lin Shi looked at the village chief with a half-smile and asked, "You want me to pay you back?" A sinister calculation flashed across the village chief's eyes, and he smiled. "As for the money, just a token of your appreciation is enough. We don't want much. Just give us the house behind you. Now the ATMs are broken and the banks are packed with people." How could the village chief not know that the money could no longer be withdrawn? What he wanted was a place where he could settle down before chaos broke out. Lin Shi's eyes became even colder. It turned out that he had set his eyes on his safe house. What a nice thought. His face immediately turned cold and he said, "Roll." The smile on the village chief's face froze, and anger rose in his eyes. "Young man, you have to think carefully. If it weren't for the two nosy security guards this morning, you would have been hacked to death by Qiangzi." The subtext is that Lin Shi was lucky to escape the disaster that morning. The other villagers also thought so in their hearts. They are numerous and powerful. Even if Lin Shi is strong, they are all used to doing heavy work on a daily basis. There is a saying that goes, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. They saw with their own eyes in the morning that Lin Shi was almost hacked to death by Li Chang. You don't know yet, right? The outside world is in chaos now. Even if a murder happened somewhere, no one would investigate if the body was thrown away. I advise you to think carefully about whether your life is more important or your material possessions are more important. The village chief narrowed his eyes. This sentence was a naked threat. The other villagers immediately picked up the weapons in their hands and cooperated with the village chief, showing a fierce and eager look. Swish. Lin Shi sneered. These people thought they could treat him as a soft persimmon just because they had more people. But he didn't know that if the troops from Shushi had not appeared, Lin Shi would have killed them without any scruples. If he doesn't kill them, but they still seek death, he will not show mercy. If you want something from me, take it from my dead body, old man. Stop talking nonsense. I don't know what's good for me. The village chief completely lost his patience, and a scowl flashed across his face. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Wang Liang and the villagers who were smashing the door together looked at each other, and one of them raised a hammer and smashed towards Lin Shi. If a person is hit by a hammer, he won't die immediately, but he will definitely suffer fractures and internal injuries. Under the current medical conditions, being seriously injured is more terrifying than dying on the spot. When Aunt Li saw this scene, she stopped struggling and her eyes showed the satisfaction of having her revenge. However, before the smile on her face could fully bloom, the situation took a turn for the worse. When the two of them moved, Lin Shi also moved. Lin Shi arrived later but was the first to grab Wang Liang's hammer handle and pulled him over with the hammer. With a look of shock on Wang Liang's face, he pulled the hammer in his hand hard and hit it against another villager's hammer. Another villager's knuckles were broken and he was kicked away by Lin Shi. The hammer flew out of his hand and hit a villager on the head. The villager who was hit by the hammer fell down on the spot, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Several women among the villagers screamed in surprise. Upon seeing this, the village chief retreated back into the crowd and directed the other villagers. Come on, all of you, chop him up. The 5 villagers who were called surrounded him with axe in hand. The 5 villagers came up and attacked Lin Shi with all their might. Lin Shi shook off Wang Liang, pulled out the knife from his back, his eyes instantly became sharp, and he rushed towards the attacking villagers. He misstepped his steps and dodged flexibly into the gap between the 5 people's attacks. The sharp blade slashed across the neck of the person closest to him. Avoiding the spurting blood, he turned around and appeared behind the 4 people, and stabbed a villager in the back with his hand. Kill 2 people instantly. Ordinary people only attack with a fierce spirit. They don't have any skills or combat experience. To Lin Shi, they are like chickens and dogs. If he had to use guns and crossbows to deal with ordinary people who have not yet experienced the baptism of the apocalypse, he would have spent 8 years in the apocalypse in vain. The remaining 3 villagers looked at the 2 dead men lying on the ground, and were so frightened that they stood there in a daze, without swinging the knives in their hands again. This is the disadvantage of having no combat experience. Fear of death is instinctive. When seeing your companions die tragically, you will unconsciously have the idea of retreating cowardly. But Lin Shi knew that no matter how fierce the battle around him was, he could not stop as long as he could still move and as long as the enemies were not all dead. Fight or run. To stop is to die. Lin Shi easily stabbed the 3rd man's neck with his knife, and then slit the 4th villager's throat. The last of the 5 finally reacted and ran away, shouting incoherently as he ran. Village chief, he has a knife and he killed someone. However, before he could run a few steps, A knife tip emerged from his chest. Lin Shi drew his knife and glanced at the villagers who were standing in the distance in a daze. Seeing Lin Shi's fierce attack, the village chief felt uneasy and shouted angrily. So what if he knows kung fu? He can beat a master with random punches, but he only has 2 hands and a knife. Attack him with all your strength. The other villagers looked at each other, looked at the village chief, and then looked at Lin Shi's knife that was still dripping with blood. They were ordinary people who had never seen blood. Faced with such a horrific scene, their instinctive fear overcame their awe of the village chief. Oh my God! Someone's murdered. A villager dropped his farm tools and ran away. As if triggering a chain reaction, other villagers also dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Don't run! The village chief shouted. But the villagers, who were already frightened, could not hear it at all. Dozens of people crowded together and pushed the village chief, who was still standing, to the ground. You guys, oh, don't push. As everyone trampled on him, the village chief soon had several footprints on his body and was speechless. After all the villagers fled, the village chief's body was covered with footprints. He looked like he had been tortured and was already dying. Lin Shi did not chase after the mob, his eyes were always fixed on the village chief. The village chief deserves great credit for being able to lead the entire village in peacetime and making it so that even the security guards can't do anything to them. If this kind of person is given time in the end times, he might lead these villagers to cause trouble. Lin Shi walked forward, stabbed the village chief in the heart, and took the unconscious village chief away. The village chief was stabbed in the heart, but he opened his eyes with a last-ditch effort, stared at Lin Shi, and then died unwillingly. He never thought that he would be betrayed by the villagers he had brought up. Lin Shi was about to throw the bodies on the ground down the mountain when he suddenly heard a loud shouting coming from halfway up the mountain. Help! Don't come over here, don't come over here. Ah! A wild boar that was much larger than an ordinary wild boar suddenly appeared from nowhere and charged at dozens of villagers on the mountain road. Many villagers fell off the cliff nearby, and some directly hit the cliff wall and vomited blood. There were already several bodies lying on the ground. There is only one way down the mountain, and on flat ground, these villagers cannot outrun a wild boar at all. The wild boar's sharp fangs will take away one person every time it charges. The wild boar stopped attacking only after more than a dozen corpses were left. It bit the neck of a corpse and began to eat it with a grunt. The villagers who fled in a hurry did not dare to look back, and naturally did not notice that this wild boar was different from the wild boars they had seen before. Ordinary wild boars rarely hurt people without reason, and they will not eat people, but this wild boar's eyes were bloodshot, and it was gnawing on human flesh in its mouth, with its eyes slightly narrowed in enjoyment. When Lin Shi walked down and saw this scene, his eyes widened slightly and his pupils shrank suddenly. Strange beast. In previous lives, due to the arrival of extreme cold, plants died on a large scale and countless herbivores died. Many animals survived the low temperatures. Due to lack of food, they came out from the mountains and forests and began hunting humans. 3 years before the end of the world, humans organized hunting. Although there were frequent casualties, they did have some food sources. The survivors at that time did not regard these animals as a threat, and the authorities were also committed to restoring humanity's former technological civilization. Unexpectedly, the reproduction rate of animals that once needed to be protected by humans suddenly increased, and a large number of animals began to attack humans. And in the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beasts appeared. As time went by, humans had fewer and fewer guns and ammunition. Even if the authorities tried their best to restart the production of bullets and guns, the manufacturing speed was far behind the consumption speed. Human defenses began to fray. As for those carnivores, not only did their hair grow longer and their bodies grow larger, they even underwent various mutations. The name strange beasts began to appear and was used to refer to these mutated animals. Scientists have discovered a substance in the flesh and blood of these animals that can speed up animal evolution. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the increasingly thick fur and flesh of the alien beasts. It was only at this time that humans realized that in this environment, if they did not make changes, they would not be able to compete with these strange beasts. Lin Shi didn't expect that in this life, the strange beast would appear at the very beginning. His expression changed from shock to solemnity. Is this the result of the cornucopia of accelerating the evolution of species? As if noticing Lin Shi's gaze, the wild boar stopped eating and turned its head to look at Lin Shi. When the alienated wild boar looked at Lin, its scarlet eyes seemed to evoke the deepest fear in people's hearts. Lin Shi couldn't help but tighten the knife in his hand. Not only do exotic beasts have higher defense than ordinary animals, but they are also stronger, faster, and smarter than ordinary animals. In his previous life, he and Zhao Xiao once worked together with several people to kill a strange beast. But later, due to a disagreement over the distribution of spoils, Zhao Xiao was almost killed by the other side on the spot. From then on, Zhao Xiao refused to kill strange beasts again. At that time, Lin Shi had no chance of winning a one-on-one fight with the strange beast, so he gave up the idea of hunting. Coming back to life again and facing strange beasts again, it is impossible not to be nervous. However, Lin Shi in this life is no longer the pauper who only has a dagger as a weapon in his previous life. He focused his mind and with a thought, the saber in his hand returned to the space. What reappeared in his hand was a black killing weapon. Intercept crossbow. Although the pistol has a faster rate of fire, it is not as powerful as the interceptor crossbow, and wild boar hide is notoriously thick. The interception crossbow can easily smash the elephant's skull within 150 meters, which shows its power. When the interception crossbow appeared in Lin Shi's hand, the mutated wild boar seemed to feel threatened and rushed straight towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi quickly set up the crossbow. Just as Lin Shi was aiming, the interface of the treasure bowl, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly changed. A first-level source beast has been found. Please kill it and absorb its source power. Source beast. Source power. Lin Shi was slightly stunned. The mutated wild boar was extremely fast. In just a moment of distraction, it had closed the distance between Lin Shi and him. Lin Shi could even smell a fishy wind blowing towards him. He immediately came to his senses, took quick aim, and shot an arrow. However, this arrow was too hasty. A small mistake can lead to a big disaster. Originally, he wanted to aim at the weak spot above the mutant wild boar's eyes, but he shot its nose, passed through it, and came out from under its mouth. One arrow sealed the mutated wild boar's mouth. But in the short term, this kind of injury will not only anger the mutated wild boar, but will not even affect its mobility. The mutated wild boar screamed in pain, and its originally scarlet eyes glowed even redder, rushing towards Lin Shi at an even faster speed. It was too late to shoot another arrow, so Lin Shi decisively retracted the crossbow, rolled on the ground, and avoided the attack from the mutated wild boar. When facing a strange beast like the mutated wild boar, you cannot be hit even once, otherwise you will immediately lose your combat effectiveness. Its sharp fangs can easily pierce a person, and the powerful impact force can smash the person's internal organs. The mutated wild boar ran for more than 10 meters before slowing down its momentum. It turned around and charged towards Lin Shi again. Lin Shi stood up quickly, and when he stood up, the saber reappeared in his hand. At this time, the distance between him and the mutated wild boar was only a dozen meters, which was just a blink of an eye for the mutated wild boar. The alien wild boar came galloping. As the man and the beast got closer, the visual impact of the mutated wild boar's huge size became even stronger. Feel the danger approaching. Lin Shi's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, his adrenaline surged, but his eyes became increasingly calm. When the mutated wild boar charged at him, he quickly dodged to the side, while holding the saber in his hand horizontally in front of him, slashing across the mutated wild boar's slippery skin. A wound more than half a meter long suddenly appeared on the side of the mutated wild boar, and blood spurted all the way. However, there was no joy on Lin Shi's face as he swung the knife. He knew in his heart that the wound caused by this knife looked terrible, but in fact it only cut through the skin of the mutated wild boar and penetrated into the flesh. Compared to the huge size of the mutated wild boar, this injury is not fatal at all. Instead, the palm of his hand that was holding the handle of the knife was cracked due to the huge reaction force, and blood was dripping. If it was an ordinary wild boar, it would have been ripped open by this knife. The super strong defense of the alienated animals is evident. The mutated wild boar became even more furious after feeling the pain and turned its head quickly. The distance between the man and the beast was shortened again. Lin Shi's palms were sweating slightly as he held the knife. The mutated wild boar was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge at such a close distance. We can only try our best. A look of determination flashed across Lin Shi's face, and instead of retreating, he advanced and attacked directly towards the mutated wild boar. The wild boar's body was getting bigger and bigger before my eyes, and its sharp fangs seemed to be right in front of me. The strong sense of life and death crisis made Lin Shi's scalp numb unconsciously, and the adrenaline in his body reached its peak. Just when he was about to come into contact with the wild boar, Lin Shi felt something shattered inside his body. The wild boar in front of him suddenly slowed down, and all movements around him also slowed down. All the knowledge and combat experience he had learned before suddenly flashed through Lin Shi's mind. The brain enters a state of high-speed computing. The current wind speed is level 4, northeasterly. The slope of the cement road is 27.6 degrees. The speed of the mutant boar is 19.8 meters per second. Its own burst speed is 13 meters per second. It will collide with the alienated wild boar in 0.7 seconds, with a mortality rate of 99.99%. Best dodge angle. Best angle of attack. Best attack point. This information flashed through Lin Shi's mind at a speed of 0.01 seconds. Next, Lin Shi felt that his body was like a precision instrument. There was no need to react or think, his brain had already selected the best time and angle to dodge, and he avoided the attack of the mutated wild boar by a hair's breadth. The arm was like the most precise mechanical arm. It burst out with all its strength at the perfect moment and stabbed the mutated wild boar's neck with one blow. He then immediately let go, avoiding being blown away by the power of the mutated wild boar. The mutated wild boar, which was stabbed in the neck, moved forward a few meters due to inertia and turned its head again. Even with this blow, it still didn't die immediately. But the speed was much slower. The mutated wild boar stumbled and turned around, preparing for a last fight. However, as soon as it turned its head, it was greeted by an extremely sharp arrow. The moment he let go of the saber, the crossbow reappeared in Lin Shi's hand. As if he already knew the wild boar's reaction, the moment the wild boar turned its head, he shot an arrow at the mutated wild boar without aiming. It looked as if the boar had turned its head and bumped into the arrow. The huge impact force of the arrow instantly penetrated into the brain of the alienated wild boar through the eye socket. The mutated wild boar shook its body twice. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. The next second, Lin Shi's eyes regained clarity. He looked at his hands, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Is this what it feels like to unlock your genes? No wonder even in the pitch-black rainforest, number 2 can still determine his own position and movements through the barely perceptible sounds. The moment the genetic lock is unlocked, the brain is like a computer. Unfortunately, it can only last for 3 seconds. It can only be used at critical moments, and the after effects are coming too, right? This thought just flashed through Lin Shi's mind. The next second, a sharp pain came from all over the limbs. The after effects of unlocking the genetic lock appeared. After a few minutes, Lin Shi finally recovered. Unlike Su Qin, she did not fall into a coma after the first genetic lock was unlocked. The severe pain also lasted shorter than Su Qin's. Most importantly, he didn't feel much pain. It still hurts, but it's definitely not to the point where life is worse than death. Could it be that there are individual differences in gene locks? Lin Shi was confused, but he put this question aside for the time being. There are more important issues at hand now. He walked towards the dead mutated wild boar. The strange beast should be the first-level source beast mentioned in the cornucopia. So how do we absorb the so-called source power? Lin Shi squatted in front of the wild boar and fell into deep thought. Detected ownerless source power, do you want to absorb it? Yes/no. A line of words suddenly appeared on the cornucopia interface. Lin Shi perked up and said, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Note, the process of absorbing source power cannot be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and cannot be obtained again. Can't get it when interrupted. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, put the wild boar corpse into the space, and walked towards the safe house. I don't know how long it will take to absorb the source of power. Although there is no one around now, it is safest to return to the safe house. Lin Shi hurried back to the safe house, touched the Demon King's dog head, signaled it to stay in the living room, and walked into a storage room where he originally planned to store some sundries. Take the body of the alienated wild boar out of the space, and the cornucopia interface will reappear with a prompt. Detected ownerless source power, do you want to absorb it? Yes/no. Lin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, put his hand on the wild boar's sticky fur, and said, yes. As Lin Shi finished his words, the invisible source of power was drawn away from the mutated wild boar and flowed into his body from the palm of Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi felt that his hands and entire arms that had touched the wild boar were slightly warm. Then a feeling of comfort spreads throughout the body, from cells to the soul. After 2 minutes, the feeling stopped. I felt nothing after that. When Lin Shi pulled his hand back, he still felt a little unsatisfied. Is this what evolution feels like? Smacking his lips, Lin Shi took the wild boar back into the space and went to wash his hands. Soon he found that he was walking a little faster than before. Lin Shi tested his strength again and it was a little stronger than before. The overall physical fitness has improved by about 10%. He was certain that source power was the key to the rapid evolution of human beings. Lin Shi remembered that when the end of the world just began, the cornucopia had a strange change. Solar storm arrives, geomagnetic storm is forming, source material is being generated rapidly. Source power can make organisms evolve. This so-called source substance is the key for living things to obtain source power and evolve. Obtaining the source material and forming source power is the key to becoming stronger. In previous lives, scientists discovered that animals and plants had mutated, and humans were simply more cold-resistant. This proves that this source substance can be passively absorbed by plants and animals, but not by humans, who must actively absorb it. Therefore, the resonance technique came into being in our previous lives. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to work together with others to kill a strange beast. He remembered that he had not practiced the health preservation secret since the end of the world began. Now is a good opportunity to try out which one is more powerful, the health preserving technique or the resonance. Lin Shi did what he said and started practicing the health preserving secrets in the living room. As he expected, after practicing a set of health-preserving techniques, the feeling of warmth in the body became more obvious, and he also felt a tingling and numb feeling similar to when absorbing source energy. Lin Shi tried resonance again and found that the effect was much worse than that of health preservation tips. At least it's more than half. His palm flashed, and the health preservation secret appeared in his hand. It still looks dirty and tattered. Health tips, resonance. If I meet that fat Taoist priest again, I must ask him where this health-preserving secret came from. Lin Shi put the health preservation secret away again. Ordinary people can open their genetic locks, and now even exotic beasts have appeared. This end of the world is no longer like the end of the world in my previous life. The world outside can quickly become dangerous. Lin Shi turned his head and looked at the Demon King lying on the carpet, staring at him curiously. He stroked its head and said, "Demon King, let's work together to become stronger." Woof. Game for dinner. Woof. In the evening, Lin Shi dealt with the alienated wild boar. The huge corpse of the mutated wild boar looked to be at least 400 pounds, very large. He had heard in his previous life that the meat of exotic beasts was very delicious, and he had long wanted to try it. Lin Shi first cut a large piece for the Demon King, and then fried a few wild boar chops for himself. It's no wonder that the exotic wild boar meat is not as hard as ordinary wild boar meat, and it doesn't have any fishy smell. It tastes chewy and full of freshness. Lin Shi ate 7 pieces in one breath before stopping. Even the devil ate 2 more pieces and licked his lips with satisfaction. This may be related to the fact that the source force has transformed the life essence of the source beast. After the meal, Lin Shi wanted to go out to digest the food. The devil also wanted to follow out, but he had no for now. Lin Shi was worried that he would be cold, so he found a piece of clothes, altered it, and put it on him. The Demon King was obviously not used to it, but he still accepted Lin Shi's packing for him. It was snowing heavily outside. In just a few hours, there was no trace of blood on the ground. Looking down from the mountain, half of the county town was pitch black. Occasionally there was a faint light in someone's house, probably from candles. Demon King, there will be no more lights in thousands of houses from now on. Lin Shi looked at the dark world and said in a low voice. He now understands the significance of this apocalypse. Humans have been sitting comfortably at the top of the food chain for too long. This apocalypse may be about forcing humans and other creatures to compete again. He also had some guesses in his mind as to why the apocalypse had restarted twice before. Human beings are accustomed to relying on external forces and have forgotten to improve themselves. A few years before the end of the previous life, humans still wanted to restore technological civilization. Lin Shi could imagine that after his death, a few decades after the end of the world, the evolution speed of animals and plants would far exceed that of humans, and their reproduction speed would be several times faster than that of humans. Human beings fall behind step by step, and eventually fall to extinction. As the only person who knew about the incident, Lin Shi felt as if a huge stone was pressing down on his heart. What should he do? The devil looked up at Lin Shi, as if he could sense the heaviness in Lin Shi's heart, and walked over and rubbed Lin Shi's leg. A man and a dog stood on the dark snow, silent. The next day, the fourth day of the apocalypse began. Early in the morning, Lin Shi practiced the health-preserving secrets in the living room. After knowing that practicing health-preserving techniques can make him stronger, he naturally wants to spend more time practicing. After returning to the safe house last night, Lin Shi practiced health-preserving techniques for several hours, until his limbs were too tired to lift, and then he stopped to sleep. After a night, he finally figured it out. He is just one person and cannot control the whole world. Even if he goes and tells the authorities that this is the third doomsday, humans must improve themselves from now on and stop thinking about restoring technological civilization. It is impossible for the official people to believe him. They might even capture him and interrogate him about how he knew all this, or even kill him for trying to seize the cornucopia. The best outcome is to control him and make him a tool for the superior. Lin Shi is not yet great enough to sacrifice himself for all mankind. Possessing a treasure pot, health-preserving secrets, and knowing the truth about the end of the world, he has already stood ahead of everyone else. What he should do most is to make himself stronger. Only by becoming strong, so strong that even the officials are afraid of him, can he have the power to dialogue with them on an equal footing. An ant cannot influence the world, but a giant can. Besides, he also wants to see whether this world is worth saving. It's worth it for him to do that. Anyway, the worst outcome is just destruction together. Thinking of this, the faces of the Shen family flashed in Lin Shi's mind. His eyes became extremely cold in an instant. People like Shen Fanren don't deserve to live well. The Demon King, who had been staring at Lin Shi's cultivation, saw Lin Shi's sudden terrifying expression, his eyes widened, and he tilted his head back unconsciously. After finishing his practice, Lin Shi took a break, made 2 ham sandwiches, boiled more than 30 eggs, made 2 cups of milk, and split half with the devil. From this point of view, he and the Demon King are quite compatible. One person and one dog can eat quite a lot. After breakfast, he reinstalled the previously removed camera on the peephole of the outer door. There was already a blizzard outside. The sky and the earth are the same color, and the sky is covered with white snow. The temperature outside has dropped to minus 31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who escaped did not cause trouble again. I don't know how many people lost their lives in their sleep last night due to the cold. They are probably too busy to take care of themselves at this moment. The official supplies that Li Wei mentioned before have not been seen yet. Lin Shi could understand that the temperature drop happened too quickly and too suddenly. The authorities originally wanted to distribute lighting supplies to appease the people, but they did not expect that whether or not they could see the light at night was no longer important. What people need more are warm and cold-proof items. Food. He was not thinking about the official supplies, but mainly wanted to see how far the Shushi government could go. Back in the safe house, Lin Shi changed the bandage on the devil's wound. The devil's wound had an amazing ability to recover. After a day, Not only was there no inflammation or infection, but there were even some signs of scabbing. To be on the safe side, Lin Shi gave the Demon King half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. After the injection, the devil walked around in the safe house, looking outside the door frequently. Seems a bit over-energized. I'll take you out when you're healed, Lin Shi said helplessly. He thought about it and remembered that there were some pet toys among the pet items he had collected before, which he should be able to take out and use to help the Demon King pass the time. I'll find some toys for you to play with. Lin Shi used his thoughts to communicate with the space, and his consciousness swept through the huge space. Suddenly I noticed a box. Huh. In a flash, a box appeared in his hand. This was the box that Shen Jinbin's bodyguard had placed in the suitcase he was going to bring into the hospital. After Lin Shi replaced the box with his pistol, he hurried back to the safe house. I had completely forgotten the existence of this box these days and only remembered it when I saw it just now. When the devil saw Lin Shi had an extra box in his hand, he moved his bald head closer and sniffed it. That's not it. Lin Shi stroked the Demon King's head, and a ball appeared in his other hand, which he threw to the Demon King. You play this. However, the devil just glanced at the ball, then turned his head to stare at the box in Lin Shi's hand, and seemed more interested in the box. Lin Shi couldn't do anything about it, so he said, "Then let's take a look together, but I don't know what's inside either, so be careful and stay away." The Demon King obediently sat on the sofa on the other side of Lin Shi. Lin Shi opened the box carefully. There were 6 blue pills neatly stacked inside. Looks very similar to the blue medicine obtained from number 2. It's just a different shape, and a bit bigger. I don't know when the devil came over and sniffed the blue pills. These pills were originally supposed to be sent by the security guard to Shen Jinbin to save his life. What is this? Lin Shi picked up one. The moment the pill came into contact with him, a prompt suddenly appeared on the treasure bowl. A trace amount of source substance is detected. Is it absorbed? Whether? Lin Shi was slightly shocked. These pills actually contain the source substance. Now he knows very well what the source substance represents. Shen Fanren could actually extract this substance before the end of the world. Lin Shi looked serious and said directly, "Yes. Absorb." The next second, a weak warm current flowed into Lin Shi's body from where his finger touched the pill. Lin Shi only felt a slight warmth in his arm, and then there was no reaction. He felt it. The feeling of absorbing pills is somewhat similar to absorbing source power before. But the effect is not even 1/1000th of the source power. The source substance contained in the pills left by number 2 was even pitiful. Lin Shi didn't even notice when he held the cornucopia in his hand. This made Lin Shi feel slightly relieved. If this pill contains a lot of source substances, then he will have to reconsider whether to seek revenge from the Shen family. Before his death, number 2 said that Shen Fanren was cultivating genetic warriors. If there are a lot of source substances in this pill, it means that Shen Fanren is likely to succeed. Now it seems that there should not be. And this pill seems to be very precious to Shen Fanren. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 6 pills when his own son was about to die. Turning around, he saw the devil sniffing the pills and looking very eager. Lin Shi asked, "Want to eat?" Demon King, woof. Source substances are useful for both humans and animals. But for Lin Shi, this source material was not as valuable as practicing the health preservation technique once. Lin Shi threw the pill into the devil's mouth without hesitation. The devil swallowed the pill and licked his mouth. Seeing that the Demon King had no other abnormal reactions, Lin Shi fed the remaining 5 pills to the Demon King. It was just an unintentional move at first, but he didn't expect that he would get an unexpected surprise the next day. The next day, as soon as Lin Shi woke up, the cornucopia in front of him suddenly prompted. Detected a first-order source beast within 2 meters nearby. This reminder scared Lin Shi so much that he jumped out of bed. Within 2 meters. Isn't that just in your room? What kind of source beast could break through the defenses of the shelter and enter his room directly? Lin Shi felt all the hairs on his body stand up in an instant. When he looked over, he saw that the only people in the room were himself and the devil lying on the carpet. There are no other living things. The devil was also awakened by Lin Shi's noise. The man and the dog stared at each other. Seeing Lin Shi wake up, the Demon King took the initiative to step forward and rubbed Lin Shi while wagging his tail. After a while, Lin Shi finally confirmed that the first-level source beast mentioned in the treasure bowl was the Demon King. He couldn't help but be shocked. After careful observation, there was no obvious change in the Demon King's appearance. However, all the severe wounds on his body were scabbed over after one night. Even the wound that he had stitched up before has basically healed. With this recovery rate, as long as you are careful, you will be basically recovered in a few days. What a strong self-healing ability. After the shock, there was ecstasy. I can actually become a partner with a source beast. Lin Shi rarely smiled, revealing his big white teeth. Watching the devil touching again and again. The devil's pair of heterochromatic eyes seemed to be more lively, the blue one became clearer and brighter, and the red one became more weird. After animals become source beasts, their intelligence will also increase. Lin Shi stretched out 2 fingers, looked at the Demon King and asked, "What is this?" "Woof woof." "What is this?" "Woof woof woof." "What's this plus this?" "Woof woof woof woof." After testing, Lin Shi determined that the Demon King's intelligence was at least equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human. Maybe after learning, your intelligence will be higher. Lin Shi carefully removed the stitches for the Demon King. He guessed that the Demon King's hand had already absorbed a lot of source matter and reached the critical point of evolution. That's why it evolved directly after eating the pill he fed it. After removing the stitches, the devil licked Lin Shi. "Good dog." Lin Shi reached out and touched the Demon King's head. Just like before, the demon wagged its tail rapidly when it heard Lin praising it. Transforming into a source beast did not affect the Demon King's temperament. Throughout the next day, Lin Shi became more certain of this after observing the situation. He had a premonition that the Demon King would be his greatest helper in the future besides the cornucopia. Another 3 days passed. The blizzard gave this city, which had never seen snow before, a good taste of what ice and snow were like. The temperature has dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero, and the temperature at night is even lower, reaching more than 50 degrees below zero. Lin Shi had never been to Shushi in his previous life, but he remembered that the temperature in Shushi was more than 50 degrees below zero on the 4th day, and the lowest temperature at night was 80 degrees below zero. At this time in the north, the temperature has dropped to around -70 to -90 degrees Celsius, right? If Lin Shi was in Haishi in this life, he would find that the temperature in Haishi has dropped to more than -60 degrees Celsius during the day and more than -80 degrees Celsius or even -90 degrees Celsius at night. As for the north, if someone were to pass through the north with a heat-sensing instrument, they would be able to see that there are very few lives left in the north. There is no sign of life in the city near the far north. This extremely cold apocalypse is even colder than the last one. During these few days, Lin Shi stayed in the safe house, eating and drinking with the Demon King every day, and practicing health preservation techniques. It was -30 degrees Celsius outside, and over 20 degrees Celsius inside with the heater burning. Other survivors wrapped themselves in all the clothes, curtains, and bed sheets they could wear at home, but still could not resist the biting cold. Lin Shi, however, was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts in the safe house. When he was sweating profusely while practicing the health-preserving techniques, he would have a glass of freshly squeezed juice as a cold drink. The continuous snowstorms have made some people who were once proud of living on the upper floors of high-rise buildings regret their decision after their glass windows and floor-to-ceiling windows were broken by the snowstorm. Cold wind poured into the room from every corner, and the entire suite was in a mess. Not only was there no electricity, but the water pipes were also frozen. Having lost their drinking water, the survivors had to use basins, buckets, and other containers to melt the snow for use. And after many plastic buckets were frozen, I finally thought of taking out the stainless steel wash basin that was at the bottom of the house and using it. After the natural gas was cut off, the survivors who had no gas in their homes could only eat raw food in despair and wait for rescue. Here in Lin Shi's place, the well was sealed in advance, and all the water pipes were connected to the safe house from at least 6 meters underground. Therefore it is not frozen and can still be used. And even if the well water is frozen, he installed a stainless steel water tank underneath the safe house when he built it, which will not affect domestic water use. Lin Shi also enjoys barbecue, hot pot, and boiled fish every day. When I'm bored, I watch the downloaded dramas and take the 9-year compulsory education course for the devil. Besides not being able to go out to play, I have to go out and shovel snow every day. Life is no different from before the end of the world. The villagers living at the foot of the mountain have a hard time. After escaping from the forest, more than a dozen people were killed by the mutated wild boars. People in the village who did not go with them found that in just 2 or 3 hours, the number of people who went out and returned was reduced by half. After hearing what happened in the mountain, and having lost the village chief, the villagers fell into chaos. Some were crying and shouting, some were looking for security guards for help, and some were ready to take weapons and fight to the death on the mountain. It was a complete mess. Then the blizzard came. Although it is a mountain village, the villagers who have lived in Shushi for decades have no experience in resisting the cold. The windows of the self-built houses in the village are not even as thick as the soundproof glass in the city. On the first night, most of the glass in the village shattered due to the sudden change in temperature and the blizzard. Fortunately, every household in Wulong village had some wood and lumber, so they repaired the problem overnight and finally managed to get through it. After just one night, 1/3 of the village population was sick with fever. Moreover, the windows that had been repaired with wood still leaked air. Most villagers had to move their beds to windowless rooms or the lobby on the first floor. However, compared to people in the city, most households in the village use gas cylinders, and many still rely on burning fire to cook. And every family has the habit of keeping candles and flashlights. Eating and lighting are not a problem. But as the snowstorm continued for several days, many sick villagers could not bear it anymore. Many elderly people in the village passed away quietly in the howling snowstorm. Early in the morning of that day, people who were still able to wake up from their sleep found that the snowstorm that had been raging for several days had finally stopped. Even the long-lost sun reappeared in people's sight. See the sun shining on the earth again. Those who were still alive were ecstatic, thinking that this nightmare was about to end. But soon, people noticed that the sun was no longer as bright and warm as before, and even when standing in the sun, they still couldn't feel much warmth. Some people who lived on the first floor without eaves to shelter from the wind and snow soon found that they could not open their doors. The continuous snowstorms added more than 1 meter of snow to the entire Shushi. Those with windows can only climb through them to clear the snow at the door, and those without windows can only find a way out from the second floor. But this is not a problem for Lin Shi. When Lin Shi designed the safe house, he drew on the experience of his previous life and had someone install an inward opening door. Even if there is thick snow outside, the door can be opened, but you need to clear the snow regularly to avoid being buried inside. At this time, the door of the safe house was opened. Lin Shi and the Demon King walked out from the door. The Demon King's wounds have healed, and the bloody wounds have turned into pink and tender scars. The hair that was shaved off the body also grew out, and in just a few days a layer of fluff had grown on the body. However, it was still not enough to cope with the outdoor temperature, so he put on the ugly clothes that Lin Shi had modified himself. Lin was wearing a waterproof and cold-proof jacket, with a set of thermal underwear and a set of constant temperature high-necked fleece sweater underneath. The shoes are snowproof snow boots, the hands are warm and waterproof gloves, there is a windproof hat on the head, and even a windproof mask on the face. Finally, put on a pair of ski goggles to protect your eyes from the reflection of sunlight on the snow. The whole person can be said to be fully armed. Lin Shi took out a pair of ski equipment from the space, put on his skis, and when he was ready, he said to the Demon King who was already eager to try. "Let's go. Don't run too fast and be careful with the turns." When the devil heard the word "set off," he immediately ran away, galloping across the snow like a wild horse. Lin Shi smiled helplessly and chased after him. The man and the dog quickly got down the mountain. After going down the mountain, Lin Shi put away his skis and walked towards the city with the Demon King, taking 1 step forward and 1 step back. There were also many people on the street who came out of their homes dressed in bloated clothes. You can tell at a glance that she has put on all the clothes she has at home. Compared to them, Lin Shi's clothes were quite light. It's just a matter of who is keeping warmer. You can tell by looking at their purple lips from the cold and their red faces and hands that are exposed. A young man saw Lin Shi's attire and called out to him enviously. "Hey, the big brother with the dog." Seeing that Lin Shi seemed not to hear him, the young man trotted over quickly, tripped over the snow and fell into the snow, but quickly stood up and ran towards Lin Shi. Only after he was caught up did Lin Shi stop and turn around, looking coldly at the young man whose face was red from the cold. "My name is Qian Liang. What's your surname, brother?" Qian Liang brushed the snow off his body and looked at Lin Shi with a flattering look on his face. Lin Shi said, "Just say it straight." Qian Liang looked at Lin Shi's outfit with undisguised envy in his eyes. "I just want to ask, where did you buy this set? I want to buy one too." "Downtown shopping mall." Lin Shi said briefly and left. Hey. Big brother, don't leave yet." Qian Liang followed and asked as he walked. "How much does it cost to buy one? Brother, do you have any extra ones at home? Can you lend me one first?" Lin Shi frowned and glanced at Qian Liang coldly. "Go buy it yourself and don't follow me, or I'll be rude to you." The devil also stopped and stared at Qian Liang with a bad look, making threatening whimpering sounds from his mouth. Qian Liang looked at the Demon King with fear, who was bigger than any dog he had ever seen. Okay. Take care, big brother." After Lin Shi walked away, Qian Liang spat at Lin Shi's back. "Bah. A man relying on a dog's power. What's so great about that?" At this time, a middle-aged man in a down jacket walked past Qian Liang. Qian Liang stepped forward immediately. "Big brother, the clothes you are wearing." Roll. When he came out a few days ago, some shops were still operating despite the power outage. Today it is completely gone. After experiencing the nightmarish changes in the past few days, people finally realized that if they didn't desperately collect food and cold-proof supplies, they would not be able to survive. There were many people on the street smashing shops with all kinds of tools and weapons. Some groups of people rushed to loot clothing and food stores. Some people even directly snatched supplies from others. Some people even killed people in the streets. The social order has completely collapsed. Lin Shi brought the Demon King to the door of a gold shop. The purpose of his coming out this time was to collect gold and upgrade the treasure bowl that had not been upgraded for a long time. The origin of the cornucopia is mysterious. It can predict the coming of the end of the world and knows terms such as source power and source beast that no one has ever heard of in the previous life. It mysteriously seems to know everything. The ability to copy items and store items are unheard of and unseen capabilities. It can even give people rebirth. Perhaps after upgrading the cornucopia to a certain level, you will get some unexpected surprises. Therefore, Lin Shi never forgot the idea of upgrading the treasure bowl. Lin Shi signaled the devil to step back a little, and he took out the hammer he had prepared in advance and hit the tempered glass of the jewelry shop with a heavy hammer. With Lin Shi's current strength, the tempered glass could break into countless small particles with just one hit of the hammer. After a few hits from the hammer, the entire piece of glass fell down with a loud crash, and the broken glass was scattered all over the ground. The store was quiet, with no shrill alarms or screaming clerks. Let the devil stand guard outside the store. Lin Shi went directly to the gold shop, knocked on the counters one by one, and took out the gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds inside. Anything valuable is put into the backpack. Then put most of the backpack into the space. The whole process took less than half an hour. He did not use space directly to collect the gold in the counter. This is because if someone coming later sees that the counter is intact but the gold inside is missing, it will increase the risk of exposing his possession of a treasure chest. After collecting gold from one store, take the Demon King to the next gold store. Lin Shi had been to the city before the end of the world and knew that there were many gold shops in the city. Along the way, Lin Shi raided 8 gold shops in succession, including 3 large ones. The collected gold, silver, and jewelry were worth at least hundreds of millions before the end of the world. There are many shops and shopping malls in the city, and many people come here to grab supplies. Some people saw Lin Shi breaking into the gold shop and stealing gold, silver, and jewelry, and they also wanted to go in to get a piece of the pie, but they were scared away by the devil guarding outside. Some people also saw Lin Shi snatching the gold and silver that could not be eaten or worn, and secretly laughed at Lin Shi's stupidity. At noon, Lin Shi took the Demon King to have lunch at a gold shop that he had already robbed. He used his backpack as a cover, took out some pre-made beef patties from the space, and shared them with the Demon King. Although there was no one else in the store, you still had to be careful. The lessons from his previous life told him not to let his guard down at any time. When the man and the dog were eating happily, footsteps were heard from the door of the gold shop. A middle-aged couple, a girl who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and a boy in his teens passed by the store and came into Lin Shi's sight. The two middle-aged men and the girl were all carrying a big bag, only the boy had nothing in his hands. They looked like a family of 4 out looking for supplies. When the 4 of them arrived at the door of the gold shop, they glanced into the shop, which was wide open, as if they were preparing to go in and take a look. Lin Shi opened his mouth to remind. "There are people here, you should go somewhere else if you want to rest." When the two middle-aged men heard Lin Shi's words, they were about to leave, but the boy stopped. "Is this your house? I can go in if I want." The boy had a sour face, as if the whole world owed him 5 million, and he spoke in a very aggressive tone. He was about to walk in, kicking the shards of glass. The girl next to him quickly pulled him back. "Akiyu, don't cause trouble." However, this sentence seemed to have touched a nerve in the young man. He shook off the girl's hand and walked into the store while cursing. "I'm coming in, you little bitch, what do you care about me? This place is not his, what's wrong with me coming in?" The boy named Akiyu walked straight up to Lin Shi. It was not until he saw the Demon King that he could not help but take a few steps back. However, when he saw the beef patties in the devil's mouth and in Lin Shi's hand, Akiyu stopped again, staring straight at the beef patties. At this time, the 3 people outside also walked in. The middle-aged couple who were originally planning to ask Akiyu to leave couldn't take their eyes off the beef patties. Although the loss of electricity and gas lasted only a few days. But for those who are used to eating cooked food and cannot live without meat for every meal, these days are as difficult as eating dirt. "Young man, isn't it a waste to feed such good meat patties to the dog?" The middle-aged woman stared at the beef patty next to the devil's mouth with a look of pity and couldn't help but speak. When the devil heard what the middle-aged woman said, he immediately became unhappy. It raised its head and looked at the middle-aged woman with fierce eyes, as if it would not eat the cake but eat people if it disagreed with her. The middle-aged woman immediately shut her mouth in fear and hid behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the beef patties and swallowed his saliva, then looked at Lin Shi and said, "Young man, you have to use a leash when you take a dog this big out. Otherwise, what if it bites someone? How about you tie it up first? If you're afraid of being bitten you can leave. You've already disturbed our meal." Lin Shi replied indifferently. The middle-aged man was choked by Lin Shi's words and showed displeasure on his face, but he looked at the Demon King and finally said nothing. At this time, the boy named Akiyu spoke. "Mom. I want meat pie." The middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Shi awkwardly, then pulled the boy aside and said, "Mom will make it for you when she gets home. Let's go." "There's no meat at home. There's not even a hot meal at home. I want meat pie. I want meat pie now." The boy pulled the middle-aged woman's clothes and stomped his feet. "I won't leave until I eat meat pie." Annoyed by the boy's noise, Lin Shi looked up at the boy with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The boy was immediately frightened and kept silent. "Hey boy, can we trade these for 4, no, 3 beef patties?" The girl among the 4 had been staring at the meat pie and lowered her head when she heard that. Lin Shi refused without a second thought. "Cannot." The woman's bag was filled with summer clothes, curtains, carpets and other things that were of no use to him. 2 pieces will do, or just 1. "Please help me, my son hasn't eaten meat for several days and he's become skinny due to hunger." The demon glanced at the boy's round belly and round face and tilted his head, as if wondering why the woman was talking nonsense. Seeing that Lin Shi was unwilling to exchange, the middle-aged man said unhappily, "I'd rather feed them to the dogs than change them. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Let's go." The middle-aged woman sighed helplessly, took the boy, and the family walked out. Lin Shi ignored them and continued eating lunch. By the way, he stuffed another piece of beef patty into the devil's mouth after he had already finished one. The devil did not answer, but suddenly raised his head and looked outside. Lin Shi followed the devil's gaze and turned to look at the street outside. At this time, the boy named Akiu suddenly broke free from the middle-aged woman's hand, rushed up and snatched the meat pie that Lin Shi was going to feed to the devil. "Give me." Lin Shi noticed the boy who rushed over to grab the meat pie, and a murderous look flashed across his body. At the same time, the aura of the devil changed instantly, and he bit the boy who rushed in front of him. Bit off the boy's hand. Ah! Two screams rang out at the same time, one from the boy and the other from the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman rushed over and hugged the boy who fainted instantly from the pain, desperately calling the boy's name. The devil spat out the bloody hand in his mouth, as if he was spitting out something dirty. At this time, there were faint sounds of commotion outside. Lin Shi prepared to go out and see what was going on. "Stop." The middle-aged man glared and questioned Lin Shi. "Your dog bit off my son's hand and you just want to leave like that?" Lin Shi didn't even turn his head. "He rushed over to grab the things, and I was very kind to him because my dog didn't bite him to death." He patted the Demon King's head and said, "Next time you encounter someone who comes up to grab you, just bite him to death." The devil nodded obediently, turned his head and looked at the boy again, as if thinking about whether to go over and bite him to death now. "Do you have any humanity left? Not only did you feed the food to the dogs, but you also took human lives like this." The middle-aged man shouted, but did not dare to come forward to avenge his son. At this moment, clear screams and hurried footsteps were heard on the street outside the door. "Help!" A group of people were running wildly on the street. Behind them, a black and brown tabby cat, as big as a mountain cat, was chasing them madly. This cat was extremely fast, and its strange, fierce eyes clearly lacked the lazy and docile characteristics of an ordinary cat. Whenever its sharp claws caught a person, they would penetrate directly into that person's body and tear off a piece of flesh from that person. After knocking someone down, it will not pounce on the next person until the person is covered in blood under its claws. It seems that it has treated humans as mice under its claws. After killing another person, it leaped up and used its super jumping force to jump directly in front of the fleeing crowd. He looked at the desperate humans with amusement. When the cat came within 100 meters of the store, the cornucopia interface in front of Lin Shi issued a reminder. A first-level source beast is detected within 100 meters. The source beast appeared again. Seeing another source beast, Lin Shi's expression was startled. Last time, he was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the cornucopia and failed to shoot the mutated wild boar in advance. He will not fail again this time. At this moment, the Demon King standing next to him suddenly burst out with a strong desire to fight, staring at the alienated tabby cat with hostility. The devil took a few steps on the spot, looked up at Lin Shi, as if asking for Lin Shi's opinion with his eyes. "You want to deal with that cat?" Lin Shi immediately understood what the devil meant. The devil nodded. Seeing a source beast, he had to kill it for sure. Lin Shi would naturally not let go of the opportunity to quickly improve his strength. It was the Demon King who took the initiative to apply for battle, which surprised him a little. But this just happens to allow him to see the Demon King's combat power. After all, it doesn't matter who the source beast dies in. Then he asked, "Do you need help?" The devil nudged Lin Shi with his head, pushing him back a step. It means telling him not to take action. "Okay, go ahead. With me guarding the battlefield from the side, nothing will happen to the Demon King." The devil looked at Lin Shi gratefully and slowly walked towards the cat. At the same time, the mutated tabby cat seemed to sense something and turned to look at the Demon King. When the cat saw the Demon King, it immediately left the group of humans behind and stared closely at the Demon King who was walking towards it. His whole body arched up, and he shouted in a warning tone. "Meow." The devil quickened his pace and pounced forward. They are all source beasts. The Demon King is larger, but the tabby cat is incredibly fast. The cat-dog war is about to break out. Lin Shi was concentrating on watching the cat and dog fight outside. A family of 3 in the gold shop had an argument. "Dad, hurry up, take Chio to the hospital." The middle-aged woman covered the boy's wound with clothes and carefully wrapped up the severed hand. Don't you know what's going on in the hospital right now? Where are the doctors? The most deaths have occurred in the hospital in the past few days, and there's a giant cat outside. How are we going to get out? After these few days, the hospital has become one of the most chaotic places in the city. In the past 2 days, countless people with frostbite, colds, and fevers rushed to the hospital, but the arrival of the blizzard trapped everyone in the hospital. The hospital was packed with people, but the hospital didn't have enough supplies to accommodate so many people. One can imagine what people who are extremely hungry and cold will do when they are faced with life and death. Today's hospitals are a hell. What should we do? Are we going to watch Chiu die here? The middle-aged woman was extremely anxious. Mom, tie up Aki's wound with a rope first, it can reduce bleeding. The girl who had been silent suddenly spoke. Hearing the girl's words, the middle-aged woman who originally looked like a loving mother immediately changed her expression and said in a sharp tone. What do you know, you little girl? Do you want to turn your brother into a cripple? The girl looked timid and said in a low voice. I saw this on the internet before. If he continues bleeding like this, he will die from excessive blood loss. The girl's words were like lighting 2 powder kegs. The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and slapped the girl hard in the face. He vented his anger that he couldn't vent on Lin Shi on the girl. You just want to watch your brother die, right? You useless bastard. Why didn't you hold Chiu back from coming in? Why didn't you help your brother grab the meat pie just now? Why wasn't you the one who got bitten? The girl was knocked to the ground, and the broken glass on the ground pierced into her palm. However, the middle-aged couple turned a blind eye to this scene, and the middle-aged woman continued to curse the girl with sarcastic words. If anything happens to your brother, you won't have an easy life. The girl stood up numbly, and silently picked out the broken glass that had pierced her palm deeply. Looking at her hand that was bleeding, her eyes were dark and unclear. Fighting between animals is the most primitive and cruel. In just a few minutes, the cat and the dog were both injured. Those who were being chased by the tabby cat took advantage of the fight between the 2 beasts to escape without a trace. The tabby cat was limping at this time, and its right leg was bitten by the devil at some point. The demon king's eyes were scratched by the civet cat, leaving 3 bloody cuts, and the cat almost scratched his eyes. There were several scratches on his legs, deep enough to see the bones. Lin Shi's heart was secretly lifted. If the Demon King was in danger of his life, he was ready to take out long-range weapons and attack at any time. The devil's fierce pounce was once again dodged by the tabby cat. The tabby cat turned around and quickly grabbed the devil with its claws. The sharp claws flashed coldly in the sunlight, tearing the devil's down jacket and causing goose feathers to fly everywhere. At this moment, Lin Shi's eyes moved, murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a pistol appeared silently from his sleeve. A girl's scream came from behind Lin Shi. Run! They're going to kill you. It turned out that at some point, the middle-aged couple had circled around to a place not far behind Lin Shi, each holding a knife in their hands. The 2 men stared at Lin Shi with murderous and crazy eyes, and it was self-evident what they wanted to do. This idiot bitch. When Lin Shi discovered them, the middle-aged man gave the girl a vicious look. After being discovered, he no longer hid himself and said to Lin Shi in a sinister tone. Your dog is not with you now, boy. You have harmed my son. I will chop all your bones into pieces and feed them to the dog. Don't waste your time talking to him, just kill him and give you his clothes. I want beef patties. The middle-aged woman said anxiously. In fact, they had already set their sights on Lin Shi. Originally, they had targeted Lin Shi's dog, but they didn't expect the devil to be so cruel. After discovering that the dog around Lin Shi was difficult to deal with, they thought about leaving first, lying in ambush when it got dark, and using the girl to lure the dog away before taking action. Unexpectedly, my son got into trouble first without me noticing. But it's the same if we take action now. Kill this kid while the dog is away. Woof. He was threatened when he saw Lin. The devil roared angrily, slapped the tabby cat to the ground with one claw, and bit the cat's injured right leg again with even more ferocious momentum. This bite determined the victory. The tabby cat's right leg was bitten off directly, and it let out a shrill scream. The devil took the opportunity to pounce on the tabby cat. The advantage of overwhelming strength was exerted at this moment, and the sharp claws pinned down the tabby cat that was trying to stand up. The tabby cat struggled desperately and scratched the devil's legs. The next second, the devil stepped on its neck and broke it. But here in Lin Shi's place, unexpected changes occurred. Just as the middle-aged couple rushed towards Lin Shi with knives, the girl who was hiding aside and shivering suddenly took out a bone-chopping knife from somewhere and chopped at the middle-aged couple.